He'll need to be G with the line of sight and with a glance on the board to push them to not.
Four teams left battling it out. By the end of the day, one will be sent on forward to the Manchester Major. Welcome to the Rainbow Six North America Last Chance Qualifiers. My name's Sierra Dawn, joined here by Fox and Jesse. I mean, Fox, going through the Last Chance Qualifiers, it's definitely a little nerve-wracking at times, but it's been fun.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as a player, you finally get this moment of realization that everything is gone. There's no other chances. This is where you have to make your final stand. So the pressure is just immense, but that's where, you know, the heroes are formed.
And under pressure, I mean, that's where we get to see who can kind of step up and, Jesse, who has to step out. And I'm excited to see today going on forward, who's going to be able to rise up to that challenge.
Yeah, absolutely, Sierra. It's going to be a tough question. I think of all the days in the North American League stage, the LCQ final day, the day with two semifinals and the grand finals, is always my favorite day. We have so many teams battling it out. Tears will be shed, hearts will be broken. 3 of these teams have to go home, but one at the end of the day will reign victorious. And I can't wait to find out who it'll be.
Yeah, only one can be joining M80 Beast Coast and Zark Zero going on to Manchester. And I have to say, when I look back at this roster too, this bracket so far, Fox, I feel like this is kind of met expectations so far.
Absolutely. I think everyone expected the Pro League teams to come ahead. That doesn't necessarily take anything away from the T2 teams that were able to play. We saw a lot of, I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily close games besides LG Los Mangos, where, you know, we could have gone either way. But even though it was expected, we did see a lot of promise from the T2 scene themselves.
And for today, we're going to be showing all of the matches. So first off, it's going to be Oxygen going up against Sonics. And last time we saw these two face, it was quite a bit back here, looking back at stage 1, Jesse. So I'm excited to see now, with backs against the wall, what changes have been made and how this matchup will go.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Sonics have gone through the most drastic change of any team in these qualifiers. Obviously, bringing Gryxr back off the bench. They've really been looking like a different team since that move, and we're excited to see how the rest of it goes. I think for Oxygen as well, I mean, really disappointing end to their season to come through now, win their quarterfinal game. This will be their real test for both teams. We get to see kind of how they've improved over the last couple weeks.
Of course, I mean, it would be scary for any team to go up 5-0, set like our new record. I'm pretty sure they set the 5-0 record,
Yeah.
and then Beast Coast also did in the same season. But to set that record and then all of a sudden just look like a completely different team, like all of the fundamentals, like the Monstars from Space Jam just took all their juice.
and I have to see them get that juice back going into today, Fox, because when this team can step up, they have the energy. I like what we're seeing, but it's something that I think has been missing for a little bit of time.
Absolutely. I mean, OXG since the start making changes, especially since they got Diaz and Gomez, the whole point was to change the identity of the team. And it looked like the identity definitely did change from the start of the season. But now this is where the growing pains are coming in. You need to see somebody step up and solidify themselves as just that pinpoint leader. It doesn't necessarily need to be one or the other. It doesn't need to be one specific player. It could be a coach. It could be anybody. But we need to see somebody really form themselves as the person that's going to fix the mistakes that OXG are hemorrhaging.
Well, there was definitely a step up that we got to see in the match going up against SSGA here, Jesse. And we got to talk a little bit more about Yaga.
We really do. Yaga had a really rough stage going through the North American League to start us off. He was one of the worst KD players in the entire stage, even going through against some other players or some other teams that didn't do so well. Below players on Los and Wildcard, but boy did he step up yesterday or over on Monday. He really did pop off and have some fantastic plays for Oxygen, going some ridiculous numbers, especially on defense. 16-3 was his overall defensive KD, which is absolutely ridiculous. You can see it there, 5.33 overall KD ratio. That is insane for Yaga. Now on attack, he did still have some struggles. I think the way that BO3 played out, they obviously started and ended on attack with some defense in the middle. I think those first couple of attacks, we saw a little bit of lack of confidence from OXG. Weren't really able to get going, especially on Oregon. But then once they hit their stride, once it felt like we were seeing the old Oxygen, Yaga was swinging things. He was hitting shots. He was playing really, really confident. And I think if we can get that mentality back for both Yaga and the rest of Oxygen, they're in a really good space to go far through this LCQ.
And I need to see that coming out of the gate going up against Sonics and diving deep into Sonics. I mean, this is a team that I think had one of the bigger change-ups when we go into our last chance qualifiers here. Well, how are we feeling about how they're kind of gelling versus Wildcard, Jesse, in comparison to stage one?
Yeah, I think that this is a team that we're still questioning, right? Obviously, a huge change, dropping their IGL of Geo, bringing in Gryxr for this LCQ, very last minute. They didn't have a lot of time to kind of work Gryxr back into the lineup. They did beat Wildcard already in the quarterfinals, as you said, and that's great. But Wildcard is always going to be kind of one of those weaker teams for the North American League. Auction will be a much tougher test. And of course, if they get to the grand finals, that will be an even tougher test. So I think we still have yet to see. I think it was better for sure. They started to improve, especially on those defenses, which is why they initially wanted to bring the player in. But we need to see more from Sonics today.
And Fox, I mean, we had talked about Gryxr coming back in. We now got to see the performance, and we compared to how the stage one went with Geo. But what about going head-to-head with Wildcard, both of these players kind of stepping up? Like, what's been this main difference?
I mean, the biggest thing isn't just performance, right? They're both playing the same role, supportive role. They're both going to be that backline and the guidance, the leadership that a young rookie team just needs, right? And obviously we saw Geo play against Wildcard with the rest of the Sonics roster. They actually played back on Playday 7, and they ended up losing 4-7 to Wildcard on Bank. Now, on the flip side of things, Gryxr comes back, and if you look at the stats, it doesn't really look, I mean, obviously Gryxr had 2 maps to play, but if you cut them down the middle, it was very much even. So it wasn't necessarily a stats performance that brought, but if you looked at the difference in play that Sonics was able to bring, it all came down to the confidence that Gryxr was able to bring back to the team. He specifically told me that now that he's back in the game, they are sticking with the same system that they have, but they just have that little extra bit of push when it comes to making those playmaking calls, and Gryxr's able to really round it all out. And we saw that exactly today, rewriting the wrongs and 2-0ing Wildcard.
Yeah, I can't agree more, sorry, with what Fox was saying there. Obviously, it's not about the stats. With Gryxr coming through, the difference in play has been huge for the Sonics.
Yeah, and we have to touch on the fact, too, that going into the last chance qualifier, Gryxr coming back in, it's not just a change-up that we're seeing here, Fox. This is also someone competing with a fractured shoulder. Like, that is an extra hurdle to get through for the team.
I mean, that's just insane. Like, what are the chances? The day that he was supposed to play yesterday, he put the tweet out. This was a hot take, but I thought Sonics was going to win this side of the bracket. And then all of a sudden, right before their match, Gryxr just puts a tweet out saying that he fractured his collarbone, like, just to make things that much harder on themselves. But they were still able to get to the win yesterday with 2 8-6, 8-6. But I mean, still, little things like that definitely affects your play, can get into your head mentally. And when Gryxr's coming in and he's trying to fix everybody on the team's mental, obviously it causes some error, obviously, when you are worried about the guy that's coming to fix the mental has like a broken bone potentially.
Hopefully he was able to rest it on the one off day. But of course, before we get into today's match, we got to make sure we can hear from DS and Ambi about their thoughts.
The first round of LCQ went good. It went as expected. We faced a tier 2 team. They were a bit weaker, and we got the dub. Newers was playing very well against SSG Academy. He's always playing very well, to be honest. He's sparky. His comms are good. He's always flying, and he helped us a lot that game. I also felt very good because we haven't won in a while. So after winning that one, it definitely felt good.
First round, the LCQ went great. You know, the team was meshing well together. You know, we know how wildcard play, and, you know, we had a good game plan. We stuck to it, and we got the job done. But I will say Adam was our player that was our last alive and clutched a lot of those rounds in the end. So Adam did really good today against wildcard. You know, after the NAL, we had like 2 weeks to practice with Pablo Gryxr. And, you know, we've been meshing great. The team just synergy dynamic is just amazing. And, yeah, it's great having him here.
Our first game against Sonics went pretty smooth. I forgot the score, but I'm pretty sure they didn't win many rounds. But it was at the beginning of the stage, so it doesn't really matter. But with the addition of Gryxr, I think they're gonna be very good. They're gonna be flying again. Yeah, they're a team that if you don't win your gunfights against them, you're gonna lose a game. They'll come out swinging and try.
OXG's a really good team. You know, they went 5-0 for a reason in group stage and doing LCQ, and they're really coordinated. They know what they want to do mid-round and early round, so we had I'm not, no, that was too much. That's federal. Hey, Umber. They're a newish team, but they have a core 3 that's been together. So we know they're going to be really coordinated. So we just have to be ready for that.
Wanted to shout out my team again. I did this once, and I'll do it again. Thank you guys for putting in the work, and we're going to Manchester.
Our goal is to make the major, and that's literally the only thing we're looking for. We don't care who's in our way. We're just trying to make it.
The only goal to make it on to the major. The last time these two teams met, right at the beginning of the stage, it was a win for Oxygen. But now, Jesse, a lot has changed. We're in best of 3, so I'm sure that we're in for a very close matchup ahead.
100%, Sierra. Best of 3s are where we get to see teams really shine and show their best. And with the map ban phase coming through, we'll get to see what they've been planning. For me, these first 4 bans kind of scream that these two teams are both playing it kind of safe. They're not leaving open any potential curveballs. Instead, they're just banning the maps that they've been enjoying to ban throughout the stage. Oregon and Bank, undoubtedly the maps to pick here. No shock in my mind at all. Kind of thought both of those could have gotten banned if either of these teams wanted to leave open some maps like maybe Skyscraper or Border. I don't think either of those maps would have been picked first phase had they not been banned out, but they choose to play it safe again, banning those maps, allowing their opponent to pick these maps, which statistically will heavily favor both of the teams that have chosen them.
OXG going with Oregon makes a lot of sense to me. Obviously, it really looks like they're trying to flex on the start of the brand phase to just be comfortability wise, and then leaving Nighthaven up to the end is also a little bit of a risk because it's never necessarily been one of OXG's stronger maps, but it has been a map that we used to pretty much try to get ready for moments like these, and this is exactly a classic OXG ban phase where they want their comfort at the first to at least secure one solid map. I think Sonics is expecting to take it a little bit more in a 2-0 fashion. If it gets to map 3, I'd be worried if I was Sonics.
All right. Well, before we head into the match, then we know what their team's hoping. We know what Auction's hoping for the 2-0. Do we think it's going to happen? How do we think this first one's going to end up, Fox?
I don't know. It's a really tough one. Jesse, you want to go first? You want to go first
take
on the
it.
prediction?
I'll take it, especially because we're going into Oregon. Auction have played this map so many times. They're 3-0 undefeated on the season, so I like trends. I'm going to follow that. I say Oxygen win their own map pick, but I think this goes to 3 in the long run. Oh, and for scoreline, let's go 7-4.
Can't forget the scoreline.
I'm glad you say that because I'm not a fan of trends. I really think like at a certain point, all good things come to an end. I will go Sonics winning. I think they'll win 8-6. Gryxr is like, every time we played Gryxr on Oregon, he always did so good. So him coming back, him now playing Oregon, I'd be a little nervous. OXG needs that first map if they want to be able to win the series. That's in my opinion.
For sure.
I mean, you're saying the 8-6 lock. I have to dive in a little deeper. You think like it's going to be so close to kick things off that we're going to get the OT to be opening up the series?
I think SQ, when it comes to all of their maps right now, they have a really good idea. I think just getting Gryxr back in last minute, they're just trying to get the fundamentals worked out. But the ideology of what they want to do has come through. And that was my whole main point with bringing Gryxr in for Geo, was that just game plan is there. So 8-6, I assume there are going to be areas where hiccups arise, and that's okay because of the limited amount of time. But on a map like Oregon, when you always have those defenses to really rely on, I do think it does come down to the wire more often than not, and I could see both these teams just going back and forth until inevitably somebody has to win.
Yeah, and 8-6 wouldn't be unfamiliar to Sonics either. When they played M80 earlier in the season on this map, that was an 8-6 game. That was an 8-6 loss for the Sonics. They didn't win that match, but I do agree with what Fox is saying. This map can obviously be very close when you look at the score lines, just due to the fact that those bomb sites in the basement and top floor can be really, really strongholds that both teams should kind of expect to win. We have talked a lot about how Oxygen sometimes have been known to fall apart on the basement. I think that trend has kind of been bucked at this point. They do have a pretty decent recent history, their last couple of maps, of being able to defend the bottom bomb site, even if they struggle with that at the very start of the season. So yeah, I think a close game is more likely than a lopsided game for sure, regardless of who wins.
Also, I mean, Jesse loves trends, and I feel like the trend that everybody is probably thinking of is OXG all of last year does so well, makes it to the playoffs, loses playoffs, makes it to the LCQ, loses LCQ. We lost to Sonics, I'm pretty sure, both LCQs last year. So that being said, there is a little bit of a trend of pressure on the backs of OXG, and I hate to be that guy to bring it up, but of course, if anybody's going to bring it up, it might as well be me.
I mean, we'll have to see if this could be a day of breaking trends and how the series is going to be kicking off. And it's time to get into our first map and kick it over to our casters, Intero and Jonah.
Well, thank you very much. I'm excited to see what happens here in the semifinals, because what we have are two teams that have yet to drop a single map in these closed quals. Now, obviously, that trend line's going to end for one of these teams, but there's good storylines for both of them coming in. And there's been concerns on some of these maps, Jonah. What's the first thing that stands out in your mind that you're going to be thinking through at least 2, maybe 3 maps when you see both of these teams do battle?
When I look at Sonics, and we did see this brought up on the desk, the conversation is still around Gryxr coming back into this roster and seeing exactly how the new Sonics looks. Weird to say, Gryxr coming in, new Sonics, but he hasn't been on the roster for the last stage. We've seen Geo in this role, and it's not just a one-for-one swap. It's not just a sub coming in. It is your IGL now out of this team. So we're still looking to see how this Sonics identity is formed. And on a map like Oregon, map number 1, defense has really been called into question. So they'll have a chance to prove that they've fixed their defensive issues right away on map number 1.
Yeah, there's really 2 storylines for me when you look at these teams. Number 1, OXG spent much of the regular NAL season at the top of the standings, but what a fall from grace it was. This was a team that on the 8th or 9th last of play day came in the top 2, and now they're fighting for their lives. There's no do-over here. There's no lower bracket. If OXG gets vanquished in the semifinals by Sonics, this whole stage effectively was for naught. And OXG making 2 big roster moves in the offseason, picking up Gomez and picking up Diaz. As for Sonics, this was a team that maybe weren't the masters of their own destiny at the start of the season. They didn't expect Citizen to step off of the team. He requested a release. He went over to M80. And Sonics, I don't want to use the word scramble, but Sonics definitely needed to put together a roster that maybe they weren't thinking that they'd have to put together. The changes didn't look terrible. Merc and Adam are both extremely talented players, but it didn't look like they really fit the mold. After a disappointing regular stage, they ship off Geo, they bring back Gryxr, who'd been set on the bench, and they look like a pretty good team, honestly. Defeating Wildcard, 8-6, 8-6, yeah, those are nail biters, but ultimately a win's a win. Now, both of these teams are going to go up against one another. OXG looking for redemption, Sonics looking to bounce back and prove that they are the team that's finished in the top 4 of North America for so many stages, albeit with a different look.
Right, for Sonics, it's not just about bouncing back. It is going to yet another international event. They have not missed international competition since the Charlotte Major in 2022. OXG, on the other hand, 2023 was not their year for majors. They did not get to attend either. So yes, this LCQ is only going to allow one team through. Both of these two teams in front of us in the semifinal, hoping it's going to be them. Obviously, Parker, we know that is not the case. So OXG trying to ride the high, the 4th place finish, the top seed technically in this LCQ bracket, hoping to continue that against the 5th seed of Sonics, who ended up finishing 8th overall in the closed league portion of the NA League. So again, a lot of questions here, as you mentioned. The storylines, no doubt interesting as we dive into this one, and have said goodbye to all of our T2 open qual teams. It is just the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme that remains. And on Oregon, they'll have to prove that, well, they still have it in them. Map number 1, this is OXG's pick, and they'll begin on the attack.
Yeah, this is a map that is repeatedly referred to as a map where you need to understand your fundamentals, right? Oregon is as basic as it comes. Oregon and Clubhouse are probably the two maps that teams will always feel semi-comfortable on, or at least will spend some time ensuring that all of the really rudimentary stuff with executes, the rudimentary stuff on defense is all squared away. Obviously, this is OXG's map pick, so they are hoping that they have the leg up over their adversaries. OXG will start on attack, and Oregon, unlike a couple maps in our map pool, doesn't really have a weird distinction. It's a defender-sided map, at least across almost every single region that we see it played. And yeah, just to make note here, the creme de la creme, as you called it, OXG and Sonics are in our first semifinal. At the conclusion of this match, Luminosity and Space Station will do battle. The only team to drop a map in these closed last chance qualifiers was Luminosity against Los Mangos. They lost Clubhouse before coming back and winning the next two in the reverse sweep to go up against Space Station, who vanquished Makers yesterday in honestly a thrilling second map on Consulate. We'll transition now, though, into our first bit of action, Jonah, and very first bomb site, downstairs laundry supply.
No, sorry about that. I mean, that matchup last night was wild. I mean, we saw it come down to the wire, it essentially in every single round. And just when you thought SSG were going to drop a map, we were going to see that one go to map 3, we see Fultz and Ashen go absolutely crazy.
Influence on the back portion of this bomb site, but obviously that will not come to pass. You've lost your shield operator. You've also lost the logic bombs of your Dokkaebi. You still got plenty of tools on the side of OXG, and now the numbers aren't quite so bad with Newers getting the very first pick for Oxygen. But you gotta admit, that's probably not the start that OXG wanted.
No, definitely not. You have your blitz. You really want to keep him alive for that bunker push, to push elbow, to force someone like your Gryxr out of that position. But now without him, you're fighting in a man disadvantage for the remainder of this round. They're going to slow things down here. You can see that from Diaz. He's taking his time on the back tower stairs, maybe hoping to bait someone from Sonics into a peek. Gryxr, he's smarter than that, though. He's just going to throw out those toxic smokes, delay time with the utility, rather than actually going for the fight itself here. So yes, OXG were able to get one kill back, but as you said, they find themselves in a bit of a hole, and they're going to spend the next, 40 seconds trying to make up for it. Sonics, as long as they stay organized and they don't overexpose themselves here, they shouldn't have too much of a problem getting to the execute phase of this round with that advantage. You see the Vulcan pack right in front of Adam. He's got so much delaying utility at the helm of this. And yes, his shield has been destroyed, but that does not mean he's going to give up this position easily.
Yaga's chock full of utility. The timer won't necessarily be on his side. Gryxr reads the swing. Yaga in the grave. Sonics now in a 4v2. They lost Merc to Newers, but so far that's all that Sonics has had to worry about. Of course, it being the Wamai is bad. It means fewer magnets that will be available for the defenders, but at this current point in time, I can't imagine utility is the name of the game. There goes Newers to swing over towards Pillar, and Abby, a third kill. Sonics not breaking much of a sweat on that first defense.
That'll happen when your attacking team just decides to rush in there and try to make something happen early. We often talk about those rushes as kind of a do or die moment. It's that high risk, high reward. If you push in as the blitz, you surprise the opponents, you get the first kill, the defense is immediately going to be on the back foot. You can ride that momentum into an execute, taking quick control, and you can look good while doing it. But the risk is that if it doesn't go well, your entire attack ends before it can truly begin. And that's kind of what happened there with OXG. They're not going to be too worried about it. It's a basement attack. It's not one that you're expecting to win, but maybe not as close of a performance or as good of a fight as OXG was hoping to put up.
No, I mean, this is just what happens to the attacking teams on Oregon. And I know that we're going to highlight the map picks for these teams. And I know that Sonics obviously limped their way into the qualifiers compared to OXG, at least if you look at the regular season. But these two teams are both very, very well matched. If you look at the fact that OXG is on a bit of a slide as a team compared to where they were at the start of the stage, and where you look at Sonics have been over their last set of matches, I don't really think there's that much difference between these two squads. You look at the lineups and both of them have tons of playmaking potential. You've got players who can completely dominate the game. And frankly, right now with the fact that you just booted Geo off of Sonics and OXG has had some very pronounced struggles with leaderships, both of these teams are in a bit of a precarious position with their IGLing. So all considered, I don't necessarily know how much the maps are going to play a huge role in the result of this game.
It may just come down to which team is firing better, who can get that coordination going on the given map in this moment. You know, we did see in that Sonics game, you mentioned how scrappy it was their entire journey to get here, but against Wildcard, 8-6, 8-6. I mean, barely pulling that out. I mean, it is a win. Nonetheless, you take it in 2. So if you just look at the 2-0, it looks nice, but the way they got there may be a little messier than they had hoped. OXG as well. Against SSG Academy, a T2 team, they did face a little difficulty on Oregon to start off the series. There was a moment where we took a step back and said, you know what, SSG Academy, it feels like they have more than just a fighting chance. They were up 4-2 after the first half on Oregon, but OXG, they did what they do well and most pro teams do. You move on to the defense on Oregon, things start to go your way. They gathered that momentum, then they moved on to Labs, and they just made fewer mistakes than their T2 opponents on Labs to move on pretty swiftly in the series here. So again, first round, not too big of a problem here. Looking to remedy that in round 2, and Diaz getting on the board first. Good start.
Yeah, significantly better start. Instead of forfeiting 2 of your own players, you're able to take out Merc yet again, who's had very limited impact so far in this matchup. I mean, an early death will do that to you. Playing these high-value utility operators. First, it was the Wamai, now obviously the Fenrir. Gadgets will persist, though, so not all hope is lost for Sonics. There's more utility now being used by OXG. There's some flames shot in towards dorms. It pushed Rexon back. Didn't do much damage, though, so he's not really much worse for wear. Dream still has one of those fire arrows left. It just got fired off, and 2 smokes to go. Newer's looking for an opening, inching his way up top white stairs. Final 40 seconds. The blows will come from both teams. The numbers advantage still favoring OXG in a 4v3. Yaga on a point of HP. Nearsighted with diffuser in hand. Adam looking to narrow these numbers down. There goes Newer's. Gryxr in a tough spot. He'll have to swing big window. He doesn't have any information. There's nobody over there. Yaga off the plan, and he gets a pick of his own. He's taking matters into his own hands, Jonah. Adam and Ambi, last 2 remaining. Another for Adam, as now we're in the post plant. Yaga finished off. The plan actually didn't go down. It must have happened at the final second. The timer now is so bad for OXG. It looked like they had the round in their clutches, but they're about to get iced out as it's Ambi to end the round yet again. Sonics up 2-0.
A perfect example of how messy it has gotten for the Sonics on these defenses, but somehow they managed to pull it out. A perfect example on that execute. You push into dorms. As the retake was coming in from Sonics, I mean, 3 of those defenders, it seemed like they were looking the wrong way. The diffuser, I mean, that confusion, I think, for OXG was also present because they figured they should be able to get that down. Looked like they should have. They had the opening, but instead opting to play for the kill. You do that once, you're fine. You do that twice, you do that 3 times, all of a sudden that diffuser's out of pocket. Yes, they had an even man count. That was a 2v2 in the end, but they had not gotten the plant down. Quickly, even though you have the advantage, if you don't have the diffuser on the floor, now you're the ones panicking. Now you're the ones stressing in those final few moments. And yeah, Sonic's flipping the script there in the retake, essentially, and getting away with one. It's 2 in a row.
Yeah, that's a round that, OXG's not going to be particularly happy with the end result. And poor Yaga having to get off that diffuse plant on 2 separate occasions. One, because he thought he might be pushed and die from utility. The second, because he knew for certain he was being swung from dorms. The second time was a very successful gamble because he got the kill off of it before going back onto the plant. And it sure looked like he was going to get that diffuser down. It must have been by a hair that he ultimately failed to succeed. Very much could be a 1-1 scoreline. And with the way some of these maps work out, if you're looking at a potential 7-5 scoreline, that single round could be the difference between whether OXG is on the 5 end of that equation or the 7. So now to the tertiary bomb sites. Sonics will go, meeting in kitchen. Both of these sites are joined by that one kitchen part of the map, but it's really up to you as to whether or not you want to defend over towards the dining hall or towards the meeting. Typically, the meeting is seen more often, and it usually comes with a better win rate for the defenders as well. That might speak to why Sonics are deciding to hold this part of the map.
Yeah, trying to maintain their position here for now. They're going to be aided by those castle barricades from Ambi. Establish a couple of choke points, but keep in mind, they're not just going to sit back and wait. You've got someone like Merc on the vigil, challenging this pretty heavily, trying to get Oxygen maybe into a little bit of trouble as they make their way into the building, but Merc is the only one really feeling the heat here. He's pretty much on 1 HP, but he swings the corner and Newers was not paying attention. They knew of his position. They had shot him a few times, and he had shot back. But I guess Newers thought the window in the hallway was covered. That means Merc is still alive. He got the first, and there's a second potentially around the corner.
Could very easily pinch him in this position as well, Jonah. The one thing that a Vigil has working for him is his cloaking ability. It works for cameras, not for eyes. Yaga sees him, punishes him for it. Merc was a non-factor in the first 2 rounds. That first leadoff pick on the Newers this round is huge. Adam hears some of the hard breach going. He reads into that so well. Down goes Yaga second, but Adam can't ADS in time. Diaz and Gomez, the 2 newest members of OXG, working together valiantly to give OXG a numbers advantage. OXG hasn't really been in this position for much of Oregon so far. And other than maybe what we saw in the previous round, this could be their best opportunity to win it out.
Third site, if there's anywhere they want to take the win, it's going to be here. They have the advantage by 1, but Ambi, he's got 5 kills. Make it 6. Rexon, another one as well.
Final 30 seconds. Where's Diaz to go? He sees Ambi. Ambi, there was some criticism thrown in his direction. He'll have to be the hero this round now as Rexon is removed. But it could be the waiting game. Ambi's a young player, great aim. Is he going to be patient? Diaz relocating over towards meeting. Ambi's retaken from above. I think he assumes that he's down below. Ambi has no information. And there goes the clock. He is now over towards split with a long line of sight in the kitchen. He sees the head of Ambi, and Diaz makes it look so routine. The tertiary bomb site falls for the defenders, and OXG gets on the board.
Getting the kills didn't seem to be the problem for Sonics. Information was the issue in the end. I mean, Ambi, normally as a defender in a situation like that, you retake the top floor. It probably means good things. But when the attacker trying to get the diffuser down is on the other site, is in meeting, there's not really much you're going to be able to do. Diaz had clearly some information because he made the smart choice to rotate over to the other side, no longer vulnerable to those holes up above, nor to the hatch drop, where we saw Ambi eventually approach from. He moved around. When Ambi eventually dropped, there was nothing he could find. You saw him looking both ways. He's like, okay, where did this guy go? If he didn't plant here, it must be in meeting. Well, crap, now you got to take those long angle fights and try to work your way back in with the UMP. To be fair, Ambi's proven more than capable at that, leading the charge on the Sonics in terms of the kills right now at 6. But even that is going to be a hard situation against the AK of the Ace on a long angle like that through split. So OXG, they get on the board here. It's exactly what they needed to do on Oregon. It's what they did against SSG Academy. They secured the 4-2 split, and they managed to make those defenses work. So yes, different team, semifinal, and yes, it is the Sonics you are playing against here, but 2 rounds is their target nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, if the numbers keep up, with these bottom floor and top floor bomb sites continuing to work for the defenders, then Sonics emerges from the first half 4-2. And I think that's really your absolute best case scenario if you look at the fact that, yeah, while I made those comments about the maps aren't being particularly impactful, that it's still OXG's pick. If Sonics can walk away from that first half up 4-2, then that puts the heat on OXG to do that or better. In fact, they need to do better if they want to avoid overtime on the second half. And there's something to be said for the mental game that is played here as well. I mean, obviously going down 4-2 or 5-1 looks quite dire, but with a lot of maps, that's pretty standard. Some players can still easily get into their own head. So if Sonics can run up the score on defense, then they're going to set themselves up very well for this second half, potentially enough to catapult them to a victory and go up 1-0, where Bank, Sonics' map, would be next.
One of the big focal points for OXG here, at least so far through the LCQ, has been the performance of Yaga. And at least through these first few rounds, that is consistent. He's been leading the charge along with Diaz, but not a good performer in the actual regular season, nor in the playoffs of the NA League. Instead, relying on that performance here in the LCQ, seeing if he can keep that up will be a key for OXG. We saw Newers doing what he always does and consistently fragging out in their game against SSG Academy. But as we've talked about, if you want to get these attacking rounds, you gotta have to start turning that around. We're gonna have to see Newers be more successful on the entry. It's gone 2-1 in favor of the Sonics so far through these first rounds, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that is the scoreline as well.
Well, you've got two players that usually have the limelight on them, both Merc as well as Newers. So far, very much underperforming their traditional numbers. But it goes back to something that was talked about early on in the broadcast, which is that both teams have a lot of depth and a lot of very talented players. Very briefly touched upon how Ambi received a fair bit of criticism for some of his performance at SI and then through stage 1. And here is Ambi right now with 6 kills while the entire rest of his team together has 8. So it's impossible to argue that Ambi's performance right now is a huge part, if not the main part, of why Sonics are persevering. But this whole round has flown by, Jonah. Yaga drops through the smoke, attempting to do something, and guess who it is? It's Ambi, striking first. Gryxr dies inside a hallway. Gomez also on the board. Suddenly, OXG is sweeping right through them. The one who's died first every time, Merc, well, he's the last one standing. He gets 1 kill before OXG takes the round. A win on Laundry Supply for the attackers. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome surprise at that. OXG win yet another round, and it's their second in a row.
Not just any win, a dominant one. That was decisive when they eventually made their push. I mean, there was nothing overly fancy about that. You mentioned the round flew by. They took a full, 2 minutes 40 before they actually made that push, establishing the crossfire that we see between Laundry and Freezer, using both the walls in that Freezer side after you take the control and that space that you take down the bottom of those Laundry stairs to just get about every angle you need to throw some smokes in, establish those choke points, and deny the defense from retaking. It sounds maybe fairly simple. We can obviously say it is not. That is not a site or an execute that attacking teams typically win. To do it, you need to be perfect. Your smokes have to be perfect. Your timing needs to be perfect. And most of all, you have to worry about attackers swinging, or rather defenders, on the retake, swinging from the rotate in the laundry room, swinging from the closet, swinging from the long hall, and swinging from Freezer. Not to mention a possible flank. A lot to cover at once, and OXG proving that they could do that. Newers, he woke up, got 2 kills there, and everyone locked it down. Sonics felt like there wasn't much they could do.
No, it's quite surprising when you look at the utility that was being brought as well from Sonics. I mean, Oxygen cut through those Goyo canisters. It looked the perfect timing, and they made it look so easy, Jonah. It just, with all of the layers that Sonics had, and especially that early roam that they wanted to have, or not the early roam, but the early offsite focus that they had, you would think that it might have tripped up OXG, but maybe it just took a couple rounds for OXG to find their footing, and maybe there is more of a pronounced difference in the way that these teams want to approach these maps. There's good reason why OXG picked Oregon, even if they are on that unfavorable side. Merc really is playing a feast or famine style of game, though, as he was the first casualty in the first 2 rounds, got the first pick in the 3rd round, and now here in the 5th round, gets the first pick again. He's not on even numbers, but being able to pick up Newers in the previous round and Yaga now, that's pretty good for Sonics.
In terms of sheer volume of plays that both of these teams have experienced on Oregon throughout the regular season, OXG have played this map a handful of times, and Sonics only once. They lost it in overtime to M80, have not played it since. Of course, Diaz said it in the interview himself that Sonics is a very different team with Gryxr on it now. Merc, great shot there onto Newers, but seems like despite the difficulty on the basement, Sonics are up to a much better start here on Dorms.
Yeah, undeniably so. Yaga and Newers dying early, and I mean quite early. We're only at the halfway point of this round, and well, if you remember, the last time OXG went about this bomb site, they killed Merc early and were able to get in big window, establish control, isolate Rexon, who was playing inside of dorms. And Sonics were quite strong at holding over towards the trophy and attic area, but OXG had big window for the taking. That's obviously not the case right now. Sonics in a 5v3 with just a little bit less than a minute to go. You've got to worry about attic. You've got to worry about white stairs. Diaz will lead the charge through attic as now Dream looks to link up over towards the master closet.
Good shot, but what is he going to do? It's 2 versus 4 now. You lost Gomez. You don't have any utility left, no real drones, and no time to do it. It's only Diaz with 1 in pocket, but they're just going to go for it.
There's diffuser going down. Peels off, and oh my, they baited it out, but Sonic sweep right through them, and that's the routine Dorms hold that we were looking for. Sonics might be kicking themselves after losing that previous round to OXG. But right now, they're just letting this map do what it does best on defense. The greater question, Jonah, before we sum up what happened in that round, do they go back to Laundry Supply down below, or do we see one of the tertiary bomb sites for the final SQ defense?
You gotta think they go back downstairs. I mean, it's only logical. You never know. Maybe they've got something cooked up, but yeah, no, I think we got that question answered. Yes, OXG were able to take this one successfully last time, but no, it is not something they should be able to do regularly. They proved they could handle it fine. A good, again, as we established, a good crossfire between Freezer and Laundry, making the push exclusively from that east side. But to do that again, they're now going to have to go against a Sonic defense that is specifically tailored to deny that.
Well, the Thorn was a big factor in the previous round, not because of the gadgets, but simply because Ambi played so aggressively on those back tower stairs. He was semi-aided by the fact that Sonics decided to break through that tower door and send the Dokkaebi and Blitz into their doom. Look at the lineup from OXG here, and I don't see anything that would suggest a potential rush strategy. We're just going to go about it with the utility that you expect. Hard Breach will be in the hands of 2 operators, both of the Grim and the Capitao, so you will be absent an Ace or a Thermite or a Hibana. Maverick obviously can be used for the hatches as well on this map, but don't really see him all that often. Sonics being far more aggressive on this main floor than they were in the previous round. If OXG don't drone correctly, this could catch them up and aid Sonics to get that very first kill.
One thing OXG are doing well here, and we will see how much progress they make elsewhere on the map. They are already dealing with some of the utility down below. We just saw an example, Diaz using the Twitch drone to take care of those Vulcan canisters, and to do that within the first 60 seconds, fantastic place to be. And as we said, the rest of the map control, kind of the next step for OXG, but a vital step, is going down relatively without a hitch. Everyone from Sonics who was positioned up above has now retreated down below. All 5 defenders playing safe. That early aggression only serving to maybe shoot out a drone or 2. In the case of OXG, only 1 of those drones has been taken down though, so not that successful in terms of a roam for the Sonics, but still little bit of time delayed, and only now are OXG turning their attention towards what actually lies below. We see Newers already down in Freezer, maybe looking to get involved.
Well, so much so, or so I was saying about this, the offensive threats of OXG, but a lot of it really does fall onto the shoulders of Newers. He's been one of the highest rated players in the North America League since his debut. He's had stages where he's absolutely dominated the competition. Don't know if it's just the fact that OXG is obviously going through the motions with this newer roster, or maybe losing Foxe and the leadership that Foxe provided impacted the players on this team a little bit more than we expected, but Newers has fallen back a little bit towards earth, especially as the stage has wore on. But again, you've got depth on these teams. It's not dire, but if Newers can wake up, he can be a serious difference maker for these teams. OXG are in danger of stalling out, Jonah. We've got 40 seconds to go, and they'll have to drop towards the bomb site now.
Yeah, I was going to mention, you see Dream identifying this Razor Bloom. They know it's going to be a problem, so they're going to have to be very careful as they work their way in.
Down goes Newers, Rexon trading off. Goodbye, Gomez. Dream is lost inside of the site. Every single player from OXG is rebuffed as they try to take 2 steps towards the objective. They dropped it. It looked like the bomb site was completely open for the taking, but it was just an illusion. And suddenly, Sonics, they're as still as Gryxr was in that cam. They win. OXG, a tough first half, but a 4-2 score line for the defenders as we get ready for the second half. That's the metric that you want. That's the margin that you need to hit. And I can only imagine that there's maybe the smallest bit of frustration building on the side of OXG.
Not too crazy, though, considering this is the switch. And OXG, even though it may have looked more promising for a time, that they may have come away with that third round, they still got 2 rounds. They still got the bare minimum, but also kind of the threshold that they were hoping to hit. As I said before, this is what they did in their previous matchup, and this is what we see on Oregon 9 times out of 10. But on a defensive-sided map, attack is where you make the difference, and Sonics can prove that they have that difference to take OXG's map pick right out of their hands, and they can do that already in round number 7, establishing a good attack down below. It will be a little different, though. They're going to have to face quite a bit more of this extension. At least it seems for now. You've got Diaz up above. You got Gomez up above, throwing a bit of utility, but also just maintaining those positions, maybe for a little bit longer on those top 2 floors.
Well, I talked about the Maverick being brought in that first half in the previous round, to be exact, and, well, Sonics made me look like a fool. Not that I need much assistance these days, but both Ambi and Merc will rock with the traditional hard breachers. If you want to consider Maverick a traditional hard breacher, not a lot of people do, and I know there'll be some debate among the casters and pros, especially former pros that talk about this game, but got a lot of this hard breach gadgetry available for Sonics. You've got Gryxr running with those can openers on the Grim. That's very common on Oregon. The Bees are excellent at pinning down the defenders and preventing the defenders from retaking through very familiar avenues. And then, of course, you've got a good gun and then that secondary gadget as well to open things up. It's excellent. So I'm not exactly sure why Sonics are not just doubling up, but tripling up on hard breach when I guess I was going to say maybe OXG made it work on their attempt, but they really didn't. So Sonics might know something that we don't, and maybe hard breach was the real thing that OXG was lacking.
I don't know if it matters exactly what operator Ambi is playing. It's been very clear, at least today, that he is going to be performing well. 9 kills right now. He's moved on to the Habana, but you can expect him to be pivotal in this late round if it comes down to it. He's got the diffuser in pocket. He'll be responsible for following Adam, for following the push with those smokes into the site to eventually get that diffuser down. As you said, a minute 15 here, so they will start transitioning to that eventual execute, and at some point, we're gonna have to see them make that decision. Is it going to be that pillar take, that E-box drop, or is freezer and laundry something they're a bit more interested in? The rotations we're seeing now towards bunker, you see Rexon moving over here, Adam on the tower stairs, looks like pillar is where they've got their sights set.
Merc might be playing this for the gun, as now he's gonna go hunting, creeping his way down freezer. Plenty of time for both teams still, as there's 40 seconds remaining, but you're about to hit that window for an execute. Sonics know this. Ambi searching for his 10th kill as he sits on that pillbox hatch. Merc striking first. Yaga rotating on over, getting caught out. Now down goes Gomez. Newer swinging in the wind as all this action is happening everywhere, just like previous rounds. Not a single person from OXG is capable of getting a kill. A flawless round for Sonics, a flawless start to the second half, and another huge round as Ambi picks up a multi-kill yet again. I was about to say it, Now it's going to look like I'm just riding what you see in front of your eyes, but this had to be an OXG timeout, and boy, oh boy, here it is.
Yeah, good timing. No better time. You're down 3, the round that you were supposed to win, and start taking some of that momentum back. Not so much. The most dominant round yet for Sonics, and it comes at a brutal time for OXG as they switch halves. They know they have quite a tall task ahead of them, but they figure basement defense, they can get it done, no problem. That was not at all the case. Sonics rolled in there with a fire and a fury. And yes, they took their time. It wasn't like they rushed in and went aggressive like we saw OXG attempt to do in the very first round of this map. They took their time, but they did it so clinically, not giving up a single position, making sure that not a single off-site defender from OXG while they were there in the first 30 seconds could be any trouble. And when it came to the push, a combination of some good bunker pressure, some well-executed pushes down the tower stairs, it was kill after kill after kill, and OXG, not a single response. It has been very one-sided, not only in that round, but as we've said, in the opening duels, Sonics winning every single opening fight but one. No reason, no surprise that they are up 5-2 right now.
I suspect the Blackbeard will not actually be used. There we go, a nice swap off. Maybe because it storms, you bring the Blackbeard so that you can play on Repel outside of one of the windows, but I just feel like there's a lot better operators who get that job done. You don't need to go with an operator who is, frankly, quite bad at this competitive level. It's a good time for me to say buff Blackbeard. I have to say it every single time a Blackbeard is shown. So it's in my contract, Joe. I don't know if they made you sign that or not.
Buff Blackbeard. Why do we need more Blackbeard? I mean, he does suck, but like we don't need him, do we?
I mean, we didn't need Shields to be as omnipresent as they've been, but
fair enough.
Would you rather get chased down by a Blitz, or would you rather deal with the Blackbeard? Personally, in his current state,
yeah.
I'd rather deal with the Blackbeard.
Yeah, especially because he's so slow, even with that big old shield in his face.
He's not exactly he's not built for speed.
Nope.
Okay, he's built for stamina and endurance. You just want to hang on that window and spend 2 minutes baiting, then get a pick as somebody crosses in front of you. It's very skillful gameplay.
Now the old consulate, the Blackbeard, upside down repel, CO window. I mean, that's just good stuff. I thrived there, Parker. I thrived.
How about Cafe Cocktail in the old cafe as well? Just cut off the entire top floor of the map. Just enjoy playing against that. God, those days. First real experience I ever had with the Blackbeard was the coastline window.
Yep.
Coastline on hookah, where they hold the hookah window and then they can see all the way through all of games. Basically get complete control of the bomb site with one player that we can't headshot him. So you just died of the DMR. That's just it. That's what happens.
Same thing on Kitchen too.
Halfway through this round, you're welcome to continue talking about Blackbeard, but I have to slap the button because I'm now done talking.
Well, I think we'll move on. I think we'll go back to the present here because while Sonics may be feeling good and maybe feeling chipper, as are we, Oxygen maybe not so much. This is when they need to finally pick things up. They come off the tack timeout. You need to start getting some kills. Maybe the first one would help, but once again, it is Sonics who claim the first. Ambi, his 12th kill. Make it 13 as they continue to pummel into this site. Don't tell me it's another flawless. Another one for Sonics, 2 in a row. OXG getting steamrolled on their own map.
Yeah, this is a devastating result. And honestly, I want to give credit here to Sonics because I think it's due. But at the same time, this is what happens to OXG. If you look at the way that OXG has played from what? It was like play day 7 or play day 6 in the NA League onward. This OXG team just, they struggle to gain ground. They struggle to deal with their opponents. And I don't know. I don't know if it's communication. I don't know if it's leadership. It certainly isn't skill. I mean, Gomez and Diaz were taking over games on M80 against very stiff international competition. Newers has been absolutely dominant in the region. Dream is an outstanding support player who has shown flashes of brilliance and very high impact kills. Like, there's no reason why this team should be having this result against these squads right now. It's just, OXG is searching for redemption, right? They had their struggles. They fell down the standings. They need to prove to people that they weren't just a flash in the pan who had either a weak schedule or a very good start and eventually came back down to earth. But if you go out 7-2 on your own map, what does that say for your team's ability? You call a timeout, it does not work. 2 flawless rounds in a row happen to you, and OXG still don't look like they can land a solid counterpunch. There's very little good things to say about OXG right now in this map.
And what does it say about their chances for map 2? I mean, that may be where our focus shifts to next, unless they can pick something up and do it quick. You see them shifting things up pretty substantially here. They are going far more aggressive on the roam this time. You have Gomez up above, you have Newers, Deathmark tracker from Ambi, spotting the Solus, so he knows what's up. Knows that he has to be aware of this, and well, Merc was hoping to take advantage of some information they had onto Dream, but it is the shotgun that greets him instead.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hell of a swing by Dream, and those are the types of things that you need to do to try to derail this Sonics train, because right now it's coming at you, and it's coming really fast. Merc has been, again, that very feast or famine style of play. In teams past, if Merc was playing the way that he is, which is 6-6, which for Merc is bad, but for most players is pretty fine, and his role maybe not the best. But there are times past on these previous teams where Merc dropping these numbers would be the death knell of his squad. Luckily, you got 13 kills on Ambi, you got 7 on Adam. Gryxr and Rexen are positive as well. In fact, everybody on Sonics is positive except for Merc, who sits at that 6-6 scoreline. That is really quite something.
Just performing far better than everyone on OXG right now. And as you said, it may not come down to the map and the intricacies of your difference in history or strategy or experience or recent scrims. Can you shoot back? That's a big question that it seems like OXG need to answer here. They've done it successfully in this round, at least. As we said, it's been Sonics with the opening kill almost every single time. Finally, we see Merc go down first, but quickly Sonics remedy that onto Diaz. Gomez again, the trade. Who, as Rexen tries to respond.
Oh, and Rexen inside a freezer. He's putting the chills down the spine of OXG. Newers and Gomez, last 2 remaining. Gryxr with his injured shoulder, returning to the team, botching the last, but guess what? He's got an SMG. He's got hundreds of bullets to throw their way, and Sonics have a victory on OXG's map.
Holy moly, what a way to begin. 7-2, and it was not even that close. Oh
No, not
goodness.
at all. But you know what, Jonah? We got a lot of maps today, so why don't we throw to a break and then come back to hear what the analysts think of our first map.
well, we're getting a statement map to be kicking things off in a do-or-die series here in our semifinals here, Jesse. I mean, I needed to see big things coming out from both of the teams, and we definitely did over on one side of it.
Yeah, we did. That was a rough map for Oxygen. I can't lie to you, Sierra. Something that Fox said actually in the green room when we were watching this matchup was that it feels like Oxygen just don't have a lot of confidence. And I feel like that's been a problem for them throughout the playoffs, even at the start of their quarterfinal game on Monday. And now here on Sonics, that was a huge, huge problem for them. Not able to get anything going. It felt like Sonics were able to read them like a book at every single turn. The entries were going their way. This was a really, really rough one for them for sure.
We talked about trends and how this is the 4th time that they've been playing Oregon. And the thing that I mentioned is that there wasn't really much new that we saw out of them. The lack of confidence comes from the lack of diversity in their play. It looked like everything was very similar to what we've seen before in the past. And there was a lack of droning. I feel like the information on OXG's side was being exploited and taken advantage of, especially by Sonics. They knew exactly where they needed to enter in, where they needed to get their picks. And every single time, Sonics was getting them. And the entry stat here, 7 opening kills to 2, I mean, obviously speaks for itself. They got their picks, they fell back, and then OXG just didn't really have any more strings to grasp at.
And when we're looking at the struggles that Oxygen had to going on in this was something that, Jesse, there was warning signs right from the get-go.
Yeah, the very first round, we saw problems, and particularly when we saw the rush coming through, Ambi was on the Thorn. And as we throw this clip, a lot of people will say, you know what, Thorn, why are you playing it? It's not a very common operator, but there were some really important key aspects. Obviously, it brings the shield. You see they had 1 down in Laundry, and then they've got this second shield in Bunker. So the Thorn makes a lot of sense from that aspect, bring those secondary utility, and also a comfortable gun for Ambi, I'm sure. He starts at the top of these tower stairs. He's playing it alongside the Warden, and Oxygen clearly came into this round with their own game plan. They knew what they wanted to do. They were going to rush Dream in on the blitz, in through tower stairs, and immediately it failed. Not only did the Thorn of Ambi get the kill onto Dream because he didn't look down the stairs, he wasn't expecting a second player in that position, but the fact that the Thorn trap also got a kill onto Gomez was just critical. And I really think when we talk about confidence, we talk about momentum, that was a big hit for Oxygen, because you're coming into the first round. You've got this game plan. You say, I know exactly how we're going to win this round. And in an instant, it shatters, and in such a devastating way as well. Obviously, that wasn't the end-all, be-all. That wasn't the game right there, but I do think that was a huge hit for Oxygen that we just didn't ever see them bounce back from.
You're right, and it really wrote the rest of the story for the round, losing that first round, because if it would have been on the other side of things where OXG actually was able to thrive with it, I think we would have seen a lot more aggression, a lot more passion from OXG's side. But because it got stopped right there, then and there, I feel like it hit the confidence and the information that OXG had. And also in that clip, there wasn't any pre-droning beforehand. It was kind of just, let's go trust the blitz. And once that trust was broken, I mean, it was really hard to just rebuild and repair from there.
In the clip as well, we did see that Ambi got that double kill. And we got to talk a little bit more about him too, to be in that series, Fox, because this kid was stepping up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Ambi was playing phenomenal all day today, and I think it doesn't just rely on him. I mean, the shots that you were hitting was amazing, but a lot of the positions that he was put in was off of the back of the confidence that his teammates were there. Every single moment he had a teammate that he was next to or that he would be able to make a trade off of, he was being put in these positions to excel. And this is something that we wanted to see throughout the season. We haven't necessarily seen a rookie on Sonics besides Gunnar that has been able to just have the whole team around him. Gunnar was put in a lot of these individual-esque positions, whereas Ambi, I really think bringing Gryxr in was able to give him a little bit more of that help that he so desperately needed, and a circle around Ambi to just make him survive and flourish, you know, make turn 1 kill into a multi-kill.
Yeah, and you see the stats there, 14 and 3. He sure had a hell of a lot of multi-kills, 5 throughout just the 9 short rounds that we saw coming through from Sonics versus Oxygen. I think the key thing for Ambi was he was popping off, not just in the early round, not just in the late round, but all throughout, whether that was getting those opening picks out on the roam, as we saw on top tower stairs, or just surviving inside of the bomb site. So consistent, so good today. Ambi, can't say enough good things about him today.
And that's what you need going into today too, because this is a big day for T1 teams here. It's just the semifinals, but then you try and get into the grand finals to be able to see at this point Sonics having the confidence right away, Fox, to be kicking things off. I'm really excited to see them then going on forward, because they can take this momentum. They might say, and hello to a ticket to Manchester.
I mean, momentum is a huge thing, and obviously when you win the opponent's map pick, winning Oregon against OXG, now to go on to Bank, which is your map pick, I mean, you have to be feeling very good, especially since we spoke about it on the desk that OXG needed to make that stand on the first map, and since they didn't, Sonics is in the driver's seat now going on to Bank.
That's the scary part too, because when we were getting into this series, we were talking about trends of the teams in the past here. And Jesse, when we're looking past the trends, and I don't have any reason to believe that the trends are wrong at this point, this doesn't fare well going into Bank now for Oxygen. And this is life on the line.
No, you're absolutely right, Sierra. I mean, it's been over a full year since the last time Oxygen were able to find a win on Bank. The last team Oxygen beat on Bank was Astralis. That team famously doesn't exist anymore. So it's been a while. They've played it twice throughout this season with the current roster. Of course, lost it both of those times as well. We see Oxygen consistently falling on this map of Bank. They really have been struggling throughout the entirety of the last year. Not a surprise that Sonics picked it against them. They should be feeling pretty confident on it as well. 3 close games this season, 7-5 over Los, then back-to-back games against Wildcard, a loss and a win there. So I'm concerned for them. As I said, you know, the trends may not have stuck forward for Oregon, but I think this is going to be a tough task for them.
This is one of those moments where I hate to have the whole season written up to this one specific moment, but from the start, OXG replaced Fox and Fish, myself, to bring on Gomez and Diaz to completely change the whole identity of the team. And everybody kept saying, well, who's going to lead? Who's going to be the person? Who's going to be the one to step up? And everything comes down to this moment to where somebody has to step up. You are down the first map. You are on Bank. The confidence is low. Somebody in the player cams, for everybody at home watching, you have to see somebody from OXG be that pinpoint, be that leader, whether it's a play from Newers that gets everyone hyped or communication from Dream to get everyone going. It needs to be somebody to step up. And this is everything that OXG has been trying to build in this last rebuild. If it doesn't come down here, then I would say the whole season would have been nothing but a failure. And so I'd at least like to see something like that to put up a fight on Bank here.
I mean, now is going to be the question. You talked about what they need to do, that we need to see the fight. Do we think that we're going to get to see that going on here? Predictions for the next map. Well, Fox, I'll let you think about this one for a second, because I need a map score from you too. Jesse, I'll let you start.
Yeah, I don't know, Sierra. I stuck with my trend in map 1. I'm not going to deviate from that strategy. I'm going to say Sonics take this in a 2-0, and with the way Oxygen we're playing, I think it's decisive. I'm going to say 7-3.
I think Sonics is also going to win 7. 7-3 is pretty fair. I think Sonics gets it 7-3.
All right, well, we'll have to see 7-3, or if Oxygen can make the comeback of comebacks, get into the map, and Intero and Jonah will take you through.
Well, that's not exactly a ringing endorsement of OXG's chances here, Jonah. Not one bit. A 7-3 for SQ. That would set us well ahead in terms of timing. Do you agree with that assessment?
Unfortunately, I do. It's hard not to. I mean, you look at the map history here, not necessarily for Sonics. It felt like they're picking more into OXG's weakness than their own strength, but that seems like a very good strategy. As Jesse said, OXG have not won this map for a year. In recent memory, it was a 7-3 loss to DZ, a 7-3 loss to SSG. They just have not proven that this roster in its current form, or frankly, even in a slightly different form, that they have a good understanding of this map and what it takes to win. Not to mention their backs are against the wall. Sonics are riding the high of back-to-back flawless rounds to close out Oregon. Are you kidding me? That's a great place to dive into map 2 with. We know that OXG came in as the higher seed, but right now, I think it's all Sonics, and OXG kind of feel like the underdogs all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, and rightfully so. It's you're going up against your opponents on their map. This is very familiar territory for them. I'd be extremely worried if I was a fan of OXG right now. Obviously, neither you nor I particularly care who prevails in this matchup, but I mean, if you're Sonics, if you put an absolute drubbing on OXG and you win 7-2 and then 7-2, 7-3, maybe even a 7-4, you speed ran your way to the finals here. If I'm one of Space Station or Luminosity, I'm watching this game with great interest. I suspect that the teams are likely warming up at this point because their matchup could be coming very quickly. but you're also looking at the maps that are played and you are preparing for these maps, whether you want to go to Oregon again, and maybe you think that there were some weaknesses there that Sonic showed. Maybe you thought that OXG just played it so poorly that you can still defeat Sonics with what you've seen. I mean, obviously, this is theory crafting that the teams need to dive into, but before we get there, we need a victor of this matchup. Operator bans are locked in. Monty, Okabe, Azami, Solus, these are all relatively common bans. Azami and Solus are the two most defender-sided or defender banned operators. As for the attacking side, Dokkaebi and Monty are tied for second. Ying, surprisingly, will be available, though I would argue that on this map in particular, because of its size, Dokkaebi is a much better ban because of the chaos that she can cause on the roam, whereas Ying will be more directly applied to the bomb site. And there are ways to beat her, like a Warden, for example, which Ambi will play. Ying being brought by Gomez.
You mentioned the roam, and that roam clear that we typically see the Dokkaebi facilitate. In this case, on the top floor, OXG won't have to worry about that too much. No Sonics defenders up there. The only one on a bit of a roam is Merc, and he is already backed down below. The next player OXG will have to worry about, this is a pretty typical position for a smoke. It's going to be Gryxr on the blue stairs. SMG-11, shotgun in hand, a very vital position for the attackers to take if they want to end up pushing from your more typical approach of that CCTV site. You work your way in from server, you get those walls open, in addition to the hatch pressure that we see OXG establishing now. This will be the next big step in the round with plenty of these secondary hard breach charges. They're going to look to do this quickly. Of course, they will be stalled out by some well-placed Zoto canisters here from Adam, so using the Tuberow's gadget well, but that will not destroy that utility. It will merely delay it for now. You do have Rexon, though, and in combination with those Electro Claws, you can indeed delay and then destroy that utility, which we just saw there.
The one thing that I will say about this Sonic squad, and we saw it on Oregon, they are excellent at just showing as much patience as is humanly possible. If you think that the big issue with OXG is that their comms are not great and then they make a lot of missteps and they're quite slow, don't overexert yourself. Yeah, you can possibly catch them on the roam, but if you like your site utility, just simply wait. You don't really need to do too much. Gomez decided to breach over towards servers. Caught with the Candela in hand. Gryxr punishing him, and now Gryxr will ascend to the top of blue stairs. Oh no! And a huge blunder! It looked like Gryxr had the upper hand, but amidst the smoke, maybe he just didn't see the outline, and Yaga will answer back. Jonah, only 30 seconds to go, and both teams down one.
Yeah, kind of ironic there. Gryxr's own smoke got him killed. He could not see through the smoke that he had thrown down to provide great cover and great distraction. Instead, he sprays through, not seeing the outline of the attacker, whiffing and going down instead. Should not matter too much because OXG still seem like they're in a world of hurt as they get this diffuser down.
There goes the Nitro Cell, no coverage from Dream. Now it's Diaz's turn into the Viper's Den, gunned away, and guess who it is? Ambi comes to the rescue. Yet another multi-kill round for Ambi. What is this, his fifth multi-kill round so far today? Phenomenal stuff from the youngster, and at the time that he made his debut, the youngest player in the league, at least when he was in SI. SQ start off exactly how they ended Oregon, by winning.
And by winning with a good bit of space between them and their opponent, OXG, I mean, they made that push in the final few seconds, but talk about a last-ditch effort that really did not feel like it had much of a chance. I mean, they didn't even get both hatches open. We still saw them struggling to do that when it came down to the push, literally proning into the site, crawling behind the desk, crossing their fingers and hoping that they could somehow get the diffuser down behind the bomb chassis. Hey, listen, we've seen crazier things, but Sonics are not going to allow themselves to fall victim to that kind of thing. A swift C4, again, a lot of utility that Sonics still possessed because of the lack of sight pressure from OXG until those last few seconds made that execute an impossible one. I mean, this is something we talk about on Bank quite a bit. This map is simply quite large in terms of square footage, right? There's tons of power positions for you to clear, and it takes a lot of time. And when you're attacking basement, it's essential that you establish some site pressure early enough. The defense cannot just sit back and save the smokes and the C4s for the last 2 seconds, that they have to use those earlier to slow you down. We didn't see that from OXG. That's why they lost.
They waited a while to use their timeout back in map number 1, Jonah. I'm very curious as to how long, if things continue to go awry for OXG, how long they'll wait before they bust out that timeout. That's unlucky. Newer's attempting to use his breaching round onto that mirror window. For those that don't know, the interaction on the mirror window is that the breaching round will shatter the glass. It doesn't cause the glass to eject, but it prevents the defender from being able to see behind it. And well, with Newer's breaching round going into the wall, that's one mirror window that you now cannot rely on being taken out. It might seem small, but a couple missteps like that, and that's enough to win you the whole round.
Yeah, mirror window in janitor is, I would say, the opposite of small. It is maybe the most vital position that if Oxygen want to go for any kind of CEO execute, that they're going to have to deal with. And without it, you're going to have to go below. You're going to have to try to force that player out of the closet. Otherwise, I mean, simply you're doomed. There's no way for you to take that space without dealing with it, at least from that side. Their other option is to take stock aggressively, work their way up that hallway aggressively, or in Dream's case, use that Twitch drone and sneak on into the site. I believe he dealt with one, not both of those mirror windows, so about half of the progress he was looking to get done, but progress nonetheless.
First pick is going to come in the hands of OXG. Down goes Merc. Again, almost always every round involved in that first altercation. Merc is a roamer. Merc plays entry on attack. You expect him to be one of the first to die. Or one of the first to get a pick as well. This time, wrong side of it. Gomez has been dropped. Newers has taken a lot of damage. Now Diaz over towards top stairs. The smoke goes off and Diaz has to drop. I'm not working out in their favor. Gryxr finished off. Ambi bleeding out. An excellent round from OXG so far. Final 25 seconds. OXG needs to get into the building though. Rexon with the fadeaway shot dropping through the hatch down towards open area. He will go. It's only Rexon and Adam still up. Ambi is likely unable to be retrieved. Diaz is waiting for Rexon though, and this is OXG on a perfect lockout. Adam sensing somebody up the stairs will now swing over. He's got a lot of angles to cover. Diffuser going down in the hands of Dream. Adam unable to get there in time. Dream successful and now prone behind the desk. This could be a fool's errand for Sonics on this retake. OXG are perfectly positioned to catch Adam as he makes his way out of front desk, which is lovingly referred to as Trump by so many. Now Adam creeping over towards janitor, towards trading. Adds Diaz, who was sensational in his position on stairs, to just sit only a couple steps away from where he'd got his previous kill. And OXG ties things up. A significantly better start here on Bank for Oxygen than we saw in Oregon.
Yeah, at least they can make things all square. Adam there, at least for Sonics, he knew that his best chance to try to win that fight, or at least win that round, was to sneakily work his way around front office, as you mentioned, that Trump room, and try to deal with the player getting the diffuser down. Maybe they're just barely exposed in that 1v4. You might be able to get just one bullet off onto the head, and suddenly you can take the round. I mean, that'll be the consequence when the attackers are out of time. But in a 1v4, still so little you can do. Sonics knew it. They could reposition and make sure that no such angle was exposed to Adam. The only thing Sonics really had to worry about was the combination of Adam and Rexon, who were the last two alive for Sonics. But Rexon, frankly, he was read like a book. He tried to flank down marble stairs up and around, but it was just straight up denied. The Mira at the time, now rotating over to the Fenrir, that could have been the play to save things for Sonics had Oxygen not known exactly what was coming. We mentioned it, that it was maybe not the best start to the round in the world for Oxygen, as they did not get some of those power positions taken care of. We mentioned the mirror window in Janitor. They didn't get that taken care of as quickly as they would have liked, but a nice adjustment to work their way around it and to persevere even without that early progress. Yes, better than Oregon. It's tied at 1. Still yet to see one of these two teams kind of harness the momentum here on Bank, but at least better than Oregon for Oxygen.
Well, Ambi with 2 kills, making him look a bit more mortal so far through these 2 rounds. But again, one thing to keep an eye on is the multi-kill potential of Ambi. Usually if you win a round, somebody's going to end up with a multi-kill, right? Because if you win the round and you get all 5 kills, unless you get a team ace, somebody is killing more than one person. That's just very simple arithmetic. I don't have time to teach people math. But if it's the same player getting it time and time again, and if that multi-kill is anything more than 2 kills, then I think you can begin to talk about the impact that that player has by taking over a match. I don't think you can argue that Ambi was the main reason why Sonics performed the way they did in map number 1, but there are a lot of contributions, Jonah, that are made that we don't see, things that enable Ambi to get those kills. And you have another big round here as Newers was distracted downstairs. Yaga dies to Ambi, traded off immediately by Adam, who was lurking downstairs in Tellers. Brief bit of action in the first 90 seconds, but Sonics comes out ahead in that fight as they're in a 4v3.
The timing there was crazy. Newers just barely worked his way up those stairs without being spotted by the player tucked behind the desk. He got the kill, but also not having any clue that there was somebody right in front of him, he quickly went down and got traded. So again, almost an opportunity that Oxygen were able to take advantage of. Instead, the 1-for-1, and Sonics keep things in their advantage. Now, even thanks to Gomez, actually, he's not the one credited with the kill. He had finished the downed player, but it's a 3v3 either way, and Merc, he is in here in trading, gets the kill anyway, not the second. Nearly a chance there, but Gomez, there he goes, he'll get on the scoreboard. But Merc, pinned in a corner, just tries to fight for his life, and he goes 1-for-1.
There's Diaz eliminating Adam, who lurked in this spot. Now it's all up to Rexon. This is an open area bomb site, by the way, and not a single kill has actually come from this part of the map. That was the extension that Sonics had set up, stretching all the way over towards lobby in the front part of Bank. Now it's Rexon, aided by the pings of his teammates. There goes a Candela, blinded, gunning. Gomez dies. Rexon can reposition now over towards one of the reinforcements on his belly. Crawling across, Diaz was nearsighted for a moment. Rexon had information. He heard the case go down, but it's a waiting game. He thinks he's in the wrong direction, but he picks the right one at the last second. Incredible heroics from Rexon. Sonics answer back and win their second round.
And Rexon, last time I mentioned he got read like a book. This time, yeah, not even OXG could manage to pin him down, surviving and winning in the 1v2 to give Sonics a round that frankly, I was very prepared to point out the flaws with if they were to lose. And I think I still will here, because that's not a pattern that they're going to be looking to continue further on in this map. They went way more aggressively than we've seen this team be, at least so far in this series. And for the most part, it didn't work. I mean, they went 1-for-1. Like I said, in most cases, they did get a trade. But as the defensive team there, when it's coming down to the wire and OXG are making that push, was it really the best move for Merc to pin himself in a corner and fight for it? Then we saw another player go for the swing, play a bit more aggressively out in main lobby, kind of giving up their life in a way. It ends up working out. Again, Sonics, they're happy to take the round win. They're not going to worry about it too much. But did you need Rexon to go for a 1v2 clutch there after you started the round in the advantage? No, you shouldn't have had to rely on that. Of course, they're happy that it happened, but maybe want to tidy things up in the mid-round in the future.
I mean, you can't expect Rexon to win that all on his own, but it really just was a war on multiple fronts there, right? I mean, all of that action was happening over towards the Teller's side, towards lobby side, stretching upwards to the top floor. You anticipate that at least 1 or 2 players will be anchoring down the bomb site. Rexon isn't typically somebody who will sit in the site. I'm so used to seeing Rexon playing off site, playing aggressively, and well, now on smoke, Rexon has been more of that support player, and boy, oh boy, did he support his team on the previous round. Now he has an opportunity to do the exact same in this position. As I believe it was Gryxr that was playing smoke on the very first bottom floor defense for Sonics. You remember that blue stairs altercation? Well, now it's in the hands of Rexon, which allows Gryxr to play with a little bit more freedom. He's joined up, not too far off of what looked like it was Adam. OXG's made it in the building. They've got control of the top floor.
Yeah, Gryxr and Rexen, they have been rotating the smoke. This map, but we also saw that on Oregon. Rexen alternating between the smoke and the Warden. Gryxr between the Valkyrie, the Fenrir, and the smoke. So clearly versatile operator selection-wise, depending on what site they're going to. You like to see that for Sonics. As far as their hopes in this next round are concerned, it will rely on Rexen on the smoke and Gryxr on the mute. The C4 that Gryxr had in pocket is usually something we would talk about coming into the last minute of this round as a fantastic piece of utility that the Sonics have going for them when this execute eventually comes through. But in this case, Gryxr has already used it. And as you can see, everyone on Oxygen alive and unscathed. So not quite as much utility as Sonics would want in the ideal world when this execute comes around, but enough to delay still a good bit of time. We talked about last time the importance of OXG establishing quicker site pressure, getting that utility out of the hands of the Sonics. I gotta say, with 45 seconds left instead of 10, they've completed that task.
And not just one kill now, but two, Jonah. The proverbial rubber hits the proverbial road, and OXG is speeding their way towards a victory on this round. Difficulties at ensuring, that the plan wasn't stopped last time. Ambi trying to do his best to try and cover these last players. Newers dies, the plant goes off successfully, and now Sonics will have to retake this middle floor. Diaz is ready for it. He gets smoked by Merc, who runs headfirst into Gomez, who can now mag dump the LMG in the hands of Ying. So many bullets to deal with. Now it's Rexen to drop, dispatching Gomez. Rexen's still on this position. Now, how about a small smoke to give him some concealment, some coverage, as he'll drop. Ambi is bleeding out. It's all up to Rexen yet again. On drone, watching towards blue, running out of time. Ambi secured from the hatch. Rexen, though, out of time. Again, another great round of heroics, but the clock was far more formidable than any gun that would stare in his direction. OXG showing that they can keep tight with SQ. They fix their mistakes on this bottom floor bomb site, and they pull off a victory.
I mean, we said it. The heroics, albeit flashy and hella fun to watch, you cannot rely on those all that often. And I will say, Rexen nearly pulled it off, but it was not to be. As you said, the time ticking away in the post plan, and with the attackers able to play safe, passive angles there, you had the hatch open. All they had to do was sit on it and wait. I mean, it's just the luxury of time there for the attack. It's the beauty of Siege in those final few seconds, and why getting the diffuser down is so important, because while the entire 3 minutes of the action phase, the attacking team is the ones sweating out the seconds on the clock and hoping they move in quick enough. The moment you get that diffuser down, it is all on to the defense. And Sonics, as we saw, even though you only have 45 seconds to make it happen, they really did go for it all, not only retaking onto that second floor. I think it was Rexen, in fact, who was all the way up top, dropping down the hatch from open air, or from trading into open area, going for quite a bit of mileage, in a very literal sense, on this map to try to get the retake done. Again, a lot of kills while he was doing it, 6 to his name already, but Oxygen able to tie us up at 2.
I feel some vindication. I don't know if you as a caster feel the same way, but when you talk about a player glowingly, or you say something about a team and then it immediately ends up coming true, you think to yourself, man, I really nailed that one. Comment that I had made about Sonics and the depth that they have is Ambi taking over games all the way back in the very first map, and now it's Rexen doing so well on Sonics. Admittedly, that previous round, all the kills that Rexen got were impactless, but that's fine, they happen. When you say, Sonics have so much depth, and now look at the scoreboard, it just feels good, you know?
Big brain. You just got it all on lock.
Right
Make
up
a
in
prediction, immediately comes true.
Right up in the brain, you know?
Yeah, just right up in there.
Just right up in there.
You're around 5
you know?
though, and maybe I've got it in me. Maybe I'll cook something up, make some sort of crazy prediction for later, or not so crazy. That way I can definitely make sure it comes true. But in this round here, we will see how OXG are able to continue some of this momentum, this back and forth that they've been building. They would love to take a second round in a row here, really get themselves in the upper hand on Bank for the first time. And as you said, we talked about the depth on the Sonics, or in this case, you know, maybe not everyone contributing, at least through these first few rounds. But Oxygen, look at how well they've been spreading the love. Everyone with 3 kills, Yaga with 4. That is the definition of everyone doing their part. Maybe more than you even normally see. Nitrocell out on the window, nearly takes care of Dream. With his 3 kills, he has a chance to find a 4th, as he is still alive, throwing this utility in and maybe looking to make a move.
Gryxr will be on cams now. Rexon will as well. The greatest foe gone. Yaga with a pick on to Adam. Merc, the only person from Sonic so far. The strike hot. Sonic's outnumbered 2-1. Flash will go in. Merc firing. Desperate attempts in his position. Now it's Ambi watching similar angles. Long range. Gomez getting the diffuser down. These castle barricades are actually working against them. Ambi scrambles into position. Gets the kill on the Gomez. Timer's already gone. Ambi firing away from this spot. 6 kills now. Where are the last 2 players? Does he have time to hop on that diffuser? Going to attempt to long arm it. Laying his body away from the window, but a big flank of his exposed over towards Square. And OXG has something that, guess what? They haven't had all day. The lead.
That's got to feel good. Finally. And even on your opponent's map pick. A little taste of their own medicine here delivered for the Sonics. I mean, we saw it in the end, a 1v2 that was so unlikely to go the Sonics' way. Of course, primarily prioritizing the window, worrying about somebody on the rappel there, so trying to long arm the diffuser from behind the bomb chassis. The real threat was top Square right out on the balcony, just sitting and waiting. The moment, you know, you hear that counter diffuse going on, someone's gonna round the corner and go for the swing. But that top floor site, Sonics, they've attempted it twice now, and both times, Oxygen took the win. So Sonics maybe regretting going there a second time. We will definitely not see it a third. Instead, they will go to a site that they were victorious on down below in open area and staff room or break room or cafeteria, whatever you want to call it. I believe the official term is staff office, if that's possible, or break room. It depends. But that is where they'll be going nonetheless. And that is where they'll hope to make their stand to get out of this half even. They now find themselves down, as we said, on their own map pick. We expected them to be strong here, riding that high from Oregon, and they have been, but not strong enough to hold the lead.
I mean, I guess there's a thought here that Bank is a friendlier map to the attackers, so having the attackers do well on Bank is not that abnormal. I mean, do keep in mind that Sonics picked this map, so OXG gets to pick the side. OXG picked attack, and they're making it work. I mean, the fact that OXG has picked this side and won 3 rounds is great. If Sonics can actually emerge from this first half tied up 3-3, then I think they're in excellent shape once the side swap comes in. Now, I will say this. If we just solely look at the LCQ, Bank played twice, defender-sided map, but it's only 25 rounds. So there's not a lot you can glean from that, right? You have to go back and you have to actually look at the rest of North America and get a good idea of how this map is played. It's the 2nd most played map in the NA League, and it's an attacker-sided map. So when you look at a bomb site like Locker's CCTV, the most played bomb site on this map by quite a stretch, it's sitting at a 37% win rate for the defenders. That's abysmally bad. Open area, 52%, next most played. CEO up top. Okay, we're starting to see some good numbers. 58% for the defenders. But still, it's really, a lot of these bomb sites are a crapshoot. The fact that Gomez has died does not necessarily imbue much confidence in the OXG take, and now they've also lost Yaga, swinging over towards the stairs. Ambi will quarterback this defense from far enough away, and could it be another flawless round, Jonah? As OXG's been reduced to 2 players with 60 seconds left.
What a swing of the momentum after Oxygen. I mean, another successful attack up top, 2 rounds in a row. Sonics, I mean, look at this. Ambi at the helm, the first 2. Merc with the next. Just leaves Dream and DS left. Defend for themselves against 5. Sonics, I mean, we saw them get very active early in this round. Typically, in a situation like this, it's smarter to kind of chill and wait for Oxygen to work their way to you, but I don't think Sonics are going to get that memo, nor do I think it matters. Gryxr will take the fight and win them both, as it is a flawless round. Parker, you and your big brain and your prediction again, you got it right. And Sonics emerge 3-3 at the half.
Oh, damn, it feels good to be so right, Jonah. Ugh, it's just,
It's a burden being that intelligent.
It really is. There's a reason why my head is so physically large, and I like to think it's because it contains a slightly larger than average sized brain. I don't know.
Yeah.
Obviously a joke. But when you watch these teams enough and you watch these maps enough, you get a feel for how things are going to play out. Again, it's about 45-55 in favor of attackers, right? The attackers being 55%. So Sonic's taking 3 rounds on defense isn't that abnormal. But if you look at those numbers, you're hoping for a 4-2 half on attack. OXG didn't get that. So now they're going to go to the bomb site that historically actually has the lowest win rate for the defenders, which isn't usual. I do think this is a bit strange here. And I don't know if it's really going to test Sonics at all, because Sonics picked this map. They're going to show quite a high level of proficiency, I would imagine, on most of their executes. Why not go somewhere like Open Area or even CEO, which admittedly they both have fewer plays, but they tend to do better for the defenders. My thinking with this, Jonah, is that the bottom floor bomb site is usually the easiest to defend for teams that are not confident on this map. And I do wonder if that's part of the reason why OXG has chosen this bomb site.
Just makes Sonics have to go through so much work here on the top floor, especially to start. That's part of the reason why Rexon's going to be on that Jackal, right? You have the ability to maybe get some information that helps you with this clear, but it still means you have to act on it. And as he quickly works his way through the map and identifies some footsteps or the lack thereof, he'll know that the top floor is clear and that the remaining defenders who linger on that first floor are now dropping away. That was Dream in the elevator, and it is Newers and Gomez, well, now formerly in Open Area and now down below on the site. Merc will actually get to Dream, though, before Dream could fully get out of the elevator downstairs. So Dream may be hoping to send that Nitro cell up and maybe get that kill, but it did not surprise Merc whatsoever.
Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Not exactly the start that any team wants, especially the team that is playing on their opponent's map, that is now playing on the worst side of the map, and is also staring down potential elimination from the qualifiers for the Manchester Major. It's in the name, last chance. This is the last chance for OXG unless they win. There's no lower bracket. There's no saving grace for you. It's over. You lose here, you go home. Well, most of them look like they're home, but you don't go to Manchester, I suppose, is the better verbiage we can use. Though, I will say this, not all hope is lost. OXG has plenty of tools in their bag of tricks. They're slowing down the drone work. They're shooting away at the information for Sonics, and they're using the Zoto canisters to quite literally freeze out the hard destruction. Could Sonics pivot with 40 seconds left and pull this one off and take the lead?
They just have some utility too. Speaking of those fun toys in their pocket, you look at Gryxr, he's got 2 nades. Great kind of piece of utility to throw in the gap, maybe delay that swing coming in from Oxygen, but Ambi through the smoke, he's gonna look to get this down.
They have to bait it out. This is the rhythm of this bomb site. Ambi taking a lot of damage. Rexon just in the midst of the site, surviving for way longer than you'd think. The supporting cast from Sonics are there. Merc with another kill. Ambi attempting the defuse again, all while Rexon has the attention of at least one player from OXG. He dies, but it works out. The diffuser goes down, and amidst the bullet storm, Diaz is left standing from Oxygen. Sonics attack smothering OXG. Wait a moment. Diaz could pull this off. Starting with 1 kill, 2 more to find. Sonics have scrambled out of the bomb site. Diffuser now at the halfway point. Flashes to go in. SQ still leaving some utility to use against Diaz, who will now patrol the hatch. But every second counts. Diaz will attempt it again. Safe for the time being, but he falls off just as Adam gets the job done. Final 2 kills in the hands of Adam. Sonics regain the lead, and they looked so confident on that attack.
Well, Sonic's doing what OXG could not on their first basement attack, but corrected for the second one. And you pointed it out in the middle of that round, Parker. It was the little back and forth exchange of baiting the defuse, waiting for some utility, the smokes, and then the C4 to come flying, and then running away. Doing it again twice. Eventually, they could time it up, so as the final smoke dissipated, Ambi, you see here on the replay, sneaks in, faces the other way, and actually goes for the diffuser. And by the time that happens, with no utility remaining, Oxygen have to swing. They swing wide, they try to deny it, they try to retake, and that's when the coverage from the hatches from Sonics becomes so vital. They were in the right place at the right time. A well-coordinated attack, and looking clean the entire way, they take the lead once again.
This is exactly what you want of your Sonics. I love the way they cut in there. And honestly, eliminating Dream so early on, the Mira, that's a nitro cell down. Do not underestimate the importance of a single defender with a single nitro cell playing behind that default Mira window in Vault, or at least near Vault. The fact that you don't have your smokes or you don't have one of those nitro cells mean that the attackers can manage the clock a lot more effectively. Instead of baiting out 3 toxic canisters and potentially 1 to 2 nitro cells, which realistically can be a 45-second dance with just the smokes alone, now you're looking at maybe 30 to 40 seconds because teams might panic, they might have thrown off a smoke early, maybe even shoot one of those smoke canisters as they get tossed, just as you try to do with the nitro cells. So the fact that that was the first operator off of the board is terrible for the defenders, and really it knocked OXG on their heels, not just because Sonics can take advantage of the timing, but also you've got the man count in your favor. You now know there's only 4 players that you have to deal with. All the while we're saying this, by Jove, there's a rush potentially unfolding in front of our very eyes. Blitz ready to pounce inside of open area. Rexon is off to the races. He's joined by some teammates. Adam with 2. Ambi dies. Rexon worried about getting shot from archives. Adam a 3rd. Merc on the board. Sonics looking to break the backs of OXG, and they've just about done it, as it's a 4K for Adam. The rush from Sonics works, and Sonics stretch their lead as they're up 5-3.
And look at Adam, of course you're feeling good after that. You push in quick, the team goes for the rush. You could tell it was preconceived the entire time. They loaded in with the blitz and they were ready to go from the jump. But the real key, I mean, Adam finding all of those kills and not just playing right behind the blitz. I mean, we spent so much time looking at the blitz and watching where that success would come from the helm of that attack, that we neglected to keep an eye on Adam, who from the other side whips around for 2 nasty kills there. The 3rd just as clean, and the 4th one, as he knew where Dream was positioned, he denied the rotate back to the site. Love that we got to see that replay to see exactly what Adam was up to, but he found his 8th kill after finding 4 on that round. And yeah, it wasn't Rexon with the flash shield in front of him that did the true damage. It was Adam behind him, using the space the blitz had taken, but using it perfectly.
5 seconds to insertion.
Genuinely very impressive round from Sonics, and OXG looked like they might have still been figuring out where Sonics would come from. It was about 45 to 50 seconds into live action that we saw the blitz spring forward. Walls opened up by Selma's, and then OXG was just waiting for those Sonics players to walk into a line of sight, and one by one OXG was snuffed out. And this round is not going to get much better. I don't know exactly what Dream is doing, but this is 2 rounds now where Dream is playing in what should be a sheltered role and is yet finding himself with an early grave.
Did he die up in front office or on Banana trying to get those windows reinforced? I mean, that's normally where you would see the castle position. But to die so early in the round, like you said, this is doing no favors to an OXG defense that is quite substantially on the back foot. Yaga proving to be maybe one of those good positive elements for OXG in this round. Some bandit tricking will attempt to delay any opening that Sonics want to make on that wall with the Selmas. to establish that long angle, but it's not going to be too much of an issue for them at this point. They're going to start pivoting to the other side. They've dealt with the shield in front of the Mira. That's a very good piece of utility to dispatch at this point into the round. That's what those Rotero drones are all about. And normally we see the Flores have to expend almost all of them dealing with that position. Ambi still has one in pocket and has already made such good progress.
Well, it's a waiting game for OXG at this point. Gryxr yet another, my God. Newers is gone. 4-9 on Newers is a dreadful stat line for somebody who usually is so much better than that. Now it's Gomez getting picked apart. So many rounds, Jonah, where Sonics just find OXG in a position that OXG wasn't expecting. And now hunting season is underway, and Ambi has got the permit. A Spaniard, that's his goal. It's Diaz on Mira, playing far enough back, but might actually get the read onto Ambi, swinging across, but Ambi wins it, a double kill of his own, matching out as Adam gets the final pick, and Sonics are perfect on attack. 3-0. They're sitting on match point, series point. They win this one. They go to the finals of the LCQ and would be 2 maps away from securing their spot at the Manchester Major.
The only thing stopping Sonics from yet another flawless round there was the fact that Ambi wanted to whip out the pistol and get a little crazy. We saw him shaking his head there at the reactions at the very last moment, knowing that, yeah, he did try to go for a little too much as he, wanted to get ambitious, wanted to have a little fun, but it truly didn't matter. It was Sonics who took that round, again, so decisively that they just never looked back, and it will force Oxygen to take this time out. Parker, as you said, their backs more against the wall now than ever. It is match point, series point, and as far as OXG are concerned, elimination point. They were so close to qualifying for the major. They were 4th place when top 3 made it. The top seed here in the LCQ, but right now the 5 seed, the 8th place finisher from the regular stage, is giving him the business here on Bank and in this series. 6-3, no sign of life for Oxygen on the defensive side yet. We got to see it now as they restart the rotation. But they have to go flawless. Single round for Sonics, and this thing is curtains.
Well, it might have been just a good prediction, but it seemed like almost like a prescient warning from Foxay when he said a 7-3 looked pretty good, and Sonics are a single round away from nailing that prediction on his end. Who'd have thought that the former captain / IGL of Oxygen might know this team a little bit? It's very strange. I didn't expect that one to come out. But Sonics on attack, the amount of times that they not just get that opening pick, but then follow-up picks in sequence where OXG is looking in the other direction. I really do wish that there was a way to track this with the API where these are uncontested kills where somebody's back is turned to you or they're looking in, maybe not the back, but at least the side, because those numbers would not be pretty for OXG at the moment. This happened on Oregon. It's now happening yet again here on Bank, where OXG just doesn't look like they have any information as to where Sonics are going to come from. And if that keeps up, well, I mean, obviously there's one more round for OXG. If that keeps up, the match is over and OXG are gone. But even if they prevail here, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the communication, though. With a couple listen-ins, we have heard some chaos in the comms for OXG. Maybe there's something else at play, but it must be resolved because OXG is losing in very obvious ways. And at this level, with how close these teams should be, that really shouldn't be the result. Merc has found his way very close to the bomb site as Ambi dies to Yaga, and the action will kick off with 2 minutes still left in the round.
Yeah, so he's just in, I guess, trying to do it all himself. He has the diffuser in his pocket, so if he goes down here, that's kind of brutal for Sonics. He is going to slow down just a bit, maybe wait for a little bit of support. There's somebody above the hatch that is likely to drop down and join him, but this was a bold choice to make because now instead of being that surprise and getting those kills, now you're kind of stuck here.
Oh my! This could be it for Oxygen.
Bomb located by attackers.
For a name like that, they're running out of it, and they are choking round by round. Sonics, the new look. And boy, oh boy, do they look good.
How does that work?
How does what work? How does what work, Jonah?
Dropping down, solo push from Merc into the vault with 90 to 2 minutes left and 90 seconds to 2 minutes left in the round. That is crazy. That is crazy. They get it, and it's not like it was a total surprise. The moment Merc dropped down, everyone knew it. I said he was stuck, apparently not. Instead of him being stuck in a death trap, it was all of Oxygen stuck in the lobby with Merc, with Gryxr, with Ambi, with Sonics, who just handled business here on Bank.
Well, Sonic's honestly looking phenomenal with this new roster. I don't know exactly how GOIGL'd this team. I don't know what Gryxr provides specifically behind the scenes, but you've got 5 players on Sonics, all of whom are capable of killing everybody, including the players on OXG, who aren't bad shots on their own. But OXG just look like they've been devoid of life. I don't really know where to begin to diagnose this OXG team. They had a strong start to the stage. They've been free fall since the tail end of the NA League, and the fall continues as they are out of the Manchester Major. They're not going to make it at all to this event. You go all the way back to, what was it? They said it was Charlotte that we last saw OXG compete internationally. It's been 2 long years, and they're going to have to wait even longer, because I suspect that unless a mystery event pops up at some point during the summer, the Montreal Major is going to be your next chance at qualifying for an international competition. And that's ages away. Good news, Jonah, is that OXG has lots of time to figure out what's wrong and ideally make roster moves or at least changes to their system to show that they can keep lockstep with the rest of NA.
Gotta come soon, though. And obviously, OXG, as welcome as changes might be, they did not want to be in this position at all. Unfortunately, it's back to the drawing board.
Well, that's for the losers. But for the winners, they got one more match today. Sonics will be competing in our grand final, potentially 2 maps away from making it to Manchester. You know the expectations on their shoulders. But are they going to face Luminosity, or are they going to face Space Station? Because we got that matchup next. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Well, once we saw the vetoes, it was said that it had to be a first map win for Oxygen if they wanted a chance to take this at 3. A loss there, and it continues on Fox with that. Oxygen have been eliminated from the LCQ.
Yeah, it's a really sad moment for all OXG fans. I'm tearing up as I'm speaking about it. I mean, the curse continues from last year into this year. Just they do really hot starting off, and then all of a sudden just lifeless, empty down the tank, and that's exactly what I would contribute that game to. Of course, Sonics was playing amazing, but it really just looked like in this map too, OXG just looked lifeless. There wasn't any fun. I will give commendations to Newers. I will say I saw him trying to hype everybody up as much as possible, but aside from him, it really looked like everybody was just kind of just, you know, waiting for the inevitable, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's one of those times as an analyst where you hate to be right. Fox and I both getting the 7-3 prediction. I wanted to see a closer game, even for Oxygen, even if they have to lose this, right? Even if they are going to be not the better team today, I would have liked to see them going out with a little bit more fight. You know, I like their attacks on the top floor. They were able to find some good picks on that bomb site, but otherwise it really did seem tough for them. I think Sonics kind of with a better team outplayed them throughout from start to finish. Some cool ideas from Sonics, certainly on the defense. I really like that very first round with the Tubrau Kaid combo coming through, having some nice strategies that made the hash work very difficult for Oxygen. And then in the late round as well, shutting down Dream a lot in those early rounds, making sure that he couldn't survive to the late round, whether he was on Mira or Castle or wherever he might be trying to play. They did a great job of shutting him down early so that they couldn't have those strong anchors on site. Really did feel rough for Oxygen, and I feel for the fans as well, because OXG fans have been through a lot over the last couple of years, and it seems like it's just not getting better.
Yeah, I mean, it really did look like everybody on OXG was playing the right operators, playing in the right spots, playing what they needed to do, but it just didn't necessarily look like everyone understood why they were playing there, what the fall-offs were supposed to be, where we're supposed to have some overlap to connect. It didn't look like they had answers for what Sonics was throwing at them. And especially Sonics, when they were able to ramp up that little bit of confidence, they just started dropping down hatches. I mean, there was moments where Rexon was in the site in the first, minute and a half into the game, just taking so much attention, and nobody from Oxygen just had a response to deal with him. And it didn't necessarily look like they should be getting away with some of these plays, but obviously when Sonics, they have that confidence behind them, it allows them to go for these aggressive fights, and that's what we've seen in the regular stages. When Sonics feels confident, they go for these insane fights, and if they're hitting their shots, obviously everything just looks like it's firing on all cylinders.
And that's the Sonics that I want to see going into this as well, considering that they did have that change coming into the LCQ. I mean, Gryxr is not an unknown quantity, but at the same time, that is a big adjustment to be making ahead of a big event. So to see everything, Jesse, just come together so well, I think Sonics fans should have high hopes going ahead into the finals.
No, I agree. It's looking really good with Gryxr. I mean, they brought him in to try to fix some of the defenses. Today, Sonics were flawless on attack. So if they've got those defenses working out, now with the attack to go perfect, I think 6-0 against OXG on the offensive side through 2 maps. Sonics should be feeling really, really confident going into the finals.
Well, let's have a chance to hear from Sonics themselves about how they're feeling going into the finals and head over to our interview with Amy. First off, I have to say congratulations on the win. How are you feeling now heading into the finals, especially with how the team's performing?
I mean, I feel great. The team feels great, and, we're ready to play this next game.
I'm so glad to hear it. I know it's a long day, so I'll keep this short, but the biggest question I have, in the matchup video, you were saying that Oxygen, they know kind of what they want to do with the round starts, the mid, and that the counter to them, you just had to, and then redacted. We cut that one out. We're not leaking strats beforehand. So what actually is it when you're looking at Oxygen as a team that Sonics needed to do to be shutting them down to get such a dominant victory?
I mean, against OXG, we know they're pretty a defaulty team. So we know we have to hold our ground on defense, and on attack, we just gotta just do our thing. And I mean, we really just had to hold our zones on defense, and we did that. We got a 3-3. The defense play could have been better, but it's fine. But then our attacks were just beautiful today. We were coordinated, everyone was together, and it was just beautiful.
Coordination I want to see headed into a grand finals match. And I lied, I have one more quick question. Luminosity or Space Station, which one do you want to face against in the grand finals here?
I got friends on both those teams, I think SSG would be a good game if we play SSG. But I think both will be a good game. But SSU will be a good game too.
On either way, I'm excited nonetheless. I'll let you get some rest. Thank you so much for chatting with me. Best of luck.
Thank you. You too. Have a good day.
Yeah. All right, back over here for us. I mean, Lux, Abby's talking about the confidence, feeling good going into finals. They're definitely looking good in that first match. So I definitely have high hopes and high expectations now for them.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, if you're going to get the first win of the day, this is probably the hardest moment in their minds right now because they just have to get towards or over the first obstacle. And now they get to sit back, watch the next game, have time to prepare for exactly what they're going to want to do. Whereas the victor of the next game going forward has to pretty much win. Obviously, they were watching too, but now they have to go from one game straight into that finals against Sonic. So obviously, Sonic has to be feeling like they're in the driver's seat right now in the moment.
Yeah, and Ambi, I mean, great to hear from him. Obviously feeling very, very confident. You could hear he was kind of indecisive on which team he wanted to play. I think even if he didn't say it explicitly, I think he knows that maybe he thinks that LG would be a little bit of an easier opponent. He said both would be good games, but he particularly said Space Station would be. And I think that's kind of him saying, listen, we're confident against both these squads, but we really want to play against whoever comes out on top and play a close match. So I should be very excited for the finals.
Oh, I'm definitely excited to see who's going to be making their way into the grand finals to meet Sonics. Of course, it's going to be Luminosity and Space Station facing off next after a short break. All right, well, one team has stamped their ticket into the grand finals, one step closer to Manchester, and we got to find out who's joining them. Welcome back, everyone, to the North America Last Chance Qualifiers. I mean, Jesse, to kick off the day, we got a quick 2-0. Now headed over to Luminosity and Space Station, our next matchup. This is one that did go 3 maps last time they met in our LCQ seeding.
Yeah, it did. And so we've got some reason to believe that this will be a bit of a closer affair than our first match of the day. And I think that will hold true. Obviously, the last time these two teams played, there wasn't a whole lot on the line. They were playing for some money. They were playing for some SI points, a little bit of seeding. But really, this is where it all matters. Loser, of course, does not get to go to the major. We heard it from Faults in the interview just yesterday. The last game, there weren't so many stakes. And although Space Station lost, they're expecting a different outcome today.
We'll have to see if we can get one and talk about the Luminosity roster first and what we've managed to see coming out from them. Yesterday was a little bit of a slower start to the series here, Fox, but hoping we can see them pick it up because they need to if they're up against a stronger opponent. No easy rides from here on out.
I mean, absolutely. SSG is not a team that is just going to stay static once they get figured out. And Luminosity did need a little bit more time yesterday's match to get a grasp on what their opponent was going to do. But once they were able to figure it out, take their time, that's when we saw the comeback commence. And then once it got to that map 3, it was Luminosity the whole way through. Obviously, they have the confidence and they know exactly what they need to do. They just have to speed it up a little bit. And obviously, it just comes with repetition for a young team like this.
Yeah, and while we've been following these teams, seeing some of these changes that have come out from now and from stage 1 has been key. And not all of them can be measured up by graphs, but Jesse, some can.
They absolutely can. It's my favorite thing to pull up some graphs. So I decided to pull up the one thing that I think Luminosity have really been changing between the regular season and now the LCQ, and that's been the Ying. They've been playing a lot more Ying. It was previously an operator that they were banning a ton. You can see 75% of the time, either they or their opponent banned it through the regular season. Usually it was them, but not always. And then even when it was available, they were rarely picking it. We saw them play it a ton, though, when we saw these two teams go up against Los Mangos for Luminosity earlier yesterday. And a really big part of that has been Wi-Fi. He hasn't been playing it in the same way of like you'd see a Pambazoo play the Ying. He hasn't been super aggressive with it. He's not getting a ton of kills with the Ying, but he's really utilizing it. He likes it on those fast bank pushes and also down sometimes with the slower pushes. He used a great job for him to, it was great here in this round, for him to be able to really assist in the plant going down. First finding the frag, getting into servers, and then whilst there should have been players to deny this plant, the fact they were all blind, like Rival right there, enabled the team to get that plant down. So it's almost more of an assist Ying coming through from Wi-Fi. I really did like it. And I'm hoping we can see some more of that coming through from Luminosity because it is something a little bit new that we didn't really run too much in the regular season.
Yeah, and use the name of the game for Luminosity. I mean, they're in that moment where they're a team that all of them have just been playing ranked. They're as close to the T2 players that will come in and be the next generation of T1 players as we'll get at the moment. And I feel like they have a lot of new. They're trying everything as much as they can. We're seeing a lot more flexible operators. And especially when it comes to operators like the Ying, that's their X factor. That's what they're using to commence their entries. They're not going with this slow style of play like we saw in the previous match of teams really just trying to fight their way through it, just raw aim mechanics alone. They're really trying to exploit every given factor to get themselves into it. But I will say that's where we see some issues from Luminosity where the plant isn't necessarily going down as much as we'd like to.
Well, when you're talking about where they could be finding the upper ground against their opponents, we'll have to see if Space Station is kind of giving them any wiggle room into this. Because Space Station, I mean, looking at this team and this roster, I mean, it's definitely one who has hit some highs here, Jesse. So I'm curious on what they could be bringing out today when it really matters.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station are a team that you're right, they've hit some heights, but they've also had some struggles. We saw it just yesterday when they were playing against Makers, going down 6-2 on Consulate. It looked like, just like LG, they were going to drop a map and have to play a decider map in the BO3 series. But what was really impressive to me was SSG's resilience, their ability at 6-2 down to call the attack timeout, win 6 rounds in a row, and close out the game 8-6 for themselves. That's the X factor for SSG. That's something that only comes with discipline and experience, and it's something that they're going to have a huge advantage on over LG, who, of course, is a newer roster, who doesn't have all that experience to come back on. So for Space Station, that's going to be a key factor I'm looking at, which might push them over to win this game.
That resiliency as well as the ability to adapt here, Fox. I mean, even looking back at yesterday's series against Makers, I mean, the way they were able to kind of get them to play to their hands at times, I think was really clutch.
Yeah, SSG knew exactly, with the experience that Jesse mentioned, on how to keep makers at a distance. They knew exactly what they wanted to do and to slow this young and aggressive team into their play style. They want them to be individualized. They want them to be alone, especially on the initial entry points. We saw when SSG was struggling, they ended up just tightening it up and forcing these 1v1 early engagements, because that's what a lot of new teams lack, is the understanding of how to play extremely safe. You could play safe getting up to the building, but what happens when a team is taking it to you before you even get to the building? And that's SSG's strength, is they're constantly ego checking you and seeing where you're going to make those mistakes. And that's what we saw makers just add a lot of slip ups, and that's why SSG, we commended them yesterday on how good they were at those opening kills.
We'll have to see going on today if it's something that they can be foreseen at Luminosity into. But of course, ahead of today's match, we got an opportunity to sit down with Gryxr and Ashton for their thoughts.
Well, first of all, JJ's career in T2 is non-existent. Honestly, those guys aren't good. I think it was literally just the first map. We're just dead. The comms weren't up, the energy wasn't up, our morale was bad. Middle of the game, towards the end, at the second map we were talking about, we were like, guys, we need to wake up, we need to get our energy up, or else we're gonna lose this. So we just got our energy up, we started communicating, and we just steamrolled them the next two maps.
First round of the LCQ, I think it went pretty clean, especially the first map against Makers. Second map, I think, obviously being down 2-6, coming back once again, that's something to be proud of how, our mental fortitude and how, a lot of our stuff just wasn't working. And, great teams find a way to win no matter what, and I think that's what we did.
Playing against SSG, I definitely think it's like a 50-50 game. I think those guys play a very weird siege. I feel like they can beat anyone, but they can also lose to anyone. I think it depends on the maps too. We'll have to wait and see. I definitely think we'll be able to beat them again though.
For LG, just still another time to take their soul once again in the back of the LCQ. Biggest threat on LG, probably Silent, because he's got the biggest brain. He's the thinker of the team, so he knows what he's doing. They can take their extra money from the 5th place game, but they'll be the ones crying whenever they don't make a major. So hope they enjoy that money.
Definitely ready to qual. That's definitely an exciting thing. First stage of Pro League, and being able to get the chance to qual for a major would definitely be the goal. And I think we'll definitely give teams a run for their money.
Making it to Manchester, I think it'll kind of show that no matter what, we're just there to play, and how regardless of the route to the event, I don't think that matters, as long as you're just showing up and kind of playing your best siege once you get to the event. I don't think it really matters how you get there. It's more the fact that you're there.
All right, so our second semifinal match. At this point, Jesse, I am intrigued with how it's going to go down. Map vetoes, though, I think that might tell the tale. And I feel like that's been so dominant for all the series. And when it can be a little bit closer, this could be huge.
Certainly, and we'll see which of these teams, if either, want to pull some curveballs. As I said in the last series, I didn't think either of them really did. For these two teams, so far nothing too crazy coming through. I thought maybe we'd get a Chalet ban. They didn't ban it too recently. Okay, Space Station actually picking the Chalet. So for most of the season, Space Station were banning this map. They left it open in their quarterfinal match and in the seeding match against Luminosity. I wanted to see if they would try to ban it out again, but they'll pick it. And even with Consulate being on the board, Space Station choosing to go to Chalet is a bit of a curveball, just because we've not seen them play it all stage long, and it's one that we have seen LG be relatively successful on, especially yesterday, that massive win they were able to get over Los Mangos. But with that footage as well, maybe Space Station are thinking, listen, we saw what LG were able to do yesterday. We weren't that impressed, despite the fact that they got the W. And so we think there's some things that we can take advantage of. So I like the pick from Space Station. Bit of a spicy one, but it's good.
And leaving Bank up for a map 3, I mean, we talked about yesterday how SSG looked like they won just in the map ban phase, and I really do got to commend Call Out and everybody on SSG's side, because it looks like the map ban phase again today really looks heavily favored, because they're getting Chalet, they're giving Luminosity exactly what they want, that ability to fight fire with fire. That's where they're going to be able to get that back and forth, and then they're going straight to Oregon. Yesterday, we saw SSG go to Skyscraper first. Oregon is a map just like Skyscraper, where you can really limit the amount of individual aggression. So I don't necessarily understand, or I don't necessarily agree with Luminosity picking it, but obviously it is a very comfortable map for them. But all in all, the maps definitely do look like they favor Space Station.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm really excited for Bank to see if we can get there because obviously this was played in the 5th place seeding match and that was an 8-7 victory for Luminosity. Obviously less on the line there and we'll see if there's some differences coming in this time around, but that should be a really exciting decider map if we manage to get to it.
All right, well, Fox, you said that you thought this was Space Station favored. How favored? Map 1. What do you think that score will be?
I want to say 7-4 for SSG. I think they'll be able to manage the aggression, and if they don't early on, then I would be really scared going into map 2.
All right, so Jesse, what about you? Aligned or any curveballs here?
I'm going to be aligned. I'm going to say it's going to go close, though. I think both these teams can bring it and have some good gunfights on Chalet. I'm going to say 8-6 for Space Station. I still believe they can get the W, but I think it should be a close game.
All right, well, I'm definitely excited for this semifinal match. Luminosity going up against Space Station. We got to get the players in the lobby for such a big match, so we're taking a quick break, but make sure to be staying tuned. We'll be up soon.
Welcome back. Thank waiting League servers to come back online, and it appears that for now
5 seconds left before
they have, and so we will get into this last chance qualifier.
attacker's objective is
If
to
you
defuse a bomb.
forgot, this is SG and Luminosity, our second series of the evening, and we start things off on Chalet attacking, Luminosity defending what could be a determined move on to the final of this last chance qualifier and play against the Sonics to determine.
All right. We are into the round and can't have one problem without having another. But the opening pick will go to the side of Luminosity. Wi-Fi. Should be mentioned as well that yesterday, Chalet was the defensive start for Luminosity. A very good start for them up against Los Mangos on that 7-1 victory for Luminosity. Silent with the rotation down the blue stairs. Now we'll take aim in towards that mudroom where the first opening pick was acquired. Waiting for any SSG attackers to refill the position, but none such avenue will approach. Space Station down a man early, but they've done some good chip damage to Gryxr and Wi-Fi.
Well, we're back. Don't know what was going on there. Maybe people heard my intro welcoming people back. Maybe not. But point is, round one on Chalet underway here in this second series of the night. Luminosity, as we see here, the opening kill found onto Forest, and they'll be looking to continue this advantage as they will, thanks to Gryxr as he swings the corner, takes care of Ashen. Another trade, this one found by Iconic. The first kill for SSG, but one that still keeps them in this 3v4 disadvantage.
One pick onto the side of Space Station. Like I said, the two defenders that were previously injured as well, not dropped to the floor, but taken some damage in previous engagements. Gryxr on Wi-Fi still left standing. So while the man advantage and the gun advantage is heavily onto the side of Luminosity in a 4v3 at the moment, health advantage, you could call it just about equal. Fultz now will be dropping boogie drones onto the top of the connector, and he's just going to miss the escape now from Gryxr, the Azami. Able to rotate back towards Pillar, deeper into Wine Cellar. Now the rotation needs to come from Space Station. Looks like everybody is going to push their own angle. J90 and Iconic both stacking up towards the blue stairs. Luminosity awaiting their approach to be Wi-Fi first to swing onto the engagement. The pre-fires come from Iconic as he dips to safety in the corner. The Nitro Cell shot by J90. A beautiful shot in return as well from the L85. Another one from Fultz pushing the opposite side. Leveled now at a 2v2 with the diffuser dropped on the main stairs. Iconic laying waste to Luminosity. It's hat left remaining now. Pushes up through blue hallway, but Space Station, they pull it back for round number one.
They wasted no time to quickly find their stride here, working their way back from a substantial disadvantage that was established early, and to do so after an hour of cold, just sitting there cold. That's impressive. I gotta say, they don't look like they need much more warm up than that as they popped in and are ready to go. What a way to make it happen. Iconic putting in the work. And SSG, I can't quite remember the exact prediction that we had on the desk about an hour ago, but I think it was two SSG predictions. 7-3, I feel like is what Foxay said. Could be wrong about that. Point is, SSG are off to a good start, and Luminosity, we know that this is going to be quite a battle between these two teams. We can expect this one to be quite competitive. They did play a 3-map series just 9 days ago in the 5th place placement match. And that went to all 3 maps after a overtime map 1 and then back-to-back 7-3s with Luminosity eventually taking the win. So if that's the situation that Luminosity want to find themselves in again, of course, they'll just have to maintain the advantage they were able to establish so early in the round.
Well, listen, as well, for that seeding match, for that 5th place match, there was, they're going to talk about, it's a seeding match, there's not a whole lot on the line. While that is true, and Ashen even talked it in that video we played before attempting to launch the first time, he's talking about the money. And it was about an $8,000 difference for the team as a whole in terms of the placements, because the LCQ does not distribute prize money and it doesn't distribute SI points anymore, crucially. Those are distributed from the main season standings. So there was actually a difference of 5 SI points and $8,000 in the standings between 5th and 6th. And you may think that's not a whole lot, but for those of you who were witness to last year's SI global point standings at the finale, it was BDS who missed the 6 Invitational 2024 by 5 points. So obviously we have a very different structure when it comes to SI points this year, but you never know when those 5 points might come in handy. For Space Station on the attack now, they'll be looking to get upstairs with some top control, dealing with some soft breach issues with how many of these Kiba barricades are being dispensed by Gryxr. But at the moment, swarming around the perimeter of the map, not making entry as of yet.
You see Fault's doing good work with these X-Kairos pellets here. He'll be looking to force Wi-Fi out of this position, at least open up an angle to expose Wi-Fi, make sure he cannot hold this for long. Wi-Fi, he'll start to feel that pressure, but of course he's got the half wall. He can sit behind and stay safe as long as he possibly can. Down below, SSG will also be making their entry, so there's several prongs to this attacking approach as we see them working their way in from the top floor outside the balcony, from library, now top of Fireplace Hall, and from down below. And so they turn their attention to the dining wall now as we see Iconic send those Selmas out to get something done there too.
Silent going straight up against the solarium windows, trying to spray out towards any of the attackers for Space Station who might still be lingering on the far side, but none such approaching for Space Station. Flashbangs go up through the big window, up towards Master, and Silent will be the first one to fall. Hat on the response, though, as Iconic pushes up the west main stairs, clears Hat out of the objective. Force down to about 5 HP, but it's Ashen, the man carrying the diffuser. He's trying to work his way in to join Iconic, and he has done so. The plant being initiated, now Gryxr has to swing out. As Wi-Fi has been downed, Eddie will be cut down through the hatch from underneath. It is just Gryxr left standing. He'll go for the vault outside. Detected, spots a falling J9O off the balcony and lands a nice headshot. Will return now behind the office desk, but no, being cut to shreds as he's trying to attempt the revive of Wi-Fi. This is good time stalling here for Space Station in the post plant. They're both visible on the drone as well at his feet. Unfortunate scenario there for Gryxr to try and push his way out of. It doesn't look like he's going to have the time to go for the revive, so he elects to take the gunfights. Having to look down through the hatch and on his horizontal plane. Worried about the swings coming from Solarium. The pre-fires are there, but there's no time remaining. Gryxr, he collects the kill onto Iconic. There's just no time to be doing this. Force has gone topside to clean up his kill onto Wi-Fi. With Gryxr with the deagle out, he will get the kill. It's 3 on the round for him, but it's all for naught. The plant was down, the post plant was there. Space Station, they take the 2-0 lead.
All right, another round where they will take it confidently. Of course, losing quite a few bodies in the post plant, but as we saw, it really didn't matter. The heroics there, as much as Gryxr was trying to make it happen, and we could have seen something impressive, as you pointed out, Flynn. He just took far too long. There was nothing you could really do there in the end, and I think he knew that at some point. He just committed to taking the fights, decided that it was hopeless to actually go and attempt to go for some sort of a 1v3 retake, especially on 1 HP. There's not much you're going to be able to do there. So 5 kills pads the stats, but that is pretty much all it's going to get you. On the side of SSG, you've also got Iconic, who's racked up a fair few kills at this point. J9O as well, just 2 rounds in, a combined 7 kills between the two of them. So doing the majority of the fragging work, but as we saw in the last round, SSG and their objective focus has been quite strong too.
Well, we've already got Ashen talking in all chat. I mean, he was delayed an hour from being able to talk in all chat at Luminosity, so I'm sure he's got some energy saved up. And I think right now for Luminosity, they are in a predicament. They've lost the basement downstairs. They've lost the defense for kitchen and dining, so now they turn their attention towards bar and gaming, trying to find some traction in this map early on. There have been some close rounds back and forth. You look at the man count at the end, there's a 1v1 before the final seconds both times, and yet it feels like Space Station had that second round much more in the bag, at least when that plant was going down. Now for Gryxr down below, trying to replicate what we saw yesterday coming out from Luminosity, those pre-fires onto the snowmobile garage. Nobody in range this time around to receive a headshot through the soft wall. Ashen takes his sweet time. He gets the soft breach onto the snowmobile garage. Now the presence down below established for Space Station. This has been a very impressive approach for Space Station on the attack thus far. Forest as well in the Montaigne will enter in down below to try and push up the blue stairs. This could cause some havoc for Luminosity.
Ashen, he'll be the first one to kind of cause said havoc. He'll put the Selmas down, open up bar stock, and that will indeed force some movement from this Luminosity defense. They'll have to move around, at least on the site. Up top, unusually so, SSG have chosen not to really pressure Library just yet. That means these defenders up top should be able to actually be productive in denying any sort of execute. Iconic is the one trying to stop that, not actually taking the space, just maintaining the cover, preventing someone from Luminosity to move over to the hatch and use the soft destruction to their advantage. Can't stop Gryxr from getting a kill onto J9O though, because Gryxr is fighting from the site itself, not up top. Some information here will clue SSG into Hat's position, letting him know that he could be vulnerable to a well-placed Capital bolt from Fultz, and there's the swing from Ashen who will do him in, but he'll go down, so will Forest, and it's just Fultz and Iconic left to pick up the pieces here.
Tragic one there as they're vaulting directly into a frost mat inside the double window into games. Iconic, the last man standing. There's a little bit of chip damage in an engagement, but he's receiving a little bit as well. Recollects the diffuser, vaults into the game's window, but Silence still up above, where Iconic was previously perched on the rappel to watch that to make sure no Luminosity defender could swing towards the library hatch. He had to vacate the position, and he was ultimately exposed to the flank that he was previously dispatched to guard. And now for Luminosity, they do get some traction. They do get back on the board there. Bit of an overlook for Space Station, just vaulting into a frost mat that really slowed things down. That was Forrest the Montaigne, who could have been integral in terms of being able to survive any resistance that Luminosity would bring to that plant attempt. But nonetheless, our gaming successful, and we are going to go around the world with Luminosity on the defense. 4 rounds, 4 different objectives being played. We go to Master and Office to see if they can level this thing up.
SSG, they really did try to shortcut that. Initially, it looked potentially promising. They had so much information. They already made some good progress into the basement and got that backside of the site opened up. But again, they just did not go through the motions that you would expect. And it ended up being a bit of a problem for them, just not able to take that top control. It was a clear choice. They never committed a push to Library, but it was a choice that I think in the grand scheme of things, 1, is just a harder strategy to pull off, and 2, as we saw, did not pan out the way they had hoped. So round number 4, they will look to continue a pretty good performance so far on the attack. They will have to do this on the other side of the map where that previous site transpired. This one back up top to Master and Office. And so J9O will begin his approach, of course, wary of any possible peaks from Luminosity. We've talked about how aggressive and free-flowing this defense from Luminosity can be. We saw it in their opening round matchup against Los Mangos. Los Mangos kind of challenging head-on with that same play style, ended up taking a map away from Luminosity before Luminosity eventually took that win. So seeing Luminosity play a bit more passive, a little bit more close to the chest, so to speak, and SSG eventually working their way up to the map will eventually challenge them.
Well, that's one Selma taken care of, errantly thrown to the bathroom window onto the closet wall, but Gryxr is in the perfect position to remove that from play before it causes any damage to the setup that Luminosity have established. And you can see the soft breach focus coming out here. J9O off the Ash onto the sledge, so more worried about close range soft breach as opposed to longer range with these explosive launchers. And yeah, Kiba barricades coming out onto the bathroom window is the stopgap. Seems to be the identified strategy that Luminosity want to go for holding this portion of the map and repelling any vision through the balcony windows. You've also got the Flores coming out from Ashen. So you're able to do a lot of good work here with the soft breach and contend with the setup that Luminosity have brought. Fultz still repelled on the big window, waiting for anyone to cross his path, but he's got a castle barricade right in front of him on that closet to the hallway door. Wi-Fi now fashioning himself a run-out potential, and now the castle barricade, it gets punched wide open. Luminosity, they were setting reserve, but now they're looking to spring into action against Space Station, and it does not go well. Fultz and J9O, they pick up a 2-piece.
Yeah, Luminosity felt the strain of being put under a lot of SSG pressure. They tried to step up to relieve that strain and instead end up losing 2 lives here. You lose Hat, you lose Gryxr, who is right now doing the majority of the killing for Luminosity. Now Eddie, Silent, and Wi-Fi will have to pick up the slack. Silent, you see him top mezzanine, aware that there could be some pressure coming from those library stairs, but aware that his position is also potentially vulnerable. Same thing goes for Wi-Fi. He's been flashed and quickly finished off by Forest. Iconic clearly did not know that Silent had advanced to that forward position, so he will go down. But again, a quick trade. Both Ashen and J90 go back-to-back, and SSG take their third attacking win.
We didn't see how the kills were acquired, but it really did look there. Like Luminosity just felt like there was nowhere else to go. They were being strangled and smothered within their own bomb site. They had no other avenues, and they believed that the best course of action was to rip down some of that setup and start to take the gunfight straight to Space Station. And it did not go their way, unfortunately. So this will prompt a tactical timeout coming from Luminosity. They've played 4 defensive rounds. They have played 4 defensive objectives. They have won 1 of them, which was Bar Gaming. And at that, it was also Space Station with a little bit of a misstep rushing the execute in towards Gaming. So for Luminosity, some difficulties here on the defensive side. Not quite the success that they had against a team like Los Mangos yesterday, but to be expected given the step up in competition between a tier 2 team and a tier 1 team like Space Station, who seem to have also found their groove as of late in this last chance qualifier. We saw them with the run back yesterday on Cafe against Makers, and honestly, they have looked well in form, and I would say even better than they did during the regular season so far. This has been a much improved Space Station performance, and a much improved Space Station performance is what the fans want to see. It's not what Luminosity wants to see. So again, this is the semifinals of the last chance qualifier. There's nowhere else to go. This is Space Station's map pick. I thought maybe with the performance that they put up yesterday, Luminosity would have a better fight. But thus far, looks like Space Station, they have them well read.
Yeah, especially on a map like Chalet. You mentioned the playstyle of Luminosity and how that could have potentially aided them in their performance here, but on a map that could potentially get a little bit more aggressive and see a bit more free-flowing defense and attacks, Luminosity not really leaning into that, and even when they do, like we saw in the penultimate moments of that final round, or that previous round rather, we really did not see Luminosity succeeding in those engagements. It was SSG, they were ready for it, they were winning those fights, and they continued to push that advantage all the way until the end here. So a 2-round advantage for SSG, looking to further that, as they will get another chance to attack over on Kitchen and Dining. As you said, Bar and Games, the only successful site for Luminosity, still locked for 1 more round. So they will still look around this map to see if they can find another site they can pull off. Last time SSG, their focus on this site started up top, transitioned eventually to that dining wall down below. They did not try to do anything overly innovative, creative here, like we may have seen them try to shortcut things on Bar and Game. So I expect them to keep things tidy and keep things rather methodical yet again.
Well, I mean, the Space Station attacking approach thus far seems to be circle the bomb site and find the opening, which is what we're used to seeing at a Space Station. You know, we've seen a lot of linear attacks through the main stage, but now here in the LCQ, we seem to see them getting back to form. As I say that, there may be an opening here for Forrest to make his entry into the bomb site. Even that a Fenrir on the board doesn't look like Forrest is too worried. He's made his approach all the way up to the dining door. He spots the Fenrir on the opposite side of the wall. Hat will take the engagement, and he will lose. The spear wins out. Ashen, though, downed in response, and Silent goes sprinting on through. He'll be cut down by Iconic, so the man advantage reestablished here for Space Station Gaming as once again they descend towards the bomb site. Luminosity outnumbered on their own objective. Kixro, though, will spring into action into the lobby, and he will remove Forrest from play, who got the opener on the bomb site, retreated back towards Bar to hunt out anyone retreating to the objective itself. Now we stand level at a 3v3 as things start to slow down momentarily.
Yeah, slowing down here for SSG, but it's honestly okay at this point. They have a full minute 15 left to work with. They've already made good progress by taking care of Hat and Silent and dealing with some of that utility, but the utility that remains is going to present a bit of a difficulty. Kixro somehow has 5 Kiba barricades still in pocket. Can use those to seal up the breach. Get in the face of this attack as they work their way in. And Eddie has a nitro cell as well. Flashes come in, but Eddie won't mind. The bullets will do a bit more damage to him though, but he can do some damage too. Iconic goes down as he tried to swing the Warden, and Eddie is very much still in this fight. The same cannot be said for Iconic, who now has to be revived, costing time and while putting SSG in a vulnerable position for a moment, but they clap back. Iconic and Fultz, they each get one. Iconic gets another. And he continues his performance on Chalet, excelling in moments like this. SSG, 4-1.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it was Wi-Fi who was on the tuber out of that round, and he's upstairs on the hatch. He should be able to win out the engagements looking down with the high ground. Yet he gets smoked off the hatch. I think that was a wall bang too towards the hatch. SSG just playing the pre-fires onto popular positions. Man, Luminosity, it looked like they had that one. They still had Defender of Mines up inside a trophy that were blinding out the attackers, and Eddie was in a strong spot inside of Kitchen, and yet it all goes awry once Eddie gets the down. He's trying to play safe. You lose your hatch control. Eddie gets downed inside the Kitchen behind the island, and all of a sudden, a bomb site and a defense, specifically for Luminosity, that they seem to have survived the onslaught. They seem to have survived that initial push for Space Station, leveling the man count and keeping the attackers away from the objective. At Space Station, they stack up. They play the teamwork well. They're able to bully their way in and hit some nice shots along the way. This is some of the individual talent that we're used to seeing from this Space Station gaming team. So up 4-1 with the opportunity to go up 5-1. But like you said, Jonah, this objective will now unlock for Luminosity. Going back to Barring Gaming, their only successful round thus far on Chalet. They'll look to repeat here in Space Station. They'll look to not replicate the mistakes of the round previous attacking this bomb site. They rushed into a frost mat.
Seems like a simple enough problem to avoid, as long as they take their time and really do their due diligence before eventually making the move. One concern, though, is that it does appear they are going through very similar motions at this point. And you can see no active boots on the ground, at least just yet, over towards Library. Instead, it's just somebody on the window looking to provide some coverage. Same time, you have Forrest on the Monty. You can tell that we're probably going to see something fairly direct towards the site here. Really just determines when that's going to happen. That's the real question. Are SSG going to make sure that they take those proper steps first? Deal with that utility and like the previous case, deal with the potential frost mat that may lie on the other side. Ashen is going to be the first to go down. He is probably the player trying to work his way down below from garage. He won't have a chance to open up that back of the site, that bar stock room. Instead, SSG will have to fight their way out of this hole they now find themselves in.
You have 3 defenders topside for Luminosity. It seems like SSG know where everyone is. Force will vault in the mezzanine double window from the office balcony, and the ADS will be good for 1. But as the Montaigne, he only goes 1 for 1. Iconic, though, on the pickup onto Eddie. The troublesome nature here for Space Station is that they've lost their Montaigne once again, and crucially, they've lost the diffuser on top of the office balcony interior. So now J90 will pop up in the soft wall. There's still 2 defenders playing topside here for Luminosity because this deployable shield has stood the test of time. J90 is out of impacts on the Zofia lifeline. So now there isn't really an answer to this deployable shield unless we see a Gon 6 coming out from either the other 2 attackers. Now J90 trying to take the gunfight direct towards the blue stairs. They're going to have to be wary of the crossfire from the top of the mezzanine over towards the library door as well. EOD will push him back, but the flashes come flying in. Iconic picks up the kill. He's able to vault up. Fultz, though, gets dropped, and suddenly it's a 1v1 from a 3v3. Iconic carrying the diffuser as he recollects, going back towards the mezzanine balcony. Hat, the last man standing for Luminosity, as he's inside the bomb site, and he's going to get spotted by the drone. So Iconic with some intel. The pre-fires come out, and Iconic is better with the DMR. It is Space Station to head into the first half. Conclusion, up 5-1.
Putting SG on across the finish line of the first half. An unbelievable performance from him. That kill to close out the half, unreal. Without him there, SS do not stand a chance in the way those engagements were. He vaulted up, he had to get aggressive, and then he had to close it out himself by dropping down the haste to Luminosity. 5-1 at the switch to Iconic.
Well, for Space Station on the swap now, they will head to the defense, the side that Luminosity was able to prevail 5-1 in their own first half when defending yesterday against Los Mangos. But now it is their duty to attack and try and push this map back towards an even scoreline, because one defensive round win for Space Station will immediately put us onto map point, and we will begin to have thoughts about what Oregon might look like, which would be map number 2. Again, important to note, this is Space Station's map pick. Luminosity deciding to pick Oregon. So it's not the end of the world if Space Station is able to get their own map, you're able to pick up your own map, and we head to bank as the decider. But I think right now for Space Station, the focus is close this out nice and early. Wi-Fi even talked about in the interview yesterday, saying that slow starts have been a problem, and if you can capitalize on that, if you're a Space Station, you should take full advantage.
Well, Luminosity will be about getting back on the horse here as soon as possible. You're down by 4. Yes, that's your opponent's map pick, but looking to get into this fight, looking to put up a fight. Something they were unable to do really over the course of these final few rounds on that first half. Transition to the attack at least will give them a chance to start setting the tone, maybe setting the pace here. Ashen will choose to take that heads-up gunfight and fall. So good start here for Luminosity, for Eddie. He finds his second kill. Good to see him getting some more contributions there. Folt's a good C4, though, will trade it out and onto the single most kills player that has been finding those moments for Luminosity. That's Gryxr. He goes down the Capitao. His utility out of this one.
I think it's the big thing there is Ashen, he's feeling confident enough to take those engagements. Unfortunately, he's being pinned from every single direction. There were 2 repels onto the solar windows, one straight up and one upside down, and then also a repel into his big window. So it may have looked like a bold swing from Ashen, but realistically, there was just nowhere to go. He had to fight his way out of the situation. Eddie working his way down the Solarium stairs. He's gonna have to worry here. Is he's being spotted? Or yeah, from underneath, there's a bailiff opening up the floorboards underneath Silent, as he's having to pull out the goo mine. The Candela will come out from Eddie, though, into the depths of kitchen. It will ring out, and Fultz will hold his position up against that kitchen wall, looking towards West Main. The drones come out, and the yellow ping spot him. And now a good hold there from Eddie to realize the cross from Fultz. But there comes Forrest as well, taking out Silent, leveling the man count once again. And now Iconic looking to go for the run out of Trench. Forrest holding down the bomb site. Space Station, they've killed a lot of time. They've killed a lot of Luminosity members. Iconic is successful on his run out downstairs. Hat will fall. Now Eddie dumping Candelas into the bomb site. Wi-Fi with pings, but they don't know what the flank from J90. Wi-Fi good for 1, but no diffuser control in a 1v2. And Forrest and J90, they have a nice crossfire on either side of the bomb site. With the diffuser down, Wi-Fi is going to have to win out these 2 1v1s, and he won't get one. J90 will shut it down, and it's Space Station on map point.
Yeah, once again, Space Station continue the streak. And Luminosity do not seem like they are interested in putting up a fight on Chalet. As we talked about, a map that we know they should be comfortable on, but right now, just not putting up a fight in really any capacity whatsoever. It does feel like map 2 is coming up rather soon. And once we get through this rather brief tech pause, we will hopefully see the conclusion of this one, or hopefully see quite a miraculous Luminosity comeback. It is a 5-round deficit they find themselves in. Now, they already used their tack pause. This one, I guess, a happy accident for them that they might get a chance to talk things over a little bit before heading back into this one. But we've talked a lot about that already, how they've already had this time to regroup, already had plenty of moments they can revisit things and try to fix things, Flynn, but we're just not seeing those corrections from them right now. We're not seeing them soon enough.
I think the most heartbreaking thing for Luminosity, as sad as it is to say, they just look like they're getting outclassed. At the end of the day, Wi-Fi talked about it. They have had some slow starts in the past, and they did not look on top of their game in the first map against Los Mangos yesterday. And yet, once they found their form, they started firing on all cylinders and looked very dominant, as they showed as the T1 team in that specific matchup. Here against Space Station, a slow start really just isn't where you want to be. You don't want to be constantly playing off your back foot and having to claw your way back into matchups. But that is the situation that they find themselves in. It's unfortunate, but we have seen them turn it around after a shaky map 1. They could come back onto Oregon with a vengeance. Chalet, though, for the meantime, it does look like it's firmly in the control of Space Station, lest we see a run back like we saw from Space Station up against Makers on Consulate.
Listen, SSG, they pulled off something
wild and crazy last night. So you never know. And if our earlier series between OXG and Sonics was any indication, I think it's fair to say that expectations, predictions, seeding, when it comes down to a best of 3 with elimination on the line, with a major spot on the line, you can throw some of those expectations out the window and really just have to focus on the match at hand. But with that in mind, we do see that SSG still hold this lead and still have the confidence to be going for some of these earlier gunfights. A spawn peek there that resulted in maybe a bullet or 2 onto the shoulder of Hat, but not much more than that on either side. SSG and Luminosity both get out of that first scuffle relatively unscathed. So we'll see again how Luminosity concoct a response to the otherwise uncontested SSG dominance. The only round Luminosity have been able to secure, round number 3, the bar and gaming defense that SSG just seemed to make a misstep on. It wasn't good Luminosity play, more so than it was an SSG mistake. That being the one round they've secured, not a good sign for Luminosity for the rest of this map, nor is losing the opening pick once again. Wi-Fi is done.
And Ashen just walks up to the big window for the office balcony. Now Forrest looking to swing down the basement stairs to the garage. Does a good amount of damage, and there comes Iconic to pick up the kill. On to Silent. The Selma will still detonate, but Iconic is on a rampage. Eddie will at least trade out Forrest as he vaults into the bomb site. He's being approached from multiple angles, worried about that breach that his team had opened up onto the storage hallway. He's the man carrying the diffuser and needs to regroup with Hat. He's waiting for the approach, but Hat will fall, as will he, in the midst of the bomb site. It's Space Station, it's Defiant. It's a 7-1 victory on their map choice.
It is complete and utter dominance on Chalet. One round Luminosity secured thanks to some SSG misstep. That'll be the only thing that Luminosity have for them on map number 1. Map number 2 is what they have to look forward to, and we're going to be moving along as efficiently as we can through the rest of the night. So look forward to that one. We'll be back with map 2 in just a few minutes.
feel like Space Station, that was a I'm tired of waiting around type of victory right there. Super dominant out the gate, Jesse. Their map pick, but still, how they won it, I think, definitely set the tone for the rest of the series.
Yeah, after what felt like 9 years in development, that performance from Luminosity was not worth the wait. Rough from them, for sure. Only a single round. Felt like they had no confidence at all coming through that game. Space Station, of course, starting on that attacking half. Chalet can be a very attacker-sided map, but I think the way they were able to go for a lot of those executes, pull back some of those rounds, even when it looked like they had lost the opening engagements, when they were looking to be put together kind of a scrappy execute, they were always right there coming in and making sure that they could get it done, regardless of how many resources they had available to them. So really impressive stuff from Space Station Gaming, obviously dominant throughout this game, even though they lost some of those entries.
Yeah, it was an absolutely dominant performance throughout. I'd say the most dominant performance so far that we've seen in the LCQ quals, and it really looks like SSG is just coming together right now.
Yeah, and there's definitely somebody that we want to be talking about a little bit more, Fox. When we were talking about a dominant performance, out of the gate, Iconic showed that he was not here to play around.
No, and it's great to see out of Iconic because ever since he's been picked up onto this SSG roster, you know, there's been some ups and downs. I know yesterday we specifically highlighted Forrest and how he was struggling, but Iconic was picked up to be that main IGL or be just a little bit more of a voice, right? And they got rid of a story player with Hot and Cold to bring in Dave. And it's nice to see that he was able to find his own. And I feel like there's a lot more freedom now, especially with the LCQ coming, best of threes. There's a lot more freedom for him to really flex, the reason why they picked him up in the first place.
Yeah, Iconic, 11 kills through the first half and then 3 kills in that second half. Really, really impressive stuff by him. A major part of a lot of those pushes that, again, didn't always get set up the exact way Space Station wanted. They didn't always have every single angle they wanted to push from, but regardless of what they had, Iconic was the guy to make it work. So really impressive stuff from him.
I want to take a second and kind of take it back to the beginning of the series, and just not the series, like looking at this as a whole. What we were setting up as we're getting ready for our next map here, because that was a really, really strong start from Space Station. And Luminosity, I mean, I know that they could be a little slow to be starting off on this, but this, I mean, Fox, this is elimination potentially on the line if they can't pick it up. Do we think that they can?
I mean, there's no shame if they can't. We gave a lot of credit to Luminosity and what they were able to bring and create in this season, and they are still a very new team compared to SSG. And of course, this is, you know, mainly how the desk expected the certain game to go. SSG is really good against aggressive teams, individually based aggressive teams like Luminosity. We saw SSG take Makers down very easily, and Chalet, it was exactly what we said that we were going to see. Slowing Luminosity down, forcing LG to play into the way that SSG wanted to, being able to get that early aggressive pick and just stunt Luminosity's flexibility, just because they know that LG just hasn't been around enough to have developed a depth in their arsenal of what they can pull out.
Yeah, it was something Wi-Fi said in the interview yesterday, actually. They recognized that starting slow, either at the start of a map or at the start of a series, has been a big problem that they've identified. I think we definitely saw that in Chalet this first match. So I'm hopeful that they can try to turn this around, especially going on to their map pick. Oregon's going to be very, very strong for them. There's a reason they picked it. It's very, very comfortable in this best of 3. And I think when you're playing down and out, when you're really struggling, going to a more comfortable map, going somewhere where you know that you're very, very practiced on, can be a big benefit to get you back in the swing of things.
Especially if they just need something a little bit more comfortable to start getting a couple more rounds under their belt, start getting a little bit more of that confidence back, so we can see that luminosity that we saw in the tail end of yesterday's series. I think is going to be super, super important. But before we head into the match, of course, I think we were a little off with the predictions. You guys were close. You guys knew the winner, but didn't expect quite a landslide there. So we're going to try again with this. First, Fox, how do we think the next map Oregon's going to go?
I think Jesse's right with the comfortability aspect. I think that's Luminosity's best chance. I still am going to give it to Space Station. I think they're going to take it 7-4.
Okay, 7-4. I have to agree. Unfortunately, I wanted to pick LG for this map because I wanted to see that third map, but unfortunately, that was just so rough of a performance. I have to go for Space Station on this pick as well. I'm going to go for a 7. I'm going to go overtime. I'm going to say 8-6. Drag out this day as long as we can, but it'll be tough for sure.
All right, we'll have to see if they can make the bounce back here. Take us to a map 3 here in semifinal elimination match. And for Flynn and Jonah, take us away.
All right, thank you, Sierra. We'll get back into this one soon. And yeah, Flynn, I think we heard the predictions that this one could be a little bit more drawn out than the last. But honestly, I think the biggest concern for Luminosity is not the map. It's something that we talk about all the time. And it is simply the momentum. Because SSG, after whooping Luminosity 7-1, they now go into Oregon. Luminosity's picked, but they get to start it on the defensive side. How dangerous can that be?
Very. I mean, we even saw this out of a team like OXG in the first day, where they're attacking onto Oregon, not going very well. As soon as they swapped to the defensive side, oh yeah, no, the lights are on. We are home. We're ready to go. I think right now for Space Station, yeah, starting on the defense, social prediction heavily in the favor of Space Station as well. Listen, a 7-1 is tough to bounce back from for any team in any scenario. But for Luminosity, they have certainly stacked the deck against themselves without having that prime performance they would have wished for on Space Station's map pick of Chalet. We move into Oregon, though. We lose a Ying. We lose a Montaigne on the attacking side. Did see a lot of Monty play coming out from Space Station on Chalet. Didn't really have that much of effect on the game, though. It really was a lot of individuals pushing 1v1s and winning a lot of powerful gunfights into very important positions on the map that ended up affording SSG a lot of real estate to work with. And now for Space Station getting to start on the defense, like the Death said, and like you said, the ability to carry that momentum into a map 2 here is very, very important for Space Station to continue rolling.
Well, as we've seen, defense tends to be the place on Oregon where teams do get on a roll, but as we've also said, on maps like this that do tend to skew defensively, attacking is where the true difference is made. That is how you separate yourself between you and your opponent. And Luminosity, while they may like this or not, they're going to have to do it. And they're going to have to start to set the tone on the attack right away. A couple of rounds in, they start to fumble and they don't get anything. Then we're going to really get concerned more than we already are. But if they can start to get 1 or 2 of these rounds under their belts, a third even, then that's when that map 3 conversation begins. And that's when Jesse's overtime prediction could absolutely come to fruition. As we said, it will be SSG starting things off on the defense with a couple of operators that will draw quickly our attention and the attention of Luminosity when they do make their entry, namely Iconic on the Clash, something that we don't see too often on this site down below, but when we do, is a pivotal operator that the attacking team deals with right away. Same thing goes for the Solus. Ashen running out very quickly. He was looking for Hat, looking for someone spawning over by the main entrance, but he will come up dry. Thankfully, he does not get taken down either, as far as he is concerned. So he will now retreat and probably roam on this map, joined by someone like Iconic.
Yeah, the Clash working up Zulu sprays from the middle of T2 towards the top of the armory stairs. His Hat, he tracked down Ashen with that Jackal track. Those footprints outside the front door. Well, he had a friend to come help him, be able to spray through the window to know that the hunt was on for Ashen's Solus. Looks like he's gone T3, so he's going to be wasting a lot of time and a lot of energy from the side of Luminosity to try and track him down. And he's taking aim down towards Wi-Fi at the base of the big tower. He's got J90 at the base of his tower stairs. Got an impact rotation through attic as well. This is a basement defense, but all the focus right now for Luminosity is going to be taken off the objective. Ashen still upstairs, uses an impact and opens up the hole that Hat will shoot him through into the top of the tower. Now J90 trying to ascend the tower stairs to at least take revenge on his fallen comrade, but spray is up from inside of attic. The right side of that stage wall not reinforced, so Hat able to lock J90 down in place for the time. No swings coming as of yet from Space Station.
Ashen played that pretty well up until the point he threw the impact. Saw that one coming from a mile away. Opening up another angle for the attack to shoot you from, even if it might give you a momentary advantage in one potential gunfight. Opening up that other angle when you're already about to be in the absolute trenches on that top floor of tower, very dangerous thing to do. Iconic, impressive that he got out of that alive. He made sure to use those zap charges and start to back on off as Silent was coming rolling right towards him down on the other side of that bulletproof shield. But he stays alive make sure that SSG at least keep 4 people up here, as they've already lost 1. Volts, he's already used that Nitro cell. And the only piece of real utility they will have in the way of Luminosity and a potential execute is the smokes from Forest, any pre-placed Vulcan canisters, and of course, Iconic himself.
The smokes come out, well, they were only primarily in the back, but now they're everywhere. A good reaction from Hat, though, on top of the washing machine. That is a defender getting decimated, and it's everyone getting decimated on the side of Space Station. It was a slow start on Chalet, but how about a flawless round on the attack to start things off for Luminosity on Oregon?
We said things had to start off quickly. We said they had to get on a roll right away, and they do it on the most difficult site to attack. That is the definition of setting the tone and showing us that they can perform here, and we're seeing some life back in this Luminosity team. This is a best of 3 after all, and even at this level, you do see maps tend to go one-sided. It's not your pick. You're just not as ready for it. Sometimes it's just like that. You lose Chalet. Maybe as far as Luminosity are concerned, it's not too big of a deal. Maybe they move on into this next map and they still feel good about their chances. At least it looked like it throughout the course of that first round. It was Hat who found 2, Eddie who found 2, and Wi-Fi with that final kill to just put SSG into the dirt. And that will inspire a site rotation up to dorms this time for SSG, not going for the back-to-back.
No, looking to change things up. And we've seen this a few times so far through teams through these LCQ, is just trying to get into a rhythm of playing defenses in a specific order. Bolts, once again, we've got Space Station applying a lot of attention towards T3 today. For 2 rounds, we've had 2 presences from Space Station on the defense up there. This time it'll be a frost mat placed down at the corner of the windows. It could be something to trip up Luminosity if they are not careful. Getting a drone into T3 isn't the most challenging of tasks, but every now and again, an attacking team could overlook the need to drone it out just to be safe, especially if they aren't thinking that anyone is present up there. Ashen is going to reveal his position slightly by being up against the Surya gate at Big Window, but he's able to get away to safety without being caught out, luckily for him. Again, Ashen trying to start off rounds very electric. Surya Gate will get burned, and now his position at Big Window will start to be picked apart here for Luminosity on the attacking side. Everyone for Luminosity showing more of a westwardly approach. It's just Hat over here, over towards Master.
Yeah, you see Hat patiently waiting. Potential swing. Wants to get on the board first. We saw how Luminosity were able to do that last time and the success they had as a result. Of course, SSG hoping to prevent that at the same time. But of course, easier said than done. It is indeed Hat who gets the first, thanks to this more open, fluid defensive strategy for SSG, keeping the breach, that master wall, halfway open, allowing Forrest to rotate through it, and maybe allowing Forrest to overexpose himself and die. Iconic will also take a swing. He will end up going down to Eddie. Gryxr will take care of Ashen, and Luminosity continue this momentum. They work their way on in now. Only J90 and Fultz to worry about. J90 will swing and take the fight. He'll win one of them. But now the flashes come in and the real danger begins. Luminosity will swing. It's Silent who takes the lead in that fight. He wins it. Fultz, the only one left. And he's got quite the hill to climb. He'll keep an eye on the white stairs, knows there's someone coming from that position, but knows that the pressure from Trophy, the pressure from Master is building as well. Good shot. He finds one. The diffuser down. Will make sure that he needs to move in a lot quicker, and now the fire will choke him off and remove any other options he has than to either wait here or rotate around into Attic. He becomes predictable now, and Luminosity with 3 men up can read this and deal with him accordingly. 25 seconds tick away. Fultz needs to get on that diffuser with 7 seconds remaining, and with 2 players on the rappel, it will be an impossible feat as long as they do not expose themselves to his gun. They know it. Fultz knows it. So he'll collect 1 more kill, that one onto Wi-Fi. Then the round will end with him having no chance to get this defuse off in time. A good shot, a nice triple. But that is just about it. Impactless kills. Luminosity take 2 in a row.
We saw this at a Luminosity on one of their defenses on Chalet. Gryxr going big upstairs while the bomb was planted. A lot of kills acquired, a lot of impressive gunfights taken from Gryxr. but not getting back towards the diffuser itself, not playing the objective. And yeah, Fault's running out of clock there, taking a very long time to take that engagement. And as we saw there, when he looked down to the floor, I imagine he believed that the plant was big window as well. Instead, it was on the opposite side of that top white rotation wall that was reinforced by Space Station on their defense. So 2 rounds in, it's 2 successful attacks onto 2 different bomb sites for Luminosity. I did worry about this a little bit for Space Station. Luminosity, slow starts, and then they turn things around like they did yesterday. But for Space Station, still in the defense, they're going to call a tack timeout to try and reorganize and get back on track. We also saw Space Station's proficiency at utilizing a tack timeout and then completely flipping a game on its head in that game against Makers on Consulate, being able to win 6 consecutive rounds with their backs up against the wall. Certainly not similar circumstances as it's only 2-0, but for Luminosity, a very good start. It's going to prompt Space Station to use their only timeout in this matchup extremely early.
Honestly, I don't mind that choice. You're 2 rounds into your defense. You expected to have won the last 2 rounds. And because you didn't, and because they were very one-sided, it wasn't even close for SSG, you want to address that problem before it gets out of hand. The attack, Luminosity has already secured the 2 rounds they were looking for. Regardless of what happens over the next 4 rounds, Luminosity will move into their defensive half feeling good enough that they've done their jobs. But it really does feel like it's going to be more than just adequate play from them. It appears to be extremely proficient play on this map from them instead. And all they need is, 1 more round, 1 of the next 4, to really put the hurt on SSG. If the pattern holds true, though, SSG have to do more than just win a round. They have to at least get close in a round first. They've been rolling through this map with confidence. The same will have to be the case again as Luminosity began that success.
A little concerned here is there's a Banshee placed outside. Not sure if Wi-Fi knows that the Banshee was going down there, because he would have just saw Forrest run out there and hold an angle that he could have been attempting to pre-fire on a spawn peak. Speaking of, in the middle of tower stairwell, there comes J90 as well. So at Space Station, not deterred from their unsuccessful gunfights in the first 2 rounds, still willing to take every and any engagement present to them. Saw Ashen with the shotgun positioned outside of the blue double door as well, in tandem with the Banshee. Could have been devastating, but Wi-Fi didn't want to take the engagement. Instead, rotates away to join the rest of the team. You can see everyone for Space Station downstairs now scurrying around to try and rotate to the correct position and read where the approach from Luminosity will come from. It really came from every possible direction for Luminosity the last time they attacked this bomb site. We had smokes come out towards Pillar and Blue to start things off, and then we saw the push from Hat on that Jackal down the laundry stairs. Everyone from Space Station got rolled over on their individual gunfights. So Luminosity looking to replicate some of that success from round number 1. As you can see again, they're ripping open every hatch. They're opening up every avenue towards the bomb site possible to give themselves as many choices at the end of the round.
Yeah, that is standard protocol here on the Oregon basement. You want to open up every hatch, every doorway you can. You push from tower, you push from bunker, you push from laundry, you push from freezer. And then when that 40-second mark, that 30-second mark approaches, you got to commit to one of those angles. A lot of times we do see teams commit to that E-box drop in tandem with some kind of tower stairs push and bunker push. And by Wi-Fi and silent repositioning outside, it seems like that's the kind of round we might have in store for us. They have yet to actually open up the double door, so they'll do that now and clue SSG into this fact. But they'll begin very quickly to send some of this utility downrange. You've already got Gryxr on the tower stairs. You've already got these elements in place.
There goes J90 taking aim at the base of the tower stairs. Eddie will respond with 1, but Iconic right back to establish the 2-man advantage, as Hat is once again pushing his way through laundry, and he spots the elevated defender, but he cannot win the gunfight the second time around. Up on top of the washing machine, a more successful try the second time. In Space Station, they're able to get on the board after their attack timeout downstairs. They're able to repel the swarm of Luminosity attackers descending into the bomb site much better this time around.
Yeah, they're able to quell the wave that moves on in and finally kind of get their head above water. The timeout proving effective. as SSG are able to kind of find their stride again here. Luminosity, they did go through the same motions that they did last time. They were just met with a much more resilient SSG defense that did not crumble as easily as it had last time, and adapting nicely to Luminosity moving around and repositioning. That's always the challenge of the defense, is identifying where that attack is going to come from and then moving into position to stop it. If not, if you're not actively keeping an eye on that, you could have your back turned. Luminosity approach from the other side, you're not watching the right angle at the right time, and they can storm into the site. Now, that's not exactly what happened last time. It simply just came down to Luminosity winning more of their very fair gunfights, but winning them nonetheless that time. And finally, on the defense, SSG are able to come out on top. This time, though, changing up the bomb site yet again. We go to meeting in kitchen, and we see Iconic on a little bit of a roam here in small tower, and Gryxr has no idea. He goes down first.
I guess we're rushing here for Luminosity because we're just not droning small tower to check where Iconic is, and I think he's going to stay up there. I think he got that first pick. He's still in the small tower stairs, trying to take aim towards Silent. 2 quick kills for Space Station on the defense to reject whatever that approach was for Luminosity, trying to go quick and throw off Space Station's tempo. It does not go according to plan, and suddenly a map where you're feeling very good about your attacking prowess, suddenly in back-to-back rounds, we've got some hurdles to try and overcome. Unsuccessful the previous time in the attack towards the basement redux, but this attack towards meeting and kitchen still salvageable, as Iconic has really cordoned himself off here in the top of small tower. He doesn't have any friends for help. He's just up here going to try and win as many ones as possible. Though that is Ashen the Smoke rotating to T2. I imagine popping the windows and trying to take aim towards Eddie, who is collapsing onto Iconic's position. In the meantime, Silent will ignore Iconic and turn back towards the showers hallway momentarily, but I think Luminosity is suddenly realizing that no, we cannot leave Iconic up here, and now here comes the swarm, the flashbangs underneath to keep a barricade. It gets destroyed, but Iconic turns for the swing. Does a lot of damage to Silent. But the good thing is here, he gets the opening kill, he kills a lot of time, and he puts Silent on about 10 HP.
Yeah, at that point in the round, Iconic was just playing there to die, and he knew it. He had no escape. He was going to try to delay as much time and just do whatever additional damage to the attack he possibly could. And he didn't get the final kill onto Silent. The final bullet did not land, but he did a lot of damage. And considering there's only 3 people up for Luminosity, that amount of damage will absolutely have an impact. Of course, he found Gryxr and he delayed time, but Silent's alive here. But thanks to Iconic, is going to be in a lot of jeopardy when he does start to take these gunfights in the last 45 seconds of this round. You've got players from SSG who still maintain this top floor control, part of the value of wasting the time. Again, thanks to Iconic. They can stay upstairs, they can maintain those positions, and when Luminosity eventually do make this push, J90, he can just drop down and shut them down.
Trying to do battle with J90, and they've opened up the top of the breach all the way up, but Ashen gets one. J90 reigns supreme from above, and now it's Wi-Fi alone left in the Zulu hallway. He collects on default, but he got 3 more members to find, and he needs to recover the diffuser that was dropped on the opposite side of the bomb site. The push into meeting goes nowhere, as Forrest will shut him down from behind the sandbags with the TCSG, and just like that, Space Station, after the attack timeout, they go back to back.
And we know that SSG are capable of that kind of thing. We saw that same exact thing last night. They were down in quite the hole on Consulate. It was looking like we were going to see map 3 in that series, and SSG take the timeout, and then they just turn on the afterburners. They find a new level of just discipline, of coordination, of speed, of success. Everything starts to go their way, as last night we saw Ashen just start lighting it up. We saw Fultz go crazy, and Fultz putting up some good numbers right now, recovering what was a messy start for just about everybody on this map for SSG. He's got 6 kills now, and SSG, right alongside, have worked their way back to even, all square at 2. Like we had said a few minutes ago, Luminosity, because they secured those 2 rounds right away, their job's kind of done. They can check the box of, did we survive the attacking half? At this point, every round they could secure is a nice bonus. You move in on the defensive side on your own map pick, and you can do it with a lot more confidence if you have that 3rd round, if you have that 4th round. But we'll have to see round 5, round 6, if that will truly be the case.
Well, Ashen going for the same run out. Now he's going to peek out towards the van, the action he was denied from doing after being jackal tracked the first time around. He peeked it, and he's unsuccessful onto both. Runs out the front door, can't find a target, finds his target on the default, but can't hit the shot. So Luminosity, they escape the 5v5, all is well and good. Now Silent bringing out some drones towards Small Towers once again. We have an extension of the setup in the top of Small Tower from Iconic on the Azami. Lots of barricades. We've got J90 with reinforcements into showers as well. So quite the westerly extension for Space Station on their defense downstairs on the first floor, while the objective remains topside. Gryxr to try and get in all the way underneath. He's going to come up the freezer stairs now and trying to go for the flank behind the freezer hold. He's gotten his way all the way into security, behind, using the defensive rotations, turning the corner into dying. There's so many yellow pings, and there goes Iconic looking into the showers. J90 is able to respond in kind, so they go 1-for-1 off the Deimos, and the Azami taken out of play. J90 still in a strong position inside of showers for the time being, but there comes Wi-Fi, and there goes the swing from J9 being shut down by Silent. It's a 2-man advantage now for Luminosity in the midway point in the round.
So we've seen this more aggressive SSG defense have some mixed results. Worked fine in the last round, may have worked for the first 45 seconds of this one, but very quickly it has swung the other way. Instead of delaying time and maybe getting some kills for their own, instead, SSG just gave up their lives in a couple of engagements and has given Luminosity a 4 versus 2 with a full minute left to play. World's their oyster here, really. They can kind of approach this however way they'd like. All they have to do is stay together and play the trade. The only thing Luminosity have to make sure they tighten up is to not present 1v1 engagements to SSG. The first 1v1 presented to Ashen, and he will take advantage of it. Again, they still hold the advantage by 1. As long as they are together, they cannot lose this round. But Hat, alone on the master balcony with no support in sight, he goes down too thanks to Forest. It's a 2v2 just like that.
That's a tough one. The Hat over towards the master balcony. He's just trying to lock things down, but he has no idea about Forest's position at the top of the armory stairs. The rest of the attacking contingent, Wi-Fi and Silent, were both big tower. Now Silent will make the rotation to the bottom of White Stairs. He will ascend and now push in for the 2v2. Critically, no diffuser in hand on the side of Luminosity, and Ashen continues to win his engagements until that very moment as Wi-Fi will level it to the 1v1. He has to push for the kill. He hits the deck looking for some feet, but Forest will continue to back away. He just has to kill the clock, and he will kill the opponent as well. Space Station, Ashen and Forest able to pull out the 2v4.
Incredible work from them. But as I said, Luminosity, if you're going to get yourself in a situation like that, you got to be able to close it out. You got to be able to finish. They proved they could do that in the first 2 rounds. They did have a bit more actual momentum in the individual round. They weren't kind of taking their time. They were rolling through the site. This time they did get a little stalled out. And as we said, they got so isolated from one another. Of course, when I asked them to play together, I'm not saying all 4 of you walk in the same doorway. I'm just saying, if you're going to take a gunfight or try to take some space, have a teammate at least nearby, around the corner, so that when that kill happens, if it happens, they can swing, use the information you gained by dying, you get a kill, you keep the advantage, and you're fine. Instead, you allow SSG to go crazy. You allow them to pull off the clutch, and now SSG take their 3rd round in a row, potentially a 4th, unless Luminosity change this.
Tough one there for LG, as they did have a really good response to that extension. You know, you got Iconic with the Azami and Small Tower. You've got J90 in the showers with the reinforcement setup and rotations all the way through dining and showers, kitchen and security. Very extensive setup that LG were able to pick apart quite simply. Very impressive in the early phases there, but getting, like you said, Jonah, a little separated in the later portions with that 2-man advantage. Wi-Fi narrowly missing out on an opening pick. The rotation over towards the long hallway and pillar. It's a downstairs attack now for Luminosity. Try and keep the half in their favor. As walking away with 3 attacking rounds, like you've also said a couple times now, would be a pretty good win on the side of Luminosity. have to worry about this T2 stairs presence right now. 2 defenders hard holding with a shotgun out. It's Ashen once again. And then you've got J9O on the lower landing of the stairs as well. There goes the drone, but we do have both the stage walls reinforced this time, so there won't be any direct contact with any attackers from Luminosity.
And unless the overlay deceives us, that is the only drone that actually SSG managed to take off the board for Luminosity. So you mentioned the information being such a key. Well, Luminosity should have plenty at their fingertips, at least 60 seconds in. We can expect those drones to come out a bit more aggressively, and we can expect SSG to take more of those off the board as we do get closer to that execute phase. As I say that, we do see another one taken off the board, indicated by that overlay in the top left corner of your screen. But right now, that's not too big of a worry, as is a lot of information to potentially have at your fingertips right now. And even though Fultz did try to deny the hatch, he's not able to get the Kaid claw down in time. That means that with the hatch open, these options that Luminosity are looking to establish open along with it, making this approach viable from both sides of this bottom floor.
Yeah, Hat with a really good read with the secondary EMP there, knowing that the Kaid trick would come. Good read from them. So now Luminosity in a very strong position once again. We are burning towards the freezer hallway, and we're going to go for the 3rd time around with this elevated position from a defender on top of the washing machine inside of Laundry. The nade comes in. It's going to force Ashen out of the freezer hallway. Here comes the Finka pushing up with the shotgun. It wins out the engagement. Forrest as well from on top of his perch collects another body, and now it's Eddie and Silent in a 2v4. It was roles reversed just a round to go, but now Silent stalled out in the depths of the freezer. There's still a Toxic Babe in the back pocket of Ashen. Forrest still perched up on top of his washing machine as Eddie makes the approach. He's pre-aiming at foot level as Forrest is elevated, and now it is Silent as the last man standing. He's got nowhere to go and in the middle of a crossfire. Very treacherous circumstances to work out of, and Forrest again. He climbs down off of that washing machine. He picks up the kill onto Silent, and it's a 4-2 half secured for Space Station. They had to do it the hard way, though, winning 4 in a round in the back portion.
Unreal. Again, SSG showing us that experience, their ability to take attack timeout, completely flip the script. They lose a basement hold. Then they lose a dorms hold. The 2 primary objectives on this map. They take attack timeout, and they just seem unfazed. They go basement again, they go meeting, they go dorms, back to basement, and they win every single one since the timeout. A couple of those came close. We did see one round where it was a 2v4 clutch for SSG. Not a confident win by any means, but 4 rounds in a row either way. And that gives themselves the lead they were looking for. They can now call the defensive half successful. And considering what we know about this map and the general trend of it being defensive-sided, it's pretty much even going into the second half, still anyone's game.
Well, for Luminosity on the defense, we are going to turn to our trusty friend, Jesse. What do you have to say about the second half for Luminosity on their defenses, brother?
Thank you, Flynn. Well, I come to you with some good news for Luminosity fans, because as it so happens, despite this massive advantage the Space Station have gotten with 4 rounds in a row, when we saw the regular season, through both the group stage of the NAL and the playoffs, Luminosity were the best defensive team on Oregon, winning all 6 of the defensive rounds when they played this map the one and only time against Wildcard. And coincidentally, Space Station were the worst attacking team on Oregon, winning only a single round when they played 6 attacking rounds, also against Wildcard in the regular season. So despite the fact that SSG have just gotten 4 in a row, I want to make it clear the job is not done. And it will be no easy task to close out this game against Luminosity.
Much appreciated, Jesse. So we get back underway with, hey, still a task to be accomplished. As Jesse says, moving over to the attacking side. Some hurdles maybe in the past for Space Station, and right now for Luminosity, they got off to that hot start. You know, it was a good response to the poor map on Chalet. And then all of a sudden, again, attack timeout, attack timeout. All it takes is call out to hit the TO, say 45 seconds, I just need to talk to the boys. And Space Station so far through this LCQ have not dropped a round after attack timeout miraculously. We'll see if they can continue that trend going forward here, as they would very much like to sweep this one up early, as the victor of this game still has another best of 3 to play against the Sonics.
Yeah, the night is still young here, people. A full best of 3 and potentially the most exciting matchup of this last chance qualifier. The one that will send the final North American team to the major. A must-watch game. And for these teams today, it's going to have been a long day. So a battle of endurance when it comes down to the end of this. SSG hoping to get there as quick as possible as Forest will look to continue some of the momentum from that first half, riding that high and starting off their attack well with a kill. J90 will do the same. Iconic. He gets one too, and Silent and Eddie, they're going to have to go massive here. They are on the opposite side of the site, though, from where the majority of this attack is building, and they can only do so much to slow it down. Forest getting this diffuser on the floor. Ashen and J90 on the coverage. Looking the wrong way, allows Silent to secure his triple, but it is an ace clutch that's required. On the retake here, he's got 30 seconds to work with here. Low HP, he'll push into Freezer, that's his quad. Only Ashen left to find. The Grim, of course, trying to play this as passively as possible, delay as much time as possible, but it's not as simple as that. Silent is going to force this fight. He is going to chase Ashen all over this map. The spray through the wall nearly gets him, but not quite. He's got to go all the way down into bunker for it, and Ashen will not let it happen. A valiant effort, but not enough, and SSG will take their first attack.
Dear God, it was a 4v1 for Space Station that Silent, he almost brought it back. That, unfortunately, is going to prompt Luminosity to take their tactical timeout. Listen, that was a round that probably should not have gotten that close. Props to Silent for how he played that, able to pick apart 1v1s. It was afforded the opportunity. He even created a couple of those opportunities on his own as well in that post plant. Oh, good read by Ashen, though. Sprint around and waste as much time on the clock as possible and force Silent to have to be sprinting at the end there. I'm sure there will be confusion about why he was sprinting, but I mean, he had 5 seconds to collect the kill and get back to the diffuser, so a hurry was necessitated. For Luminosity here, losing 5 rounds in a row is, again, very tough, but we did see Space Station drop the first 2 defenses of the first half, and yet they still turned things around just fine. So while we are getting closer to match point and series point, Luminosity still with plenty left to play with. We'll head upstairs now as they're dissuaded from running it back downstairs after, again, the 4v1. It's a dominating position to be in from the side of Space Station, regardless of Silent's heroics. And now for the top floor defense, we've also got an operator swap coming out with the Frost returning. Seen some Frost have some good effect, especially for Luminosity in this series thus far back on Chalet. So we'll look to repeat that as well.
I think Luminosity will quickly be very glad they brought the Frost back into play. It looked like for a second Forest was going to bring out the Blitz, but he will switch over to the Buck. So when you got a Blitz walking in or vaulting in a window up top, the Frost mats can easily save the round for you. But I think SSG, maybe assuming initially that Luminosity might try the basement again, maybe hoping to bring out the Blitz to aid in that basement attack. As they saw that it was up top, we go to dorms next. They will do away with that lineup, bringing out something a bit similar to last time, of course, with this lineup. With 1 hard breacher, the Ace, 2 secondary hard breach charges in J90's pocket and Forest's pocket. And of course, all the utility that the Capitao brings along with him. I gotta say, Flynn, I've been loving the Capitao play. I feel like he's come back into the meta in a big way. We haven't really seen as much of him over in some other regions, like LATAM, for example. But here in NA, a staple of this last chance qualifier and a reliable one.
Definitely. I mean, over the years, Capitao has been given piece of utility after piece of utility on top of his usual kit. It's just made him very independent, very much a one-man army. You can bring hard breach, you can bring Gon 6, you've got fire, you've got smokes, there's EMPs. There's a lot you can do with Capitao. And I think right now for Space Station, they've been using him very well. Not only today, but yesterday as well in that game against Makers. I think for Space Station, it affords someone like Ashen the opportunity to just be on his own and live on his own and take gunfights wherever he well pleases. He's also the man carrying the diffuser for this round. So he won't be having the luxury to go take any engagement he pleases without passing off the diffuser onto someone else. And J90, having his own struggles, he could really use one of Ashen's EMPs right at this moment. trying to contend with a mute jammer. There we go. Can opener is successful onto the attic wall. That will open things up, and Iconic is there for support as well. Outside, it's not going to vault in just yet. And Gryxr on the Solus downstairs is going to get the opener onto Forest.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to make this point yet, but it was in the chamber, I promise. I was going to talk about Gryxr next and mention that, you know, he is underperforming a bit as to what we've seen from him in general, but specifically, I mean, even on Chalet, when Luminosity did not do so hot, Gryxr was still contributing, still trying to do whatever he could to keep the team alive. In this case, though, we're going to need to see a bit more than that. Of course, starting off the round well with a kill onto Forest. That was eventually remedied, though, by SSG as they get the kill onto Wi-Fi. But here is Gryxr, speaking of, falling to Iconic on the swing. Again, SSG methodical on this attack, and Eddie just swings into J90's open arms. The Grim, who's been there the entire time, finally gets the opportunity he was looking for and collects with the kill. A wide swing on the double window for Silent. He gets bodied. It is just Hat that remains, and he's not even looking the right way. Iconic will close it out, and SSG continue the run. Other than the 2 rounds that Luminosity secured to start things off, it has been SSG ever since.
I don't know what callout is managing to pack into 45 seconds, but boy, is he getting his money's worth. Still undefeated after attack timeout in the LCQ. They won 6 rounds in a row yesterday. Can they replicate the performance? They were down. Actually, they have. That's 6 in a row now for Space Station. They have replicated the performance from yesterday. They're going to try and top it for 7 to win 7-2. My goodness, it is match.
New rule. If they lose a single round, if they lose a single round in any other game at this point, immediately take the attack time out. I mean, that's clearly the solution, right?
I mean, I don't know what you could possibly say in 45 seconds that could completely flip a game on its head. But callout's done it twice. Space Station, they've done it twice. This is impressive to see, the ability to just kind of regain some form after some trepidation. Obviously, yesterday was very different. It was a 6-2 scoreline versus a 2-0 scoreline. But the runs afterward are still very, very remarkable to see. Now for Space Station, like I said, this is match point, series point, Luminosity. They faced similar circumstances that Space Station faced yesterday against Makers, which was a 6-2 scoreline deficit against them. They need to pull it back and go on a bit of a run of their own. Still on the defense, still on Oregon, but now they're going to have a blitz to contend with as Forest does not swap off in the middle of optic phase. This could be an explosive end to quite a dominating performance from Space Station.
SSG got to be careful. They don't want to give this momentum back to Luminosity, allow them to stop the bleeding that is continuing to occur on this map. But yes, this is the attack that we saw SSD kind of chambering for a moment before eventually switching off it when they realized the site in the previous round. This time we're back to the basement, and so Forest is looking ready to go. This kill is going to make things a lot easier to that end. Faults onto Wi-Fi. He does have to watch out for Eddie on the swing, but he's got a teammate there in Ashen to provide the coverage. And as long as Eddie is off the site, as long as there's Gryxr above, if SSG just walk into the basement right now, they will win this round. Instead, though, they are going to go for the clear. They'll swing into meeting and push it, and Forest will actually end up going down. Eddie will get the kill. So still finding some contributions here before he goes down, but an SSG advantage either way in a 4v3.
Gryxr making his approach through kitchen, well known with the pre-fires down the green hallway, and then again through the soft wall towards meeting. No rotations or kill holes opened up, so he's a little safe for the time being, but Iconic will bring around the drone to confirm the location of the Legion off the bomb site. I'm sure for Space Station, they haven't gone aggressively pursuing him for a couple of reasons. Number one, they don't have the blitz anymore, Force falling in the hands of the shotgun inside of meeting. But also they know that they will then have the man advantage on the bomb site. But Iconic will confirm the return for Gryxr back towards the objective to join the rest of his team. So Luminosity still playing at a man disadvantage, but they do, with 1:05 and change left on the clock, have a lot of utility that Space Stations still need to work their way through, and they don't have that tip of the spear blitz to be able to sprint on into the bomb site and cause as much havoc as they could have previously. They also have opted to forego opening up the hatch because they actually do not have the utility necessary to open up the box hatch. So it's going to be blue, and it's going to be tower stairs.
In Luminosity, this is a round they are set up to win potentially. You mentioned the utility going their way. And SSG, without the blitz, they're just going to have to get in here quick and do whatever they can in the last 30 seconds to get this one done. Down the stairs they go, but it's the pre-fire from Silent that finds the head of Fultz. No real problem from him. The final 3 attackers all in pillar, potentially in a kill box, if Luminosity have anything to say about it. Ashen, he'll step up and make the next move. He'll push all the way up right to the site. Whip out the Bailiff, close quarters, doesn't find anyone there, so he'll swing wide and look to get the kill. Silent, though, will get his triple, denying SSG on the execute and finally stopping the momentum that they have worked so hard to build. Iconic, he cannot get it done, and Luminosity will finally find the scoreboard once again.
Okay, the run ends at 6. We can't go for all 7. Unfortunately for Space Station and their fans, we've hit the limit, the theoretical limit of how many rounds you can win consecutively after a tactical timeout. It's 6. Luminosity, again, Silent is playing out of his mind on this map. Like you said, Gryxr playing very well on Chalet. The round count, not going in the favor of Luminosity, but at least those 2 players have had their moments in the sun. Silent, again, with a big clutch up, starting off with that pre-fire towards Pillar, like you said. From then on, I think it was a triple on the round for him, as I don't think Iconic actually died to Silent as he rotated out of the freezer hallway. 3 on the round for him. Very good performance thus far, standing at 10-6, and now Luminosity, they do succeed at winning their first defense, and now they will head upstairs to try and get a rally going and push themselves off the burner, as it is still match and series point, and it will remain match and series point all the way until overtime should Luminosity put us there, in which case they will have exactly 1 round of error to have some breathing room.
Yeah, we've reached just about the scoreline that I think Fox had predicted. He said, what, 7-3, 7-4 here for SSG. I know Jesse, he was thinking OT. Luminosity, if they have anything to say about it, that prediction will come true, but it does require quite the performance. As you said, Flynn, they do require 3 rounds in a row. And here they're going to have to contend with an operator that Parker and I did talk a little bit about earlier. Forrest is playing the Blackbeard. Incidentally, a fantastic operator to aid in a potential T3 clear. You've got Silent up there prone in the top of tower. You throw the Blackbeard on the window and that could help in taking the fight, but it will take about an hour and a half to get Forrest over there. He is a slow operator, that Blackbeard. So instead, they're going to look to get things done without him, and while they're distracted, Wi-Fi will take advantage of that. Silent just sitting down. You basically give him an assist for that kill.
Yeah, the peek coming out from small tower means that Silent's west rappel window was covered, but here we go. It's a supernova springing into action in the hands of Ashen once again. Gryxr will fall. So there goes the Solus underneath taken out of play. Very important kill to gather for Space Station as now Ashen makes his rotation over towards Zulu underneath the generator breach. And this is a good spot to be in. I just don't know that he knows of Wi-Fi's positioning over towards security. It looks like they're going to play Ring Around the Rosie downstairs. Still tower presence. Silent has not vacated his post up in the top of the tower. Drones will come out to hold the flank so that Wi-Fi cannot be the devastating force he wants to be on that zombie. The Keepa barricade will come up as he's returned back to the bomb site. And there comes Forrest with the frag grenade, but Hat with a nice shot over towards that armory side with that SMG-11 to remove Ashen from play and reestablish that man advantage.
All right, Luminosity keeping that advantage by 1. And SSG, they will now have to make use of this Blackbeard somehow still. Forrest looking to make his mark. Right now, waiting for a bit more information as Fultz will obtain some. But they have to find 4 of these defenders now nicely spread out. A good web of control they've got here on this site. Someone back in attic, the other 3 positioned on the site itself, ready to deny SSG before they make that eventual execute. Now, Jaina, I know he'll hop on the rappel and maybe look to whip out this primary utility, the asphyxiating bolts, to potentially choke out one of these defenders from their positions. But they will maintain them for now. Again, Jaina, I know, still keeping that utility in pocket. Finally, we'll see him pop the smokes, and I believe Fultz, as a result, he'll move on in.
Going for the plant now with the asphyxiating bolt and the smoke cover, but Hat is able to find Fultz through the fire, the flames, and the smoke. Wi-Fi able to vault his way into the closet as well as the rappel comes in, but it's Luminosity with a complete lockout upstairs. It's back-to-back rounds for LG as they continue to survive. Their only problem, is that they will be locked to going to a tertiary bomb site, one of the two remaining on the first floor. They will revolve around kitchen, whether it's meeting in kitchen or dining in kitchen. Those are the only choices available to Luminosity on the defense to keep themselves rolling here. The good news is if you're successful on that site, whichever you choose of those two options, you do have the option to go back downstairs to force overtime.
Right, if you're successful here, Luminosity will be feeling pretty good about their chances, considering that they just won both of those primary sites back-to-back. But of course, they did lose those back-to-back just 2 rounds prior. So here it does come down to this one for SSG. The most important round yet. If they get this one, we're out of here. And SSG have a date with Sonics in the LCQ final. But if not, Luminosity sit poised and ready to send this thing to overtime. This is SSG's choice. They pick to defend first, which means in OT, Luminosity will likely get to defend first, meaning that they will probably have that advantage given the way this map has been trending. Again, we're still 2 rounds away from that. Gotta see if Luminosity can bridge the gap. It was 4, now it's 2, but still 2 rounds in a row required.
I mean, you got to commend Luminosity for being able to repel again Space Station with the desire to lock this thing down early. We see the Blitz come out. We see the Amaru come out. You know, Space Station just trying to get this thing over with as fast as possible to hopefully not tire themselves out too much, as up a map and on match point and series point, sure the thought crept in that we don't want to be letting this thing go to 3 before we potentially have to play another series against the Sonics in the final. A good response here from Luminosity to be able to repel that aggression, push on a little bit further here. And like I said, this is a very pivotal round. You do have to play on an unopportune bomb site, but winning it will give you the opportunity to head back downstairs where you previously won, to force overtime and really make this thing a series once again, after Space Station was getting off to a hefty runaway.
Space Station, it's clear that top floor control is a priority. They're allocating faults. They're allocating Iconic. And a moment ago, Ashen to that position as well. He'll rotate downstairs to help out getting this breach open wide, which will now occur. So he'll join Fultz in actually getting boots on the ground up top. But this is not as simple as it looks. There are 3 defenders to deal with here, one of whom just came up the stairs and totally blindsided Fultz. He had no idea that was coming, but Forrest and Ashen, they have an answer, and Ashen makes it happen again. Looked like Gryxr was gonna win it, but it does not go his way. Instead, it is SSG who come out of that gunfight on top and now have a 3 versus 2 advantage going into the final minute.
J9 looks like he's going to get pressured here from Wi-Fi and the Attic at the same time, trying to establish the crossfire, the walk-up. Wi-Fi gets put on about 25 HP, but it's enough of a distraction there to be able to catch J9 off guard with the Supernova, and now attempting to recover the diffuser is Iconic. Flashbangs come out as both defenders are now topside. The ascension of those tower stairs from Wi-Fi now puts Forrest in a tough spot as he hears the footsteps above on all the soft breach that has been fashioned from the Luminosity defense. Yokai drones coming out in response as well. Health advantage pretty heavily on the side of Space Station in their favor. And the rotation coming from the SSG attackers now as they turn their attention upstairs to take the fight head on. Iconic positioning outside the big window with Forrest able to make his way to the top of the white stairs. He will spot the goo mines, but this facilitates Iconic jumping in through the big window. He sees the feet, but he can't win the gunfight with the bearing. Both remaining defenders on 5 HP apiece. The drop down the hatch to safety. The time is looking to expire as Forrest cannot find the kills. Hitting an air jab is silent as he tries to sprint away through security. There is no time left. Wi-Fi is able to escape. Luminosity is able to escape. And we're going to round number 12.
You gotta think SSG overthought that a little bit. Of course, it does come down to winning that gunfight up top, and Iconic could not do it. The Bearing 9 got away from him, and that right there denied SSG the map for now, and potentially denied their ability to take this one in regulation or at all. He's gonna be beating himself up about that one for a while if the consequences are severe. If not, I'm sure he'll brush it off, but SSG, instead of going for the plant, which they knew they could have easily attempted that. Both of those defenders were up top. They had full access to kitchen. All they had to do was go and plant. they decided to go head on for the gunfights. A bold, late game decision to make with so little time left. I imagine they figured that with top floor control in the hands of the defense, that yes, they could theoretically get the plant down, but it would be much harder to cover in the post plant after the diffuser was down, because that retake from above would be harder to stop. Plus, the Echo was in play. The Yokai drone, if they didn't spot it or shoot it, could have denied the diffuser before we even saw the post plant occur. Those Echo drones no longer invisible, quite loud. I suspect they would have been able to take it off the board, but instead, maybe they hope to surprise the defense, take the fights. It clearly did not work. Round 12 upon us, as Luminosity have taken 3 in a row. They just need one more, and this one's going to OT.
Well, they spotted Wi-Fi going for the peek in T2. T1 door gets opened up, but Wi-Fi is able to once again escape down the stairs, get back towards the bomb site. We also see Eddie playing this deployable shield, looking out the blue double door, outside of the building, taking a very aggressive stance out towards any of the attackers who will be approaching later on. And now with some establishment for Space Station over towards the top of T3, and now Forest, his entry on the blitz, top floor over by dorms. Very disjointed from the bomb site, but Space Station ensuring that there are no flanks, there are no roamers, and that they can work down towards the bomb site directly without any impediments.
Got J9O approaching from the lobby side. You've got Ashen already in the building in security and now transitioning into meeting. It's not being contested here. That tells you very clearly that Luminosity are going to let SSG take the fight to them and are going to really contest the execute, less so the entry game. I think this is a good strategy. We're seeing SSG, as we said in the last round, kind of overcomplicate things a little bit. Maybe take a little too much time, not playing with the same confidence that they were playing with not very long ago. That'll happen when your opponents get a bunch of rounds in a row on you. We saw the same thing happen for Luminosity before they were eventually able to stop the bleeding, and now it is SSG who face a similar fate. Eddie with this deployable shield out in the open. He knows that this attack is about to round the corner. Forest is going to be quite a surprise, though, because having a blitz run you down is not exactly the ideal situation. But as his deployable shield backs off, he'll make the smart choice of starting to retreat. It will give Forest access to this part of the map, but he needs to be careful. He can't walk into the crossfire here. He has to wait till J9O is in position.
Yeah, that's the thing, is we need the collapse to come from the tower stairs at the same side to eliminate the crossfire, and there it is. J9O wins his first engagement. Wi-Fi goes down, everyone falling at the hands of Space Station weaponry. Now Eddie is the last man standing on 5 HP. The ADS has come out. Space Station, they make it a flawless round to close out map number 2. They win this series 2-0, and they set themselves up in the grand final of the last chance qualifier against the Sonics for a spot in Manchester.
Waiting for the glasses to come out, but they might be resisting. Iconic, is he looking for him? Or are we going to see... Okay, there we go. The white, though. No, you got to have the black ones, the jerseys. Guys, come on. You got to get it together here. The swag is not dripping like it was the other day. In all seriousness, though, a fantastic win. Bolt's looking good, as always. But everyone else still clamoring. There you go. Forest, he's got him. They're the right color. But quickly focusing on the next task at hand. They're all business right now, looking to take the fight to Sonics next in the best of 3 that will determine who goes to Manchester.
Absolutely. And I think right now for Space Station, did that Oregon go a little longer than you would have wanted? Maybe. Are you still comfortable with a 2-0 win, with a 7-1 win on Chalet? Absolutely. Also, there was that lengthy extra delay as well after the Sonics game, so there's an argument to be had. Space Station, they could be feeling really hot right now.
They're looking good. They made it work. It did take them a little longer than they wanted, like you said, but they pull it out against Luminosity. A 2-0. They do not require that third map, and they move ahead with one goal in mind, making yet another international event, denying Sonics from doing the same. Of course, that'll be decided in one more best of 3 to close out the night that has already given us so much exciting siege at this point. We're going to step aside for a few minutes. We've got our final best of 3 in our desk to wrap this one up on the other side.
All right, well, we almost got to see the potential to go into that overtime. That you guessed there, Jesse, right at that. But in the end, Space Station able to pull it together, end the series in a 2-0. And I mean, Jesse, when we're looking at the team and the momentum they could take into the grand finals, how are you feeling about that victory?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think for Space Station, there's some great key takeaways of that map in Oregon. We saw the magic of Call-Out once again, calling attack timeout and then winning 6 rounds in a row, just like they did yesterday in their matchup against Makers. I don't know, the casters hit on it. I don't know what Call-Out is saying in attack timeouts, but they have been incredibly effective this week through the last 2 games, quarters and semis. But it took a little bit more than that. Obviously, LG started to bounce back. I really did like a lot of the late round kind of site-focused play that LG were able to do. It was honestly some heroics to bring this game as close as it ended up being. Thought Hat had a really good round playing smoke up on the top floor. Obviously, that 2v3 from Silent and Wi-Fi was really, really good for them. Unfortunately, you can just only do that so many times against a great team like Space Station Gaming. They do close it out before we get to that fabled overtime. And I think it's for the best for Space Station. I mean, they've already had a very long day. They probably want to keep this game as quick as possible to have as much energy going into the grand finals as they can.
Absolutely. And I mean, for Oregon, the map that is generally very cut and sewn step by step on what you're supposed to do, I will say SSG did bring a lot of creativity out, and Luminosity kept up with them the whole way through. And of course, we saw Luminosity coming back, building a little bit of a comeback almost. But once that timeout was already used beforehand, the timeout wasn't able to come through. But the rest of SSG were able to finalize everything and lock it up. And I really do think, like you said, a lot of it is off the back of their coaching staff. I feel like we talked about it in the map bans. We're now talking about it in game. Everything that they are like prioritizing on the side of SSG seems to be working all throughout so far, and everything's been going very well.
Which is exciting to see for this team going on forward too, because that's going to be the stuff that pulls the team back together through any hardships here, anything that's maybe not going so well, Jesse. So being able to see that it starts at the top, great coach, and then the players have enough there to follow through on it is really just I don't know, it's so clutch.
Yeah, 100%. And I think for Space Station, I mean, that's going to be what they need to rely on going into this grand finals. For Luminosity, you know, it's unfortunate that their journey does end here. I'm glad we got to see a couple of rounds being battled back for LG. We see the stat lines in front of us now. Gryxr, unfortunately, not having the same map that he was having back on the first map of Chalet. I think those inconsistency problems, when you look at individuals from Luminosity, continue to shine through and continue to be their biggest weak point. So hopefully that's something they can continue to work on through the offseason, through third-party tournaments, or whatever the offseason may hold for LG, because this is a great squad, and honestly, they should be very proud of making it as far as they did in the last chance qualifier.
I mean, this is the best that Luminosity has looked up until this date. I believe the last time we actually saw a LG roster ever breach the top 5 was back in 2020, and that is a completely different roster than the current one now. So obviously for them to be in 5th place throughout the regular season, obviously to be looking very formidable when it comes to the rest of the North American teams, I think with a little bit more time, they can absolutely breach their way into a team that is constantly competing for that major spot in the next, year to come.
And as we say goodbye to Luminosity, we have to start looking ahead at this grand finals that we have here ahead of us. Of course, making it to finals is just one step closer to making their way onto Manchester. The only team now stepping in their way, Jesse, it's going to be Sonics. They've been sitting at the sidelines. They had a strong match earlier. This should be a really nice face-off.
I'm so excited for this game, honestly. 2 titans of North America, Sonics and SSG, 2 teams that really have their own stories this stage. Sonics struggling massively, not even making it to the playoffs, making a big roster move coming into this LCQ, and now finally finding their footing. And Space Station Gaming, a team that, looked very good through part of the stage, but then ended up not being able to close it out in playoffs. They fall to that 5th place match. They battle back against Luminosity for the rematch, and now they go to the grand finals. I just can't wait for this game to get underway.
I think you put it really, really beautifully. I mean, both teams, I feel like, had their ups and downs, and they're slowly plateauing towards a trajectory where they're crossing paths to see which one will be able to find and figure out their footing fast enough. And I will say that this bracket is really funny looking at it, because I swear to God, it looks like the exact same bracket that happened like last year.
Yeah.
I swear to God, the exact same outcome of like Luminosity losing to SSG, OG losing to Sonics. And last time, I'm pretty sure it was Sonics that actually had the upper hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, well, we'll have to see if history can repeat itself there at the grand finals just around the corner. It's going to be Sonics and Space Station after this break, so don't go too far. All right, now that all remains here in the last chance qualifier, one final best of 3 to find out who's going to be the final NA spot going on to the Manchester Major. It's going to be Sonics going up against Space Station here. I have to ask, Fox, when you're taking a look at the bracket overall, is this the head-to-head that you expected here in the grand finals?
Oh, absolutely. I believe even on the last day of the regular stage, me and Jesse were talking about how we thought the bracket was going to go out. And I think this is play for play how we expected it to go with Sonics playing against SSG. I did say at the start of the day that Sonics would be the unexpected team to make it, even though that Gryxr hurt his arm recently. I did expect them to get to the finals.
Yeah, I think that these two squads, I mean, just looking at them historically, have always been towards the top of North America. I think Space Station were on an upwards trajectory, even though they did lose that those couple of matches inside of playoffs. And I think that the Sonics, we expect them to bounce back. We know they're a good roster, and especially with the move coming through, they clearly were addressing their issues.
Yeah, let's talk about Sonics, because we got to see them earlier on face off against Oxygen to be making their way here, and being able to see how they're meshing together here, Fox, I think is really, really nice. It's really promising going on forward, especially if they can take this dub.
Yeah, I mean, Gryxr just coming in just adds a whole nother element of confidence. It really feels like everybody's been rejuvenized and alive in the way that they're playing and the way they're going for plays and with the way that they want to start and finish out their rounds. Everybody has an understanding. There's no real conflicting points at any point so far.
And there's someone else that we really, really need to be talking about who had a huge step up in that semifinal performance, Jesse, and that was Ambi. I mean, honestly, from the get-go, opened up the first game with the 2K and didn't really slow up from there.
Ambi has been an absolute monster today, and you saw him there in the face cam. We talked to him in the interview, clearly juicing up before this game. He's got that juice pouch ready to go, and whatever it takes to power him, I'm happy for it. I'm here for it, because he's playing fantastically throughout the day, been that star player that we want to see him be for the Sonics. Obviously, just a mechanical monster against Oxygen. Really didn't give Oxygen any room to breathe on these rounds. Whether it was early round, late round, mid round, it felt like he was always a part of the holds, part of the pushes. He was really, really impactful. So I'm excited to see what Ambi can do today. He's been a player that's gotten some criticism at times, but really has shown to be very, very consistent and can pop off when it matters. So that's what I'm excited to see today.
Absolutely. I'm a little hesitant when it comes to Sonics because they have gotten the first slot game. They now have just been quote unquote iced. And from a player perspective, to have played your first match and now you're just sitting cold, of course you're warming up behind the scenes, but it feels a lot better when you're able to play a game and go straight into another game like SSG did.
And there's not too much we have to say about Space Station going into this because we just got to see them play, Jesse. So we'll keep this one brief. They're looking really good. Coaching staff on top, players following through.
Certainly, and I like what Fox was saying about Sonics. They've been kind of iced in Space Station. You may worry about them being tired, that they just had to play a BO3. That BO3 was relatively quick. Yeah, we had the big tech delay before it started, but a fast map 1, a map 2 that was, decently long, but not the longest we've seen by a mile. So Space Station shouldn't be too out of juice just yet. I expect to see more great gameplay coming out from them, just like we saw in that match against Luminosity.
I want to follow on the conversation that we've gotten to see whenever Space Station's been playing and head to the map vetoes and talk a little bit more about that, because in both of the series that we've gotten to see, this map veto stage, Jesse, has been really, really clean, something we've praised them for, and I want to see if they can pull that out again.
Yeah, it has been, and I know for a fact these two teams went right into the map vetoes as soon as that SSG game ended against Luminosity, so I'll be excited to see where they end up going for these first couple of maps. Obviously, these two squads played against each other very many times in the past. We're going to start on Chalet. So this has historically been a very strong Sonics map. They actually lost it the one and only time that they played it this stage. So obviously a map that, they have in their back pocket. They've had for a very long time. And a map they just watched Space Station play. Iconic just put up a masterclass on that map. So clearly Sonics thinking, we're not going to be like LG. We can make the difference. And kind of continuing the trend. Consulate, another map that historically Sonics have been good at. Recently, they have had their struggles. Space Station, obviously, this is their favorite map. They play it all the time, probably more than any other team in Tier 1 so far. So definitely some comfort maps coming through from both teams.
I mean, it makes perfect sense to just straight go for the Chalet pick. Obviously, they just watch SSG play it. They know Sonics has a good understanding that they are probably in a better position than Luminosity was. So they have a lot of footage on SSG. They are able to just be very comfortable. And I think that's the name of the game right now with this map ban phase. SSG obviously going with a very comfortable pick for them. And then I do think this is the one best of 3 series so far that we might see get to a map 3, which I would love to see bank between these two teams to see who could actually close it out on a BO3.
All right, well, we got to do our predictions for Chalet first. So, Jesse, first up, how do we think the Chalet is going to fall?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we just saw Space Station play a great game on Chalet, and crucially, that game was pretty quick, so they didn't actually have to show too much of their defensive playbook. I kind of like Space Station for this one, to be honest. Historically, it's been good for Sonics, but not recently, so I'm going to say that SSG take their opponent's map pick. I think it'll be close. Let's go 7-5.
All right, Fox, how are you feeling about this first map choice?
I want to agree with Jesse. I do think realistically SSG is looking very strong. For some reason, I have this weird feeling that both teams are going to win their opposite map pick. So I think Sonics is going to win. I'll go 7-5 for Sonics on Chalet.
All right, we got to keep it spicy here in the grand finals, all right? I like what we're kind of setting up here. And, I mean, Fox, you already said you thought this was going to be a 3-game series. Jesse, is that an agreement over you?
We'll see how the first game goes, but yeah, I mean, I think we could be here for a very long best of 3.
All right, well, let's not waste any more time then and hop into our first map of Chalet and head over to Flynn and Intero.
Oh, thank you so very much. And I don't know if the desk said this, but I didn't hear it. We were on camera for a nanosecond, which is about as much time as people need to physically see Flynn. But beyond that, this is the first time in North American League history that every single person on the broadcast is Canadian. You're Canadian, Rob. I'm Canadian. Sierra, Fox, Jesse, all Canadian. Even our head producer, also Canadian. Isn't that exciting, Flynn?
It's very exciting, and I think it's fitting. The last time we cast together was the Canadian Nationals, nearly 5 years ago. It's been a minute, brother.
Was it the Canadian Nationals or was it DreamHack Montreal?
I think the Nationals came after, but someone might actually have to fact check me because my memory is not perfect.
I mean, Jesse will be able to pull this number out. I'm fairly certain, Rob. But yeah, I was thinking back to the last time you and I worked. It was it was on Canadian soil in some Canadian capacity, which obviously is, I hate to say this word. God knows I have to cast him enough as is. But now, here we are. And I'm going to say this because I'm going to say this to your face. It's on the record. I'm glad you're back.
Hi. We got a tech pause.
Tech pause.
Yep. Nailed it. But
for people who might not know, there was a period of time where if you were casting a match, it was guaranteed to go the distance. You put Flynn on a match, it's going all the way to OT. You have the same feelings here. Look at that. I believe that is J90's room. Look at those tiles, Flynn. I thought those are nice. Oh,
those are nice tiles. Where is J90 though?
J90 has
been there he is.
Summoned into the ether. Hey! Welcome back, Jack.
Good to see you, brother. It's good to see you getting back to your seat. And I mean, okay, we had the lengthy pause between games 1 and 2, and that seemingly did not throw Space Station off of their game. They came out onto Chalet, map number 1 against Luminosity, and decimated them 7-1. It was not necessarily a close one. Things got closer on Oregon, but like Fox was talking about, Space Station, they might have the momentum. They're feeling pretty hot. It's been actually a lengthy amount of time since the Sonics actually last were in the server to start things off against OXG, and that was also a bit of a shorter series, 7-2, 7-3. So for the Sonics, looking to get back into action and back underway as fast as humanly possible. We'll be starting on the attacking side on Chalet, and we just saw Space Station, like I said, win 7-1 on Chalet just a couple hours ago. So we'll see if they can keep that hot streak going, or if they need another tack timeout to get them back into gear.
Yeah, Space Station getting the memo that we were running a little bit behind schedule, and I appreciate their assistance in the matter. Boy, oh boy. What a turn of events this has been. Sonics suddenly out of nowhere, an excellent team that is only improving with Gryxr at the helm. They have the injured player buff right now. I appreciate that a lot. But a map like Chalet brings lots of time for trickery. And a team that knows shields well is Space Station. They're going to have to confront one in the very first round, Rob, as there's a blitz on the board in the hands of Wrexham.
There is indeed. We got EMPs coming out on the wall to deny Forrest's opportunity to trick the wall, as you were saying, Parky. Kai Claws unsuccessful in the hands of the EMPs, and now Forrest being caught as he rotates towards the pillar. Ashen first up, and he knocks down the blitz. Good response there onto the angle as well, as Forrest will back him up. Ashen the first one with the shotgun. Gryxr down to about 20 HP outside the snowmobile breach as well. The nitro cell ripped into the hands. Forrest will let it fly, and it's just a tad short. Good read from Merc, seeing that Iconic would be coming down those west main stairs. So we level at a 3v3 with the health advantage strongly on the side of Space Station.
There's a very quick bout of action here. Both of these teams can be so explosive in the way that they want to go about attacking these sites. Forrest dies at the hands of Merc. Adam slaughtered as J90 gets back to the bomb site, now down through blue. Might have to worry about some of the gas from faults that have been thrown out in that direction. Merc now getting diffuser down. And they'll dance around it. Flashes go out. Gryxr the only man to watch, and Airing 9 does its job. J90 lit up by Gryxr, and Merc secures the final kill. They might have been on ice, as Foxay said, but they go over so smooth in that first round. Sonics don't look like they've missed a step whatsoever.
Not at all. Good response there as well. Going for a split push as well. Splitting the focus, you lose your blitz as your opening death, and yet the response still well timed, especially from Merc. Honestly, very beautiful round from him all around. The return to the bomb site looked promising for J90, just as we saw his return to his seat from wherever he was before the game started. But unfortunately, it was not enough. Beautiful coverage there as well from a 50 HP Hibana, or a 20 HP Hibana on the coverage after the plant as well. So for the Sonics, very good start. The ace is taken out of rotation. Should note we didn't actually touch on the operator bans. We lose the ace, we lose the Azami, Dokkaebi, and Fenrir. So part of that hard breach rotation that is very popular, and we saw a lot of ace in the first Chalet matchup between SSG and LG. Not going to be the availability of the attack, and neither will the Azami, an operator which I think we saw nearly 100% play rate in the last series. So some operators that Space Station like to play, taken out of the rotation. And the Sonics seemingly very good at, even while losing their blitz, which may have been the main agent of chaos that was intended to be brought, they're still able to respond and recover on that round.
Yeah, the blitz ultimately did not pay off the way that I think they wanted, but this has been something that we've seen quite frequently. I mean, we saw the same thing with SSG in their blitz. You thought would be a much bigger factor on Oregon, but I mean, shield operators obviously have their place. Obviously, the changes to the shield operators as well have made their potency a little bit more than we saw before. Things will be done a little bit differently by Sonics this time, Rob. Bring out a Glass, they'll bring out a Sens, Gridlock, Brava. The only hard breacher is the Maverick that Merc favored earlier today in their Oregon match. This could be a very quick execute. Sonics wanted something faster previously. Zigzag smoke screen with the actual smoke in there as well. There could be frost mats underneath the window, as now SQ will drone to see if they get the go-ahead. Merc now looking for something to try and maybe pick away at Fultz's feet. Ashen losing most of his HP. J90 is dead. Merc punished by Forrest, but Diffuser's going down, Rob. Rexon with the coverage amidst the smoke. Hops in, hops out. Gryxr successful on the diffuse plant. And now the clock will run against Sonics. SSG have to get back on in. Sonics just watching as this time continues to go down, working in their favor. Ashen Forest lit up quite heavily as Gryxr now goes on to upside down repel. A dangerous position for SSG to have to confront. Iconic will guide them on over. A potential jump out. There he goes. Net one catching up. Gryxr with both kills, and Gryxr will get all three as Space Station ultimately falls short on that round.
It was a really good bait. You got the Sens holograph projector coming in through the double window into games with the smoke as well, and yet nobody from the Sonics jumps in. Everybody playing the bait. Fultz is wildly spraying through the hologram, through the smoke, towards that default plant spot. Then the second smoke comes in, and that is the trigger. That is the activator for the Sonics to spring into action. They're getting the plant down, the coverage as well from the glass. Flawless, as Fultz had to go for that wide swing through the smoke. He couldn't see a single thing. So for the Sonics, back-to-back attacking rounds, and boy, the carousel of operators continues to turn. It's quite the activation for a Glaz and a Sens, not something you see every single day. We saw some Blackbeard being brought in the last series from Space Station. Nobody's locked in an operator yet, so I'm wary to comment on the operators that are pre-selected at the moment for the Sonics. Nobody's seemingly making any intentions to opt out of their selection as of yet, other than Adam. We still get quite the creative lineup on board, and it all disappears as soon as I get excited. It's a kitchen and dining defense coming out from Space Station as they look to garner some traction. Unsuccessful downstairs in the defense in the basement, unsuccessful in bar and gaming. It's almost the exact same script that they put against Luminosity in their series.
You made the mistake of talking about the operators before they were locked in. I mean, as much as I get positively giddy over seeing Blackbeard on the board, maybe after his rumored rework later on. Are we about to see another quick play by Sonics? Both Ambi and Gryxr on Repel. Gryxr 4-0, by the way. An impressive start. Merc was 3-0 before he died in the previous round, but he had a very important job of cutting through the bottom of that back bar wall. SSG's watched a lot of these castle barricades blow open, but SQ have not wanted to break into the site just yet, and this is a bit of a slower pace than what we've seen through the first two rounds.
Yeah, they got prepped. They got in position to activate pretty quickly onto the top floor, but they pull it back. A little more reserved because there's a lot of work yet to be done. You can see the mute jammer in tandem with the castle barricade onto the bathroom window is causing Merc some headaches for the moment. And Fultz has been able to withstand this position. We saw Ashen in this position in the game against Luminosity where the repels came out and Ashen, he had nowhere left to go. He just had to swing out to safety just for an avenue to escape with. Yeah, that's not the case upstairs this time around for Fultz. He's playing a little safer. He is able to persist upstairs, causing some annoyance for the Sonics in terms of being able to accrue that top floor control that is necessary to feel safe about walking into the bomb site. We've seen so much top control, but as I say that, Gryxr says, I do not care. I am Zofia. I am walking into the bomb site.
He's just missing out on one of the heads, as now he'll circle around and he slaps the booty, Rob, but not before SSG can answer back themselves. Fultz the only one to die, so a good gamble by Space Station, but they lacked critical information. Now final minute. SSG's numbers will drop. Adam and Rexon will need to work together. Adam is not quite close to getting into the actual map itself. He's on the exterior. Jane, I know the long rotate. Rexon dies to Iconic, and Adam is nowhere to be found when it comes down to these last three players on Space Station. I mean, you played, albeit in the Canadian Nationals, know exactly what's going through Adam's mind right now. Bullets.
Yeah, it's don't die too soon.
Bullets are what went through his mind, Rob.
Bullets are indeed what went through his mind, unfortunately. The rappel into the window, a valiant attempt with the EMP, but really it's just about killing some clock there. You're in the 1v3 in Space Station, as active as they have been in these engagements and as active as they have been in the series so far in the Last Chance Qualifier, they're certainly not going to chuck a 3v1 off a cliff and give it back to you for the 3-0 lead. So, Space Station, they needed a win to get onto the board. They're successful at repelling Gryxr's aggressions into kitchen. So like I said, there wasn't really any top control for the Sonics. They accomplished a little bit of soft breach upstairs, taking care of some of the castle barricades, and they're able to displace Fultz momentarily from his position inside of Master towards the hatch. He had to duck away to the chimney to play more safe, away from the angle of the big window. But other than that, not a whole lot accomplished for the Sonics top side. So Gryxr says, okay, I'm going to be the initiator, and jumps into the bomb site. And he goes 1 for 1, which isn't the end of the world. But the rest of the team, the follow-ups, they were caught by Space Station. So it was a good response from SSG on the defense. And once again, we now turn away for Space Station to try and tie things up. It's been a common theme for them, unfortunately. They dropped the first 2 rounds on Oregon, then had to go on a tirade to bring it all the way back and win. 7-5 was the final against Luminosity. No tack timeout required as of yet, though. We go back to Bar and Gaming on the defense for Space Station.
Well, maybe not the round result that Sonics wanted, but it don't look like they've missed much of a step. Of course, this is their map. The desk was very happy for the Sonics to get the maps that they got. I will be intrigued to see what comes of Consulate, though, Rob, because, I mean, if you look at the fact that Sonics traditionally do really well on these maps, then, yeah, I think the map pool suits them. But this is not the traditional Sonics lineup, and we can go all the way back to, you know, what was it? The last event that Sonics missed was the Charlotte Major. This team's in a very different look for all those years. Now, I mean, Sonics have a very different look from what they did 3 weeks ago with Geo.
Yeah, and I mean, like you talked about, Gryxr playing on the injury, certainly not playing like it right now. 5-1 and looking to take aim as he vaults into the lobby in the cover of smoke, able to work his way down the fireplace stairs in towards the basement to get underneath the bomb site. Potentially go for a rotation over towards the blue stairs. There's a run upstairs, though, from Space Station. Looks like that was Forrest out towards the office balcony. So, widespread here for the Sonics in terms of the attack. Still not dispatching of this top hold towards Library as of yet. They don't have the smoke operators or the ability to see through the smoke as they did the last time they approached this bomb site. The good news for them, though, is that even with top control held here by Space Station as a swing comes out from the top of blue stairs, Hatch is reinforced if they wanted to send it into the bomb site. It looks like they're just going to send themselves to an early grave.
Yeah, I mean, full send is definitely a mantra to live your life by, but, you know, maybe not always. Sonics reduced to just 2 players now, SSG in a 4v2. But I mean, you got Rexon and Ambi left. Rexon and Ambi, by numbers, 2 of the best players to suit up today, and certainly had their moments in the matchup earlier today. I would probably put good money on them in the clutch. How well can they work together, though? And the better question is SSG going to give them a helping hand in order to make this clutch possible? Final 30 seconds now. Sonics walking into the bomb site. Down goes Iconic. Rexon with 1. Numbers are doable, but Rexon will need to grab hold of that diffuser and get that plant off to find safety here, but he doesn't really know where these last 2 players are for Space Station, so a tough spot. Rexon will go for the diffuse plant. Falling off. He's got a read, and he loses the gunfight to J90. He had information. He didn't have the aim, though. SSG win the round.
Again, good response and good hold topside. Space Station able to swing into some advantageous angles and take the Sonics by surprise as they were loitering outside a little bit. Loitering around the outside of the library balcony, the piano balcony, and taking their time in terms of how they wanted to decipher and attack the top floor hold with a lot of focus towards the basement as well. So very spread out attacking focus for the Sonics. It was successful in garnering them the first 2 rounds of this map, but here comes Space Station. Again, it seems like losing 2 rounds is the indicator for everyone on Space Station to lock in, whether or not it requires call out to remind them of that fact. Now for Space Station onto the defense, trying to put 3 in a row for a clean sweep of objectives to take a lead into the half, which, I mean, Chalet is not the most defensive-sided map that we've ever seen, certainly not this stage either. And for right now, they are at least in a very solid position, grabbing those back-to-back wins on the defense. They surely won't want to stop too soon, and we're getting closer and closer to locking in some operators, but we did again get off operators that would have been very fascinating to see from the Sonics. I think going back to something a little more reliable, a little more sure-tested for the Sonics right now is going to be necessary. So you want to get back in the driver's seat here. This is your map pick, but Ashen, he's not going to let that happen.
Well, I mean, I don't know if people are aware of what the 4 letters at the end of Forrest's name means, but if you do know what those mean, Ashen lived by that acronym in that particular round. Rob, I'm sure you know what it means, right?
No clue.
It means let your hang.
Fair enough. Fair enough, Forrest.
I asked him. I had no choice. I was like, what does Lin mean? And that's what he said. He said, letting your hang. Now, if you're wondering what the word is, it's kind of like a legume. This is similar to it, you know? And that's exactly what Ashen did in that first round. And it's Ambi, of all people, who dies as well. The Zofia is gone. You know how important that soft destruction can be. And, well, SQ will have to do it without now.
Problematic here. And again, we're slowing down for the attacking side of the Sonics. Everyone just kind of taking a breather. You've lost Ambi, like you said, that soft breach, very crucial. The Azami isn't in play, so you have less of that explosive range soft breach to focus on for the time being. These are Rooney gates as well. They're going to be infuriating, catching up and requiring utility to be thrown in. Gryxr on the pre-fire through the bathroom window. He's not going crouch height, and that will end in him falling off the roof to be down. Fultz will catch the rappel. The Sonics, they get off to a 2-0 lead, and all of a sudden it's falling apart at the seams.
Well, I mean, barring a miracle, this certainly looks like it'll be 3 in a row for Space Station. Chalet doesn't strike me as a map that, with the way these teams play and the numbers that we know on Chalet, should be tilting so heavily in favor of the defenders. This is one of the rare maps where, today at least, the defenders are actually doing well. Attackers have been better across the board for both of the matches that we saw. And, I mean, Chalet has that long and storied history of being an attacker-sided map. Obviously, is not the case always. If you just look solely at the numbers for the NA League, it's a 45-55 with a technically 54, but effectively a small advantage in favor of the defenders. Vaulted now from Rexen as the time is continue to tick away. Rexen just got siege timinged on that one pick. He and Gryxr are so low. All Space Station needs to do is just wait for them to wander over, and there you go. Job is done. 3 in a row from Space Station, but that round was over a minute and a half ago.
Yeah, that was, again, an opportunity to try and salvage it if Space Station were going to be reckless, if they were going to throw discipline to the wind. And boy, in a game to go to the major, they're just not going to give you that opportunity. Yeah, we're going to talk about falling off the roof, but also the opening kill battle, because this was a struggle for Space Station coming into this last chance qualifier, opening deaths left, right, and center. And yet nowadays, especially through these games that we've seen from Space Station, the opening pick has been acquired more often than not, and it's led to a lot of freedom for these players to feel like they can make plays without putting their teams in tough positions. Whether or not it results in the round win after the fact, it just must be alleviating not always playing from your back foot down a man. Ashen gets the opener, and we see someone from the Sonics fall off the roof, unfortunately. And it begins to spiral from there. The rappel into Solarium, also very bold. Not clearing, I believe it was Jane I know on the solar stairs, just playing, I'm going to rappel in and shoot you in the face before you can shoot me. And unfortunately, the Sonics were incorrect on that matter. And now, for Space Station, trying to make it 4 in a row. Man, a streaky team, at least displayed thus far through the last chance qualifier. 3 in a row, looking to make it a 4-2 half. They go back to kitchen and dining, with Forrest laying prone underneath the game's window. Okay, man. Good luck.
I mean, he's letting them hang again.
He is indeed.
This is such a goofy spot to play in, and it's honestly so easily punished as well. Big gamble from Space Station to have Forrest be in that spot, but if there's one thing we know about Forrest, he likes to play, what's a nice way of saying it, predictably.
Certainly does. I think right now for Merc, he's trying to assess the situation, understand, does Forrest have help, or is Forrest just being Forrest? I think that drone is going to help identify the fact that, yeah, Forrest is just being Forrest. This is what he does. Now Rexen trying to make his entry into Library, knowing that the Frost is rotated away from Games Room. Ashen taking a little bit more damage, but at the meantime, he's able to rotate backwards, and Forrest has made it all the way upstairs now to the top of the blue stairs, help hinge in towards the top of this Library hold. And again, the Sonics are able to get into Library, but they are unable, for the moment anyway, to be able to proceed any further. They are able to get into games, though, as well, so a bit of a tandem approach on both floors to try and progress back across towards the bomb site.
Merc is miles away from this bomb site, clearing the southern portion of the map. First casualty is Rexen. SSG continuing on the now hot streak that they found themselves on. SSG started 2-0. J9O gets a read on one more player. Could have given SSG a small break, but instead, walking backwards, Gryxr eliminating Ashen, and with 1 minute to go, Sonics cannot get bogged down here. Space Station winning all of their duels, Rob. And now it's all up to Ambi in a 1v3.
Yeah, Ambi trying to walk his way into the front door, and he's going to spot Forrest out of his peripheral for a moment. Now he's hitting the beep boop as he walks in through lobby, trying to recollect the diffuser. It sounded like a nitro cell went soaring as well. So Ambi, as he has collected the diffuser, will sprint on in as fast as humanly possible into the bomb site, and it's all for naught as Fultz will shut it down. Space Station, they drop the first 2, they win the next 4. They head into the side swap, up 4-2.
Yeah, quite an impressive result for them. But again, if you just go based off of pure numbers here, from the way that North America plays this map, the advantage is in the favor of the defenders. Even if we thought the same thing of Bank and Chalet earlier. And I mean, you can't really pull much statistics from the SSG-LG matchup on Chalet earlier because it was only 8 rounds and 7 of them were won by Space Station. It wasn't an attacker or defender-sided map. It was a Space Station-favored map. And it didn't really matter what side they played on. Honestly, I mean, Sonic's gone off to that strong start, but maybe there is something to what Foxay was saying about the fact that SSG got their reps in and are coming in warmed up.
Definitely. Being able to kind of roll in and be able to play off of a win with momentum, feeling energetic, feeling warmed up, and wherever J9O went before the game started and he had to return, you know, you got a little bit of a break, but you're able to just keep that momentum and keep the comms flowing as well. You're able to be warmed up, not only mechanically, but as a team with some teamwork. Very impressive to see that SSG's been able to carry that kind of momentum over and pick up randomly in games. They drop a couple rounds. This is like 3 times in a row now that we've seen this from Space Station. They decide to flip a switch and everybody kind of clicks into gear. And the synergy between these teammates have looked a lot better than what we saw through the group stage.
No, both of these teams are playing, dare I say, their best Siege that we've seen since the beginning of the North American League this year. And I mean, if there's ever a time to bring your A game, it's right now. You are 2 to potentially 3 maps away from making it to the major. Both of these teams are on quite the streak when it comes to making it to represent North America. There was a bit of a spanner in the works, though, and that was called Beast Coast. They took one of the major spots, which means the typical 4 teams from North America that we've gotten used to seeing, M80, DZ, SQ, and SSG, well, one of them, unfortunately, cannot make it. And you're looking at one of the 2 teams that will not represent North America.
Yeah, it's the tragic part of someone resurging. It means that someone needs to fall out of that top 4. And it just so happens it will be one of these 2 teams, whoever does not come away with the win. I was going to credit the Sonics for being able to get away very early on. Gryxr was pinned downstairs. There comes Ashen getting the opening pick once again, this time on to Merc. So it means that the Sonics are once again playing from a man deficit. Gryxr's taking a little bit of damage, but he's been able to escape the clutches of the Jackal of Iconic downstairs. But as I say that, now he's dropped down to about 20 HP. Candela's come out from Force for the top 4 control. Very strong position to be in for Space Station.
Ashen drops to Ambi. They were waiting for it, expecting him. Now it's Forrest to take up in that same position over by Piano. J9O dies to Adam. Forrest was looking the wrong way. Explosions galore now. Candela's primed. It'll be a utility dump, but Adam using those Maverick holes to great effect. Losing the duel, though, to Iconic, who's traded out, and it's a monstrous round from Ambi to kick off the second half.
Yeah, Ambi. He's young as hell with the worst gun in the game. Very nice play up there with the UMP. Hey, man, you got to get it in there every now and again. I think right now for the Sonics as well. Beautiful response. Again, you dropped the opening pick, which is unfortunate. And it should be said as well, like you said, both of these teams have been playing very well. The Sonics as well. Like you said, this is the best Siege we've seen from them so far in Stage 1. Very nice timing, as it is do or die here in the grand finals to get to the major. I think for the Sonics as well, Merc has been involved in a lot of these opening engagements, and they haven't necessarily gone his way every time. But being a constant threat and constantly probing at Space Station, who have proven, especially in that game against Consulate or against Makers on Consulate, that they can surrender opening picks, they can be caught off guard and start to be put into situations where they need to claw their way out of troublesome man counts. And yet, they weren't able to for the beginning portion of that map against Makers. The Sonics still rebounding quite well. They win their first defense. By no means is this thing over. We got plenty of time left here on Chalet. Now for the Sonics, a little bit of a role change. We got Rexon now onto the Solus to wander around, and Gryxr over to the Malusi, Merc onto the Mira. So we're making some significant role changes in terms of personnel and operators. And most notably, we're changing the bomb site now after a victory over to Barn Gaming.
Well, it's been a couple rounds today, and a number of rounds through Atlanta and onwards. Ashen made his international debut that he can just will his team to win rounds. Iconic used to be in this position as well, and we saw it a lot when he was on the Astralis roster. Of which, by the way, most of the Astralis roster is now on the SSG roster. So Astralis might have left the scene, but the team certainly didn't. Bastion can have these singular rounds, as we saw actually Ampy have a couple of those rounds in the matchup earlier today. Then be a very interesting best of three where both teams just have these superstars trading back and forth.
You see as well, the approach for Space Station trying to get in downstairs was a big focus the last time they played Chalet. I think right now for Space Station is they're detecting a run out, so it doesn't really matter who's on the Solus for the Sonics. They will be flying, and they will be trying to get in your face, which is what we want to see from these roamers for SQ. Much like the Sonics on their attacking half, initial progress made. They find one beachhead, but not a lot of progress made there on out. It's a minute or halfway through the round now. We've got a Surya Torch coming out onto the storage reinforcement to make any life of Merc inside of that back storage on the mirror window very difficult. Always have to worry about his flank, but Forrest as well. Played the Montaigne the last time they played Chalet against Luminosity. He didn't have a whole lot of effect with that operator.
A slow-paced round so far, with SSG having a shield on the board of a Monty in the hands of Forrest. Of course it's going to be Forrest playing the shield up. Rexon trying to retake above. Gunned down by Iconic. Ashen on the board as well. There goes Ambi, not before Ashen is taken out by Adam. Advantage, though, still for SSG as Forrest unsheaths the pistol from behind the shield, netting a kill. Adam sees the Monty, sprints over towards Library, and, well, got some more reading to be done because he did not pass the test. The test was survive the round. SSG takes it. Honestly, that previous round looked like it was shaping up so well for SSG, at least at the onset, before things collapsed in the final moments of the round. It would have been intriguing to see what SQ would have done if that had been an SSG round, because SSG would have them on the ropes. Still, though, Space Station in great shape. 5-3 scoreline as your screen shows, and well, I think this is probably the right time for Goddess to talk to the team, do a timeout with the Sonics.
Certainly. My only worry is that that also means that Callout gets to speak to the team. Worrisome, just given the track record for Space Station thus far. Post-tac timeout. It's usually their own, though. Hasn't really seen an enemy tac timeout spring them into life as of yet. But you never know. We still got potentially 2 more maps after this to be played for Space Station to bring out everything from their war chest. For the Sonics, like you say, 1 round away from map point. Problematic. So time to call the timeout, readjust, and decide how you want to approach this SSG attack, because it really was looking, like you said, very good for the Sonics. They're able to stall out topside for a very long time, not forgive or really allow any Space Station members to get into the building and acquire map control. And all of a sudden that flood topside from Space Station then turns into the bomb site execute at the same time. SQ members unable to withstand the volley of force being brought upstairs. So they'll head downstairs now to the basement, try and get back on track, bring it back within 1. I mean, we saw SSG on their defensive half. They had struggles to begin, and then they really turned it on to round out the first half.
The scoreline really shows you more than we can speak about. Oh, I almost saw the black beard. I almost did what you did. Saw J90 rocking it, and I was like, please. Alas, not to be had today. I mean, Sonics had those 2 great rounds to start things off, and since then, it's been 5-1 for Space Station in terms of rounds 1. And I mean, I guess the worrying sign if you're Sonics is that just going back and forth trading rounds, not good enough. You need to start winning multiple rounds in a row. Once you get consecutive round wins under your belt, and those numbers start to look a little bit more favorable. fact of the matter is that if you just trade back and forth based on the way that these sites work and the fact that it's Sonic's defending will have to go through their own rotation for these defender sites, SSG will end up winning 7-5. This is Sonic's map. You certainly don't want that to happen. Can't even really pinpoint anything on the Sonic's team that's going wrong. It's just SSG have almost ascended to another level. SQ looked fantastic in their matchup against OXG. Now it's SSG against LG looking good. And is it because they're on fire today, or was it LG maybe not the strongest of teams? Well, they're bringing the hurt to Sonic, so I think the answer might be that SSG's on their game.
Definitely. I think for the Sonics as well, they're still trying to find some footing here on roles. Like, there is a roster change here. Merc is going to spring into action, but he's going to get droned out at the top of the blue stairs. You've seen the Solus now trade hands to a third member of the Sonics, so you're making some sweeping rotations. Adam, though, will spring to life with the Vector towards the Snowmobile breach. So Ashen, who've been reaping a lot of bodies as the opening kills, will find himself being the opening death in round number 9. And that is very good news for the Sonics to be able to get that onto the bomb site as well. Apply more pressure for Space Station to complete the rest of the clear, because Ambi, for the time being anyways, is going to be locked down from the line E1D. He had no intention of leaving back to the bomb site. He was going to stand and fight for the majority of the round. And Iconic will put an end to that trouble with 1 minute to spare.
It's a very greasy position by Merc. If he goes undroned, he can do some serious damage here. Space Station don't have that same front forward shield operator that they had before, so somebody else will have to be the main point of entry. And I mean, most of the time it's usually Forest. Look at all this confidence in the world if they've droned downstairs. He'll march his way down, but wait for the fire to linger and wait it out. Final 30 seconds. Space Station could move to match point with a successful round here. There's work to be done before they get there, Rob.
Iconic pushing his way down the blue stairs all the way up the shoulder peaks. They're not spotting him, and Iconic wins the engagement against Rexon. Now he's got blue control with pings, Malai, and EOD. Forrest will be trying to initiate the plant, and now Iconic pushing into Snowmobile, but here comes Gryxr with the Alda, and no, it's a team kill at the very end to give SQ the man advantage. Forrest attempting to put the bomb down into the overtime. Adam has none of that. He'll get the opener, he'll get the closer, and the Sonics bring it back within 1.
Things just get so messy for Space Station. And this, honestly, it reminds me a little bit of OXG's attacks in the matchup that we saw just before, where they would either have an advantage or they'd be well situated, and then chaos would ensue. All hell would break loose. And it was like they got to the final 20, 30 seconds, but the final steps were just, they didn't know what to do. They were just out of reach. And it gives Sonics an opening. And with the way these teams have played over the last couple weeks, Sonics improving as a team, then making the change to bring in Gryxr, or bring back Gryxr to be specific. And suddenly, both of these teams are quite evenly balanced, despite the fact that Sonics were towards the bottom of the standings in the North American League. You cannot give a team like Sonics any openings. They'll punish you for it. They will make you pay. And that round was a perfect example. Space Station took a little bit too long to gain map control. They took a little bit too much time.
5 seconds.
Iconic second-guessed himself. Instead of pushing through blue, he tried to isolate
Attackers are moving.
any of the defenders who wanted to retake. Looked over towards Connector, but didn't see it. And then, yeah, team kill comes in, and the whole round is falling apart at this point.
I think right now for the Sonics, you're feeling pretty good being able to bounce that win. Able to survive the onslaught, losing control of blue, but still able to work your way out of a tricky situation. It's an unfortunate one there for Rexon, as he was shoulder peeking that door at the corner of the hallway. Now Merc again, trying to get aggressive onto the Solarium windows. Rexon, just an unfortunate streak thus far, sitting at 2-8. Used to seeing him doing a little bit better. He has moved on to some more supportive roles in the midst of this roster change that the Sonics have made before the LCQ. We're not going to see the crazy tallies of kills that we're used to seeing coming out of Rex in every single game in previous iterations of this roster. I think right now for Space Station, the approach for this kitchen dining defense is very much grab the top control, which is the step that seemingly everyone has skipped thus far. We've had a couple of attacks onto this bomb site that have attempted to gain some top control, dissuade some defenders from playing upstairs, and then they've given up about halfway through and tried to make something out of a bottom-up approach.
A quiet day so far for Fultz. God, I just can't get over that Russian housing on the scope. Every time I see it on like one of the non-Russian operators, I just can't wrap my head around it. It still throws me for a loop. I don't know if you feel the same way with the optics. But big fan of the optic changes, and I'm a big fan of the way it has slowed down certain gunfights, and it's punished teams that weren't maybe the best game sense-wise and strategic. And the teams that were just gifted with mechanical aim have had to adapt, and maybe it's been a bit of a slow adaptation.
My God, Merc. He springs up from behind the trophy case. Force is holding from West Main, and yet he walks away to safety on about 60 HP. Here come the Grimbees. Ashen collects onto Merc finally, taking him out of position in trophy. Ambi, though, from the kitchen doorway. He'll go 1 for 1, and Force will trade that back out, but the retreat back to the bomb site from Gryxr now. It's Fultz and J90 who are in the bomb site, but not for long. J90 is actually topside as well. It's the diffuser on the floor, and it's another 1v3 for a space station attacker to work their way out of. Adam, Gryxr, and Rexon all left standing off the bomb site. They still feel like they're in a very strong position. The pre-fire from Gryxr will reveal his position. The wide swing around the corner, and he wins it out anyway. Fractured shoulder or not, Gryxr is firing, and the Sonics have leveled the score.
Well, this is exactly what you want to do when you take your time out, right? You immediately convert the next 2 rounds. You come out on top, and obviously frustration's not going to set it on space station. They're almost like the little brothers of Dark Zero, where there's no way to enjoy a Dark Zero game without severe heart palpitations. And with the way that SSG has been playing the last, 8 months, you've always got to fight for every inch of every single round. Chalet is no different. I will say, the top right of your screen, you'll see the Chalet image with the Sonics logo over top of it. It means that this is SQ's map. The fact that SSG had the lead for so long on this map, and more importantly, are as competitive as they are, bodes well for their chances. It's entirely possible that we need Bank as the decider between these 2 teams. Frankly, I think it's obviously possible that we go out in 2 maps, but I don't think we go out cleanly in 2 maps with what we've seen so far from Chalet. I don't know if you would back that up, but I figure either Chalet or Consulate will have to go to overtime, and then maybe a 3rd map will be required either way.
100%. Everything we've seen out of SSG so far leads me to believe that overtime is essentially mandatory. If we were going to walk away in a 2-0, I would actually anticipate it being the Sonics. Just honestly, with how clean they were against Oxygen, gave me a lot of confidence for this team heading into this grand final. Obviously, the technical pause, not the most ideal of circumstances to delay their start of the grand final a little bit longer than they initially anticipated. But nonetheless, game started to get away from them a little bit. 4 rounds in a row for the favor of Space Station. And yet again, they continue to bounce back. Resilience seems to be the name of the game for every team in this North American Last Chance qualifier, because everyone has been in a hole at some point, seemingly barring the Sonics up until this map.
Well, back on All Reliable for Forest, as the Monty will gradually move his way over towards this bar and gaming bomb site down on the main floor. Forrest was expecting a bit more resistance upstairs, but Sonics weren't particularly keen on fighting a shield head on, and I mean, who would be?
Seeing rotations come out now. Again, Forrest trying to find the entry point, trying to find the way in towards the bomb site. The smokes come out, but he's being flanked by Merc. Good catch there from Ash, and as Forrest is being lit up from behind with the shield. He perseveres, still on a relatively good health pool as well for how many shots rang out from that P90, but here comes Forrest again. He gets the kill with the pistol. Full ADSing is the Montaigne. Ashen, though, will get caught downstairs. Rexon springing to life. He sounds like he's doing battle with Forrest now, as Ambi is trying to ascend the blue stairs to provide some support. J90 collects Gryxr off screen. So now it's a 2v4 for the remaining 2 defenders on the side of SQ to work out of. Make that a 1v4. Make it a 0v4. Space Station able to respond with a valiant attack of their own, and they will put themselves on a map point.
Well, a heck of a time to suddenly break the momentum that Sonics had built up. You take your time out, you win 2 rounds. It looks like you might just be developing a deeper understanding of how to go about this map and how to best outfox this SSG team. And then, of course, they push you to what will be the final round of regulation.
Attackers.
Admittedly, we knew this was coming. It was a 5-5 scoreline. One of the teams had to move to match point, and now it's Sonics who will be on the ropes. SSG, obviously, favoring these shield operators, but not this round. Appears that Space Station will sub off of an operator that's actually been paying off quite well for them. And I mean, far be it from me to try to tell Space Station how to be a team. But the Monty is working. I haven't really seen any signs of it slowing down, so you might want to bring it, but maybe not for this bomb site, Rob.
Yeah, I think the bomb site is just the pure indicator here to swap off. And actually, as you say that, Force is going to bring it back out. So even with the bomb site being downstairs, you know, they had so much success, again, entering through Snowmobile Garage and the Blue Stairs approach last time around. Honestly, if it wasn't for that team kill, then maybe Force could have gone for the plant with some coverage. But nonetheless, cracks open the Montaigne once again. I guess as you were alluding to, Parker, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Space Station trying to steal a map away from the Sonics.
And this could be a quick round, depending on how they want to use it. Breach opened up right away, but nobody from Space Station is really much interested in doing anything with it. You'll keep that open, and the thing is that Sonics will have to play the guessing game as to whether somebody from Space Station is looming over by that part of the map. The Monty will almost assuredly go trench. That would be my guess. There we go. God, I love being right.
You were talking about your big brain earlier on as well during the first matchup between SQ and OXG. You had some pretty good predictions.
Yeah, you know, I love to talk about the things that matter to me, you know?
The exothermic comes out onto the wall now. So Space Station in a very strong position. Oh, the Forest taking a whack load of damage as he tries to walk his way into the bomb site, pushing up. He's the man with the diffuser, and he is laid to rest in the hands of the Sonics.
Halfway through the round as well. So time will not favor Space Station, and suddenly the odds of overtime have soared. Ashen taking a lot of damage from Blue. Because that's what, the TCSG in the hands of Rexon. You know how much damage that thing can do. Is that a nade that went off? Suddenly Rexon has lost over half of his HP. He was hurt before, but now he's even worse for wear. Only player on Sonics, not at full strength. Rexon's trying for at least 1 or 2 more shots on that open breach. He doesn't find anything for it. Final minute. SSG within striking distance of putting the Sonics map into SSG's win column.
Mark still over in the kitchen as the soloist, though. The flashbangs come out, the shots ring out through the soft wall. Nobody can find the head of Merc, and Adam will actually come in and collect faults. So now we are careening quickly towards overtime as Merc perseveres up against the kitchen soft wall. Adam in support came up by Bar and Blue Stairs. So now the pinch onto Kitchen is leaving SSG in a world of hurt. Adam with another one on Iconic. Ashen is bleeding out on the floor. Make it 3 on the round for Adam with that Scorpion. And the Sonics, they pull it back on their own map pick to force overtime.
And flawlessly done as well. How many flawless rounds have we seen between these two teams? Sonics had a number of flawless rounds in their matchup earlier today against OXG. SSG did the same thing against Luminosity. And of course, Sonics will take a flawless into overtime. Space Station will use their timeout before a single round of overtime has been played. And this is an intriguing thought process. What do you think leads a team to do this now instead of waiting 1 round in?
Well, if anything, I would just look to the record of TAC timeouts for Space Station so far this LCQ. We've touched on it a few times, but they have just gone on some meteoric runs after calling a TAC timeout. Callout has seemingly been able to identify some of the issues that Space Station have had in these LCQ games, and within 45 seconds is able to completely turn around the fortunes of Space Station and their performance. Other than that, it could be a different tactical approach being required. We talked about the Montaigne. That time around, Force kind of wandering in on his own. This might be an adjustment for Space Station to try and change the tactical approach in terms of the usage of the Montaigne, because Force is cracking it open once again.
Well, for now.
For now.
For now, Rob.
I'll never learn my lesson.
Is Forrest still playing a shield operator right now, Rob? What was he?
You know what, Parker? He's not. So maybe that's what the timeout was for.
Maybe you spoke too soon again.
Again. Yes, maybe.
Again. Yeah, that's
maybe
exactly,
I did.
It's exactly what happened here.
What I will say, though, is the Sonics have a fourth. Yeah, so Merc playing the Solus last round and now playing it again. I believe this is the fourth player on the Sonics to play the Solus. I think the only player on the Sonics roster who has not played Solus thus far through now 7 defensive rounds is Adam. And he's got a Scorpion in his hand. He needed a lot of good work with it last time around. So again, these role changes, seemingly site to site, a lot of variance right now for the Sonics in terms of their operator consistency.
Look, there was next to no recoil on that thing with the couple kills that he got in the previous round, which, I mean, if anybody's used the Scorpion, you know that that is absolutely not the case. Running these castle barricades now, if you look at Space Station, a bit of a struggle there with the Rotero drone, but at the end of the day, Ashen makes it work. Ashen and J9O will be your primary soft destructors here. Forrest not running with the secondary hard breach, so well up to Iconic. 4 Claymores, by the way, and SSG have used them all.
Yeah, I guess Space Station very wary of anyone trying to go for a run or go for a peek. But even with the Claymores out, I mean, you've got Merc on the Solus who's going to try to be that aggressor. I don't think those Claymores are going to be long for this world. They could just be a nice sound cue. Here comes Merc. And I guess he knew of the air jab on the other side of the trench door. So he's going to rip down the door, impact the air jab. And Evil Eye's being used to deny the hard breach onto Rexon's wall inside of offices. He's playing right up against the breach as well. Very aggressive stance being taken here from the Sonics, but it's doing a very good job at slowing Space Station down.
Iconic giving all these calls as he'll look to spearhead this offense. Explosive potential of both these teams has been, frankly, quite absent. It's been a very slow and almost methodical style of siege so far on Chalet, and this is a map that is not really one that lends itself to the slow and methodical. This is usually an explosive map, and you've got 2 teams that can be so explosive. Neither of them, right now, setting a tempo that, well, maybe not. Hold on a second here. Sonics goes for the run out, the triple run out, and they slaughter Space Station. Rob, suddenly it's Ashen who he flashes himself, dives in, hits the deck, and back-to-back flawless rounds from Sonics propel them to match point.
Am I mistaken, or did we not see back-to-back flawless rounds from the Sonics in their game against Oxygen as well?
Yes, I believe so.
Incredible performances being brought by the Sonics here. And again, it was match point put against them, and they respond by getting 10 kills and having 0 deaths. And you see the laugh from Merc. You can see the smiles coming out from the Sonics. Don't let these face cams fool you from time to time. These are high stakes. This is the major where you are staring down the barrel of a lengthy off season if you are unable to qualify for Manchester. If you do qualify, then there's plenty of Siege left to be played. But right now for Space Station, they find themselves in the precipice. Good news is it's not their map pick. This is the Sonics map pick. So all things being even, you would be expecting the Sonics to win their own map choice. Heading over towards Consulate, though, is a map where we saw some struggles, to say the least, against Makers yesterday. So maybe the map ban phase going slightly in the favor of the Sonics. I will try to prevent myself from speaking too soon on either operators or prognostications of future events when it comes to score lines, because Space Station have also brought themselves back from the depths on a couple of maps so far through the LCQ. And it's only 2 rounds they will need to secure the victory on the Sonics map choice.
Well, it was right before the timeout was taken that I said that Sonic needed to start putting up consecutive rounds in order to take charge of this map, and that's exactly what they did. They took their timeout, they won the next 2 in a row, dropped 1 round, and then 2 in a row after that. And that's honestly exactly where they need to be. Based on what we've seen from these teams so far, though, it's inarguable that we're in a defender-sided Chalet. But Sonics have still shown they are perfectly capable of winning on attack. If you're Space Station, you have to play practiced. If you watch the matchup against LG, SSG maybe did a small bit of trolling on a couple of those rounds. Maybe just a small bit of trolling. You cannot do that against a team like Sonics, not with the way that they're playing today, not the way that this new roster has shaped up. SSG needs to be poised, and they need to punish Sonics. Did you see that, by the way? The grenade went off and caught his drone right as he threw it. That's unfortunate.
I did indeed. And we're dealing with some more soft reach going on. Ashen, I guess, maybe not reading that was going to be a Gone 6, removing his shield from play, because boy, did he try and face take that situation. And J9 No dropped to about 30 HP off screen as well. We approach the midway point in the round. And a lot of Sonic's defenders, while they have been applied some pressure towards, they haven't been cleaned up as of yet from the Sonics attack. The good news is that Ashen is still allowed to persevere on this half wall inside of Office. Shotgun comes out, trying to play point blank range up against the breach of the Office wall. Ashen going straight up against the balcony door frame as well. This isn't going to be enough to dissuade him from holding this position. The Sonics are going to have to do a little bit more to force him out. Gryxr does still have a frag grenade, though, to push towards that door, but Merc, he will be the first casualty at the hands of Fultz with 60 seconds remaining.
Fultz just missing that opportunity as the vault over goes through. Now Gryxr will test Ashen's reflexes. Suddenly, Sonics have taken the advantage, Rob. Adam on 14 kills. Been saying his name a couple times today, but that is a lot for one player. It's not the Ambi show this game. It's not the Rexon show this game. It's Gryxr on 13 kills, no more for this round. Fultz looks to break double digits. He's 2 kills away. Adam will now survey this opening. SSG hold the top floor still. Fultz is up there. Flashes go in. Rexon around piano. Fultz has been sensational. That's his 3rd for this round. Down below as the shots go. If you're SQ, you gotta pick up the pace. Time is running out. Ambi with the kill. He holds onto the diffuser, swatted away at the door frame. Adam will have to drop and promptly run out of time. All 15 rounds needed between these teams.
Listen, the community poll was, I think, a difference of 2% between these two teams, 51-49. We're going to see all 15, and we're going to have a difference between 1 round to decide who goes up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. I wouldn't have it any other way, because these teams have both, on either side of the bracket, looked phenomenal and have made significant improvements, evidently, from the way they were playing through the group stage and, in Space Station's case, in the playoffs. I think right now, for both of these teams, like you said off the top, Parker, this is the best they have played. It's going to need all 15 to decide who is the winner. The Sonics, they will be on the defense. They will elect to go downstairs to Snowmobile and Wine Cellar. Right now for Space Station, they were down 7-6. They were down a couple times. They were up a couple times too. It's been a seesaw match. Nonetheless, it comes down to one final round. Who can reign supreme? Who can come away victorious? On map number 1 will be the Sonics on their own pick, or Space Station stealing one away, heading to their map pick of Consulate. No matter what, Consulate is coming up after the conclusion of this round. Both of these teams want to be in the driver's seat heading into the map.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Just talked about how Consulate is historically a decent map for Sonics too. So if Sonics are able to eke out a victory here, and I think given that we're in the 15th round, eke is the perfect word to describe it. Sonics are able to eke out a victory here, then this could get very troubling for Space Station. I was expecting a wilder, more rowdy Chalet, but we didn't quite get it. My hope is that Consulate will at least live up to that billing. I mean, we want rowdy, we want chaos, we want violence, but these teams want to go to the major, so they're going to play maybe a bit more poised. That's what we've seen. In the previous round, Space Station needed to be poised. They were great on their defense. It's a lot harder to be poised and pull off an attack, especially with the way that Sonics likes to roam on so many of these maps. Spend a lot of time to drone out both Merc and Ambi, and you might find yourself only 20 seconds left on the clock and an execute to still go.
I think the big thing here is for Space Station, look at the operator lineup. We've got every piece of soft breach you could ever want. Got the IQ to find some gadgetry onto the walls to facilitate the hard breach, and then we bring the Jackal and we bring the Deimos. We are not allowing anyone to escape our clutches on a roam clear, because now that we have the snowmobile breach open, we're able to apply a lot of pressure down towards the bomb site now through lobby. Bolt's holding for any flanks from up above, and Force carrying that diffuser. Look at Space Station. They've got a lot of clock to work with here, and not a lot more utility to burn through either. Looks like a blue silhouette still stationed over towards Kitchen. So as much talk as we had for the roam clear, there it is, springing into life. Ashen will claim the life of Ambi. That was the flank. It's down to the 4 remaining members on the bomb site for the Sonics.
Boy, oh boy, what a statement this would be for Space Station to win this round and win the map away from Sonics. Neither of these teams have dropped a map so far in the closed quals. The only team that had was Luminosity. They're not here anymore. I was saying the proverbial rubber, proverbial road. Pretty sure I said that earlier. The coverage for Space Station be better this time. Yes, it looks that way. They lose out on Forest. It's still a huge advantage for Space Station. They've got plenty of time. It's all up to Gryxr. He's got that Alda. Plenty of bullets. We'll have to hold this defense together because Space Station have just planted the case. And they're looking to go up 1-0 towards their own map. Gryxr swinging, and it's iconic. Ascend SSG up 1-0 and take SQ's map away from them.
Yeah, and it was time control and making sure that they knew that there was never going to be a possibility for the flank. You bring that much soft breach, you want to make sure a defender does not get above to use it against you when you try to flood into the bomb. Honestly, great adaptation for Space Station to be able to bring out that lineup and lock Ambi down and make sure there was no flank coming from the Solus or anyone else at any point in time. A lot of clock to work with. They did a great job at pacing their utility burn. And now for the Sonics, like we said, it was their map pick. It's an 8-7 loss. It's an 8-7 loss. Very close one. They do lose their map pick. We now turn our attentions towards map number 2, which will be Consulate, which was Space Station's map pick.
And honestly, Rob, it's anybody's matchup. I could easily see an 8-7 for SQ there as well. But let's not get ahead of ourselves because we've still got at least one more match to play, and it's gotten quite late. We'll be back in just a few minutes as SQ and SSG rolls on.
All right, in our finals here, it is going to be Space Station in overtime. The final round that we could get to be taking the dub. I mean, it was a little bit torn on which way this was gonna go, but honestly, Fox, it was so back and forth. It really could have gone either way.
No, it absolutely could have. I mean, when we saw SSG get 4 defensive rounds, especially on Chalet, Chalet's more of an attack-sided map. When they got that 4-round, that 4-2 split, I was like, oh, okay, well, no problem. It's about to be a smoke show now. And then all of a sudden, Sonic started making it come back. They brought it to OT. I mean, from start to finish, I felt like a real masterclass game. This is by far the best game I've seen of the LCQ so far.
I'll go one step further. I think this is the best game I've seen of the entire stage, including throughout the NAL groups and playoffs. This was such a good match between Sonics and SSG. It really felt like a battle of pace changing. You know, the first couple of rounds, Sonics were getting the rounds on the board. They had some good strategies. Then SSG started playing a lot faster, a lot more aggressive, like they have in many of their games so far. Big part of that, of course, was Ashen making so many of these aggressive swings. We saw a lot of those aggressive moves going the way of Space Station. And then I think in that second half, you know, we started to see that rein in a little bit. Space Station were still dominant on the entries. You can see Ashen 8-1 statistically for the opening picks there. But what we saw from Space Station was they started to slow down a little bit. When Sonics themselves kind of started to take that pace, we saw the triple run out in round number 13 to start us their overtime. Incredibly back and forth, so many clutch rounds, just a fantastic game from start to finish.
And we saw a little bit of everything from SSG, and I'm glad you brought up that triple run out because they love to be able to keep you on your toes, and Chalet's a map where you can absolutely do that. And they know that Sonics is a team that likes to get aggressive, and it's in that same kind of realm of teams that SSG has been playing leading up to this point. And now they are kind of the final boss, and when things get a little too quiet, you see the wheels in SSG's brains turning, and they instantly can flip it on their head, go for something aggressive like that just to kind of reality check the enemy team that they're playing against. And Sonics did keep in, they did really keep pretty close and fair, but they did just end up losing it right at that last round. That last overtime round was just a really step-by-step finish by SSG.
We're talking about the wheels turning for SSG, but we got to talk about where the wheels were turning on the end of Sonics here, because Jesse, they were the team that were sitting on the sidelines. They got to kind of sit, reflect, and think about it, and they brought that into the game.
You're absolutely right, Sierra. You know, I said before this game started that Space Station, they only played 2 defensive rounds on Chalet earlier today. There's probably not a lot that Sonics could glean from that. But really, Sonics took those 2 rounds and they learned a lot. They noticed that Space Station, when they defend on the game's bomb site, they really do like their roams. They take a lot of their players and they send them out towards Kitchen, over towards Master, and most importantly, they don't really play any explosives in sight. No smoke, no C4s, nothing to really deny a plant without the visual aid to actually shoot it. So what do Sonics do? Well, in the very short period of time they have before this game starts, they come up with a brilliant Glass Send strategy. I guarantee you this is something that they specifically stratted based on what they saw from Space Station earlier today when they defended on Chalet. It worked out beautifully. This won them their second round. And obviously, because Space Station didn't have that much tape, especially on the other bomb sites, Sonics couldn't rely on these types of plays to win the entirety of the first half. But it did get them going, and it did push them at least all the way until those 15 rounds. So you've got to credit Sonics where they really were putting in the work. This was one of those fantastic rounds that I thought the brains of SQ really came through.
Yeah, and we mentioned the downside of being Sonics right now, which is they were just iced. They had to sit down, they had to wait, and maybe at the end of the day, that's what gave SSG that last little edge in that last round. But this is a huge positive to being able to sit back and watch your team, as you can absolutely come up with these things that Jesse showed you, strategy on how to execute, how to get a nice little round off, and obviously it worked phenomenally for Sonics, but it just wasn't enough to get them over that finish line.
Well, it's time to do our predictions for the next map here as we're going to Consulate. And I mean, even if Sonics were to give that one up, even if they're a little iced out there, I mean, Fox, you said that you believe this was a series we could be trading map picks. Are you sticking true to that?
I definitely think so. I mean, I think Consulate, we just saw a round that Sonics was able to completely counter, and I know Consulate is a map that SSG loves to play, so if there's a map that I think we'll get another maybe overtime game, I definitely think maybe SQ could take it away on Consulate, but I feel like SSG is such a momentum team. I don't know.
Ooh, all right. Jesse, do you have a prediction going into this next one?
Listen, I think we're going all the way once again. I think this will go 8-7, but just like last time, I'm worried for Sonics. I think Space Station, when you get down to it, are the most clutch team inside of North America, so I'm gonna pick them to go 2-0 on this one. Fox is correct. I believe SSG have played Consulate more than any other professional team in the world. They've played this map, so there is footage for Sonics, but it's also a big comfortability factor coming through from SSG.
Yeah, I agree. I'm definitely gonna go with let's go with 8-6. 8-6 for SSG.
All right, I think we're going double overtime on this one. We're talking about going the distance, and we're actually, you think, Fox, we're going the distance?
I don't necessarily know if we'll get to a map 3. It really depends. Sonics could come out the gate swinging, or I think they could just fall like flat on their face. It really depends on how SSG treats this map.
All right, well, time to see if there can be the bounce back and if we can take this into a map 3 here. And for that, once again, head on over to Flynn and Taro.
Thank you so much, Flynn Taro, with significantly more hair on my side, significantly less hair on your side. There was a period of time where you had the long hair and I was bald. And now, on the turntables.
Good times.
Not really.
I still have those photos of you bald. Now you get photos of me bald.
Putrid bald. The difference is that you don't take photos of yourself. I didn't even know you didn't have hair until I watched you on the broadcast the other day.
Yeah, that
you talk like every day.
That happens. Yep.
You talk every day. You don't think this would be something that you might want to point out? No. You kept it a secret. Now, as the top right of your screen shows, 8-7 the score line on Chalet. Now we go to Consulate. This is SSG's map. Where do you land in particular on this map? Do you think Sonics have a fighting chance? Or do you think it's Space Station who will blast off to Manchester?
No, I think, again, starting on the defensive side, we saw some troubles with Space Station's attacks, most notably against Makers on this map. There is the 6 rounds in a row caveat there that, yeah, they were able to pull out of a 6-2 scoreline and win at 8-6 in overtime, matching some of the predictions from the desk. I think right now for the Sonics, you're still in a very strong position. I mean, it was an 8-7 loss. The unfortunate side of that as well is that Merc and Rexon trailing behind their teammates a little bit. But I think you saw some really good performances continuing on from Ambi. I mean, that's a guy who was a little colder than expected during the group stage, and yet throughout the LCQ, Ambi has been electric. Adam has been firing on all cylinders, and Gryxr, again, coming in cold, coming in just for the LCQ after the group stage and making the change away from Geo. He's also been phenomenal, and again, has a fractured shoulder, so he's doing great. You get a little bit of an elevation from Merc and Rexon, and all of a sudden, that 8-7, it could have gone the other way. This could be the Sonics starting on the defense up 1-0. The good news for Space Station fans out there who want to see them return to international events is that they did come away with that 8-7 victory. Really good adaptation mid-game. We saw that on Consulate against Makers, and we saw that in that last round on Chalet as well. SSG able to adapt to what the Sonics are bringing. It's some very good responses. It's very impressive, and I do agree with Jesse. It's probably one of the best games of the stage thus far.
Not quite do or die just yet, at least not for Space Station. Definitely do or die for Sonics. Their path to the major seemed impossibly long just a couple weeks ago. I like Geo very much. That team playing the way they were with Geo on the roster, I don't think they make the final 2. I certainly don't think they are anywhere near as competitive on that first map with SSG if they make it to the final 2. So already, while it's no consolation prize, I think it's a great bounce back from Sonics with this new roster.
Definitely. We saw this yesterday as well from Space Station. J90 able to get underneath with the Twitch drone and use the verticality against the defense to pop the Goyo canisters towards CEO window. And while they were doing that, there was focus on the admin side when they were playing Makers. They got forced all the way downstairs in the garage, trying to use the skeleton key up from underneath. And they go 2 floors of soft destruction. It is possible. As you can see here, he's all the way in the basement. He's applying pressure to the bomb site. The good news is for the Sonics, Nobody's in range of any of those shots coming out. Ambi's actually going to take aim with that MPX. Now the EOD comes out. Fultz is launching out some Ds, potentially to clear away the Wamai magnets. This is a really good setup here for Space Station. They're going to have to withstand the onslaught of utility coming out from the Sonics, and there goes Merc picking up Ashen for the opener.
That's exactly what you need to start off with, right? Ashen, of all the players on Space Station, is the one that needs to stay strong, as we've seen through so many of these games. And, well, you don't have access to him. You don't have access to those Lion scans. It puts you in a bit of a predicament. You got Forrest down below with the Skeleton Key, and Fultz pulling off that diffuser. Here's Rex in to swing. Who's watching? It's Iconic, but he misses it. Oh my, oh my, oh my. They were anticipating it. They knew it was happening. Sonics telegraphed the rotation. Forrest missed it. Iconic missed it. And Fultz dies because of it.
And we saw that in the game against Makers too. The coverage from the rappel, unsuccessful. Here comes the shotgun through the floorboards. J90 with a good response though. He's on 20 HP. Iconic is going to try and reattempt the plant now. J90 on the coverage has to be better than Iconic was previously, and he certainly is now with a quad with the DMR. Iconic pulls off the plant, and J90 gets shut down. The plant is now completed as Iconic will bail out the CEO window. And now Adam between a rock and a hard place. He has the health advantage. He's got another impact. He's positioning himself over towards the yellow stairs, potentially go for the run out, but every drone on the planet is catching this rotation out of Adam, and he'll rotate back up through connector towards the CEO window. He's going to have to contend with Iconic, bait him out to take the peak, take the gunfight. The shots ring out, attempting to stick. Iconic, the coverage was poor the first time, and he makes up for mistakes made previous.
That's exactly the type of leadership you want from your IGL, and a big reason why Space Station sought out that player, pulled him off of M80, and, well, sent hot and cold over to Beast Coast, who aren't quite in as precarious a position. Beast Coast have already made the major. First time that the team has had a chance to even play for an international competition, and quite an impressive result. They've been a big surprise. Sonics have really been the other surprise for me in the NA League, but not in that same direction. While I was pleasantly surprised by Beast Coast and thought that they could be a team that could make top 4, top 5, top 6, certainly didn't expect them to dominate the entire league the way that they did. I didn't expect Sonics would have such a wicked fall off. I wasn't aware that Gryxr and Citizen were so integral to that team's staying power. I mean, Citizen is a tremendous player, one of the best players in the world. He's M80's crown jewel now.
5 seconds left.
It just took some time maybe for Adam and Merc to get situated, and then chipping off Geo has really opened this team up. They did a good start in that previous round. They were aided a little bit by sloppiness. And boy, oh boy, it's good that Iconic was able to redeem himself at the tail end of that round.
I think for Space Station as well, there were a lot of question marks about the roster change after the fact, but beforehand, it seemed to make a lot of sense. You talked about the old Astralis roster, and how it has been rebuilt here, in a sense, on Space Station. You know, there's nothing against Hot and Cold. It was just reforming a roster that had a very, very good run at the Sixth Invitational in 2023, and it was a very competitive roster in North America. And yet, it did not go the way they wanted, at least not in group stage. And similar, like you said, for the Sonics, roster changes begetting a little bit of hiccups to begin the group stage. But now both, having found their footing, stand one map away from Manchester. It's a trade-off rip, but Ashen goes huge for 2 on the Dokkaebi. The entry upstairs with the SMG-12, Fultz falls, so you lose the ability to jackal track, but you still got phone calls to clear out anyone who remains off the objective.
What is happening? 3 people die in the first 45 seconds. What a... All right, well. Lost the Jackal, but with Merc and Gryxr dead, you got to imagine that most of the roamers are gone, but Rexon is roaming by main lobby as well. Guess your job's a lot easier now that there's only 3 players on Sonics that you need to watch out for. Just waiting. Patiently. Menacingly.
Well, that phone call is going to be able to reveal the position of the defender holding out inside of Visa. This is a good spot to be in. Ashen is sprinting directly at the bomb site. The flashbangs come out. It was all quiet on the Western Front, but all of a sudden Ashen springs into action. It's another quad kill for Space Station, this time at the hands of Ashen, and he's holding for the ace. Ambi's on 20 HP, and J90, he'll steal the ace. Look at Ashen's reaction. He can't believe it, and immediately he goes to say, okay, let's reset, let's calm down a little bit. But it's a 2-0 lead, and it's all smiles on the side at Space Station.
What did we used to say when we talked about this old Astralis roster back in the day? They were a vibes team. SSG is, in many ways, the spiritual successor to Astralis. This is the same organization that won a world championship. The only remaining player from that team is Fultz. Everybody else has been shipped off to greener pastures. Osco was the Quals gatekeeper. In Rampy reunited on wildcard. They ultimately faltered in the quarterfinals of the last chance qualifiers and will not be present at the next major. You got Canadian there at least. And now Fultz has an opportunity to make his mark and join his former teammate at yet another international competition, albeit on a different roster. As long as vibes can remain high for SSG, then, well, things will typically go quite well.
5 seconds left.
Here's the most concerning number right now, Rob. Consulate
Attackers are moving out to
is
locate a bomb and
tied
defuse
as
it.
the second most defender-sided map played in North America, only trailing Skyscraper. It's tied with Nighthaven Labs, but Consulate does have 8 more rounds played, so, I mean, a slightly larger body of work. Every single bomb site is defender-sided, and yet SSG has cracked open this map 2-0 right now, with both of their victories being on attack.
Yeah, I mean, the first round, oh my lord, Ashen is flying in the building, and he has no desires to slow this match down. He feels the vibes, he feels the momentum, and he gets the opener. Like you said, though, the Sonics, I thought starting on the defense would be a positive for them. The first round, albeit probably should have come the way of the Sonics. The shotgun, it turns the corner again. Ashen hits the knife. He shakes his head no. The flank from Merc denied. And all of a sudden, it's again a 2-man advantage for SSG. The Sonics on the defense right now having some extreme struggles. We have seen them pull back worse situations in the past.
Last 3 remaining players of Sonics now, all corralled over by that B bomb site, all on the basement floor. Rexon might be looking for a retake onto the main floor. You're in rough shape right now. Ashen is still hunting. And all the time in the world. Spotting the pulse. Means 2 players from SHQ right now. SQ are flying under the radar. Ashen doesn't need to do much. Keep in mind that if Ashen just sits on Spiral right now and holds off the potential cross, that leaves 4 players from SSG to deal with this bomb site. Those are favorable numbers for them. And then Ashen can spring into action. He'll pick up his 3rd kill. 7 kills through the last 2 rounds. Looking for more than that. A quad to be had. Forrest credited with the kill. Space Station are playing with their food right now, Rob. Ashen doesn't seem to be aware, and, well, Adam is looking lost. Another 4K, back-to-back 4Ks from Ashen. That's 3 in a row from Space Station to start this second map.
If I'm Ashen, I'm a little heated. I feel like that's 2 aces that have been taken away from me. But at the end of the day, you take the 3-0 lead on the attack on Consulate all the same. Space Station right now, they are winning the entries. Every single round, they are winning the entries, except for round number 1, where Merc got the opener on to Ashen. So if Ashen is left alive, dear lord, it's a nightmare simulator for the Sonics. For Space Station, again, it's early days, but it is winning attacking rounds on Consulate. You're now 4-round victories away from booking your flights to Manchester without the necessity of playing Bank, which I think heading in, most of us predicted we were going to need 3 maps between these 2 teams. This is going to provoke Sonics to take their tactical time out. We need Goddess to speak to the team, get everyone back on the same page, and hopefully be able to repel Ashen and his wizardly abilities on the entries. Right now, Ashen is flying high. J90 is following up, but Ashen right now is leading the charge for the Space Station team. And like you said, Parker, he's trying to take them directly into orbit and land them in the UK.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Very, very different orbit for this Space Station team than the start of the season. Sonics looked so promising against OXG. They really did look like they could take this 2-0. And honestly, my money was on Sonics heading into this matchup. But after that grueling first map, you gotta wonder if, oh, maybe they just don't have anything left in the tank. SSG played that back-to-back, but it wasn't a harrowing match against LG. It was, apologies to Luminosity fans, but it was relatively quick work from Space Station to get us back on track in terms of timing, and they're really feeling themselves. No time to cool off, get put on ice, as Fox A said on the desk. And boy, oh boy, does it ever look like SSG's feeling it.
Well, Ashen is off the Amaru as well. He's onto the Nomad. And I think, yeah, for this Space Station team, they're continuing that momentum they picked up in that matchup against Luminosity. I agreed, though. I really did think the Sonics looked clinical against Oxygen earlier this evening. Right now, they're just not finding that similar form that even they just had a map ago. They looked good on Chalet. Good adaptations, good responses to difficult positions. Right now on Consulate, though, Space Station seems to have their number. And it is becoming more and more evident as time passes as to why Space Station opted to select this map as their pick. It's a difficult position to be in, picking a map like this or Skyscraper, because you know your opponent is going to take the defense to begin with. Gryxr, though, he will stop the run that Ashen was on in terms of opening picks. Iconic, though, will walk straight into Copy on the rappel, and he will trade that out onto Merc. So you lose your opener in Forest, but you're able to trade it back out, still at a 4v4. You only lose the line in the process.
There's 3 rounds in a row, by the way, where Sonics just don't seem to have a good wherewithal as to SSG's entry. You know, in the previous round, felt like 2 or 3 of those kills that we got to see were literally just Sonics looking in the other direction. It was a criticism that I leveled against OXG in their match against SQ, and now look at this. Gryxr gets caught in a rotate. Space Station just has such a great understanding of this map and seem to know where SQ is going to be before SQ actually gets there.
The air jab detonated on towards the projector window as Rexon got sent onto his backside. I'm just amazed at how Iconic has been able to dart in and out of the map. He darts in, gets a kill, immediately exits the map, and he's always coming in at the perfect time. So now it'll be his job to cover once again, although Ashen's here to support as well. It's just about baiting out this utility once again as Iconic takes a little bit of damage off screen. With the coverage in place, Space Station looking to go for that plant with some better coverage than they had back in round number 1.
It's time for Ashen to walk in now, and with the advantage that SSG has, one more pick will put a lot of hurt on these remaining SQ players. Ashen will survey all that he sees above him. All 8 of Ashen's kills coming in 2 rounds, by the way. There's a 9th. Rexon falls. SSG looking for a 4-0 right now start. As Adam is on yellow stairs, he makes an awful lot of noise and will now trudge back to the bomb site as the diffuser will run against him. Shot out by J90. That's the round. My God, Space Station looked good.
4 in a row, and the tactical timeout for the Sonics. Unsuccessful at quelling their woes. They did get the opener. I'll give them credit for that. They got the opener. They changed the course of history there a little bit. But Iconic said, I'm going to enter the map for, I think he was in the building, actually in the map, for maybe 20 seconds in that round. Yet he gets 2 crucial picks. He gets the trade onto the Mira over towards admin, and he gets the pickup of the Soulless downstairs, which is going to be the indicator of when that plant is coming through and applying that vertical pressure. He hops in through the bench's window. He sweeps straight over towards Piano, and it's lights out. Caught on a rotation. The Sonics now down 4-0. They've lost the ability to even tie the first half after starting on the defense on Consulate. Very troublesome position to be in. Good news is, go back downstairs. down towards the garage, still on the defense, still in a position to at least salvage the half at a 4-2, make life a little bit easier for themselves when they have to convert to the attacking side.
5 seconds left.
Even due to slow SSG down right now.
Attackers are moving out.
Potentially 10 minutes away from a express flight over the next couple weeks to the United Kingdom. SSG just continues to cycle through these different operators as well. And really nothing working for Sonics. Merc, 1 kill. Adam, 1 kill. Ambi, 0 kills. Through 4 rounds of action, those are not the numbers that you want to see. SSG have barely missed a beat so far on Consulate.
Well, it looks like they just missed their first one as they're trying to EMP away from the Kaid claws, and there's a lot of action towards this breach that is going to force Forrest to pull off his exothermic, saving it from the electricity that then came out. It's Bandit and Kaid towards the wall with a hole that was opened up that could eventually be used for impact tricks as well. So nightmare scenario for anyone trying to hard breach onto the garage. Is going to force Space Station go more for a top-down approach. And I mean, yeah, we've seen this before at a space station. They've been able to convert on the top-down before, but here comes Merc on the flank, makes his way into connector on the opposite side of CEO. Troublesome news is that Ashen's on the Jackal, and now Merc has been droned out. At the top of the yellow stairs, he's going to try and find an escape route. Looks like his hatch is reinforced and there's nowhere to go. Ashen trying to lock him down. They will tap fire at one another. Merc will take the losing side of that engagement, but at least he is still standing and able to rotate now towards CEO, and he wins it out. He cannot go for 2, though. Iconic has his teammates trade, but look at the damage that Iconic received as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Deimos track on him. The death mark is there. Obviously, you don't get to see that, but you'd hope that Fultz is able to give that information away. I will say, though, I am amazed that that wasn't a headshot from Ashen onto Merc. It certainly looked like it should be. Forrest, you've got to move the reticle down just a little bit as he sees the Fenrir of Rexen scoot on by. We go for a different avenue here, Flynn.
Gonna have to. We got another Deimos track coming out onto Gryxr. So that Bandit, the opportunity to flank. Looks like it'll be denied. It'll be Ambi who tried his troubles up towards Visa Hallway. Instead, now he'll look towards the spiral stairs and he will ascend super shorty in hand. Seeing how devastating that secondary shotgun can be, but Forrest, after all the troubles he had to begin the round, is able to accomplish the hard breach. 20 seconds on the round, the smokes come in, pouring in, obfuscating the vision of the defenders. Now the plant, it's going down from Forrest. Can anyone stop this? No, the plant will be successful. Many bodies fall in the process, but it's a 2v3 in the post plant. We got Ambi down on about 25 HP, Adam on basically 1 HP. Shotgun holes being made up above as Ambi tried to attempt the flank, but now J90 just needs to hold for the clock and help support Forrest, who's evacuated outside of the hard breach. There goes J90 for 1. The return down the yellow hallway. The Sonics, they're able to respond and they win it out in the post plant. They will get their first round on Consulate.
I understand what J90 was trying to do. He didn't want to overpeak. He didn't want to overcommit. And ultimately, I think it's the right decision in the end, even if it costs them the round. But you take a chance there. You maybe peek pillar. Look towards break room. Get that early pick, and now you can shore up your defenses. You know that somebody might be coming down yellow. There might be one player playing from above. Forrest can just simply wait it. The moment that J90 died, Forrest instinctively swung to try to trade it, which usually is a good idea, but when you're in a numbers disadvantage, the moment you swing it back, your opponents are going to try to swing it back on you, and that's exactly what Sonics did. And these are small things, always being in lockstep. I refer to it when we talk about Beast Coast as they're a sticky team, as they're always like stuck together. You're always looking at multiple players from Beast Coast at the same time. They always advocate for the buddy system. Well, Sonics played that post plant so well. That garage plant is a nightmare to retake because you can be miles away and still have an angle on the diffuser. And it's incumbent on the defenders to push out and take that engagement. Forrest was maybe just a little bit too close to the breach to try to trade off J90, and both of them lose their gunfights, and because there's enough time, Sonics win the round.
We're going to go around the world here with the Sonics as well. Their final defensive round of this first half, lest we go to overtime, which the Sonics might be desiring at this point, given their struggles on the defense. We're going to go to a fourth bomb site now. Piano and Exposition coming out from the Sonics. Try and salvage, like I said, that 4-2 half. Not completely unrecoverable at that point. If you can replicate some of the attacking prowess that the Sonics have brought, you're still looking in a very strong position to be able to force out map number 3. And worth noting that Space Station did win Chalet 8-7. They now stand 3 round wins away from booking their spot at the Major in Manchester. Now for Space Station on the entry, they're doing a lot of damage to Ambi. I think that was from a frag grenade up from the roof from Ashen on the Lion. It's a lot of damage done that we don't typically see anymore from frag grenades.
It's very rare that they do any real damage. I feel like half the time they're just used to confirm kills at this point. That and zoning out the players that might be in that direction. We saw Iconic try it on blue on Chalet. Forrest is now in the Amaru, by the way, and Merc roaming unsupported dies yet again. This is the 6th round in a row that Sonics have played one person all on their own with no help, and they have died. SSG's full clear of this map is just simply too good at the moment, and there's no answer from Sonics, Rob.
Folds now inside a projector, gets away from the pinch coming from 2 defenders who are trying to stack up with one another, but Ashen, he's flooding the kill feed yet again. J90 tags in, and it's just Rexon alone. In a 1v5, he trades to eliminate the flawless round, but Ashen throwing up his hands, seemingly in exasperation at the ease of which they're able to acquire these attacking rounds. It's 5-1 Space Station.
So I would like to break the fourth wall for a second here, and I would like to read out something that was said by a good friend of ours, Carter Hannafeld.
Oh, no.
Who happens to go by Casting Links, aka Lin NNNNNX, because he's got multiple N's, not multiple X's.
Mm.
And he said, gotta love SSG's role swap. Ashen gets back-to-back 4Ks on Amaru, so why don't we give it to Forrest on round 6 instead of have Ashen have it? And guess what? Ashen gets what? A 4K on another operator entirely. I don't know how to tell you this. It was actually a 3K. But Ashen doesn't care. Doesn't matter who plays it. Ashen is still going to inflict that pain upon you. A 3K, they walk in, they assert themselves. Phenomenal first half for Space Station, by the way. Excellent on their entry. Extremely good drone work. Very thorough, complete full clears. Sonics do not support their roamers. They get picked off mercilessly. Whether there's a Jackal on the board, whether there's a Deimos on the board, whether there's a Lion on the board, whether there's a Dokkaebi on the board, whether you're just simply using drones. Sonics had zero answer for Space Station's entry. And now the half that you see is not wrong. Consulate, as we said, is the 2nd highest win rate for the defenders in the North America League. And yet SSG just won 5 attacks on it.
Oh, baby, and I don't think we're slowing down anytime soon. We saw Forrest with the shotgun at the top of the server stairs to the exit reinforcement. Now, popped open the wall with that shotgun. Adam finally cluing into the situation. He was upside down repelled right outside the Visa window. Ashen as well spotting the Inox scanner coming out from Merc's Jackal at the top of the Visa stairs. Could Iconic tag in with the Nitro Cell, waiting for the call from his teammate? He's got the Nitro Cell prepped, and he's going to hold off the patience. I think he's just going to play it off the audio. The descent down the Visa stairs begins for Merc. He's going to have footprints in the Nitro Cell. It'll be a little too early from Iconic, but you can see the aggression being brought out from Space Station very early on in this round, trying to put themselves on the map point, series point, major point, and there goes J90.
Gryxr dies at the hands of Space Station, and suddenly this round, far more winnable. Merkin all on his own again. This SQ team is just so spread apart right now, all tasked with doing their respective duties, but none of them working together. We've seen teams pull this off. Dispatch players all over the map. One of the first teams to do this in full that I can remember watching was that old Vertical Gaming roster that eventually became Rogue. The problem is that if you're just having an off day, or if your opponents have your number, there's nobody there to back you up. Sonics are continuing to lose players without any trade potential. That's not good. Not with the way that SSG is playing at all. Ashen sees one, lights up Adam. Fultz dies. Fultz yet to get a kill, but that's okay. Janano is 10. Ashen is 13, and we've only seen 6 active rounds of action.
This is truly incredible, and you can see J9 now taking some more damage. So much vertical soft destruction being accomplished by the Sonics, but now they're worried. After Ashen got that pick onto Adam, the Deimos trying to hold the flank from the Visa side. They're worried about a flank coming out from Ashen. It looks like he's returned down to the bomb site. The good news for the Sonics is that they don't have to worry about the flank. The bad news is they don't have a lot of time. First pick and now a second one for the Sonics, though, as they start to push into the bomb site. We've got top coverage. Rexon, a Terminator at the front of the yellow doorway. And there goes Merc from above. The Sonics able to answer the proficiency of which Space Station attacked onto this map. And they are away from map point and series point for at least one round longer.
It's not like SSG doesn't know this territory, Rob. This is exactly what happened to them against Luminosity very recently. SSG looked like they had the matchup in a chokehold. And LG started to storm back, only for Space Station to break their hearts at the final moment. It's the reverse of what happened with Makers in the matchup yesterday, where it looked like Makers was going to stun the world, and then SSG decided that was enough. It's a scary thing when a team can basically determine when they're done playing a series, but over the last 2 days, SSG is a team that can definitely do that. Good roam by SSG. Sonics, again, their entry was largely unsupported, but SSG fell back to the bomb site maybe a bit earlier than they wanted. They got caught on a couple of rotations. They got caught heading back in. And then at that point, you've just got such a sizable advantage that as a defender, you need to swing. You need to take chances. When you're down and you're in like a 2v4 and you're a defender, you're going to see defenders, depending on the bomb site, of course, you're going to see defenders try to swing, because if they don't swing, they're just sitting ducks. And they know that it's an inevitability that they will get trampled and overrun by the attackers. That round in particular, SSG maybe a little too slow to get back to the map, to the bomb site, and it cost them.
Well, here we go again now for Space Station, the opportunity to put it onto map and series point. One interesting thought did cross my mind, though. What if we have just entered the Twilight Zone? What if we have found ourselves in the middle of an attacker-sided consulate? It's what it'll need to be if the Sonics are going to pull this one back. But honestly, with how much Space Station have played this map, and the Sonics with a good record in the past, you never know. This could be an opportunity. We've been talking a lot about Space Station being able to win those attacking rounds. The Sonics being able to answer could put us in a very awkward situation, given the statistics and the history of this map, the way that it usually plays out. Good news is, for the Sonics, we are once again surviving without suffering an opening death. We do have Ashen to worry about. He's going to be pushed back a little bit further with the asphyxiating bolts. The smoke comes out, and it doesn't appear to be hitting Ambi. The sprint comes out at a desperation, but the plant, it's going down!
Oh my goodness. They get away with robbery in broad daylight. Rexon, the only casualty for SQ. Ashen died. The smoke's just not working. Now it's a nitro cell to thread the needle. And I know he's just waiting for the rappel a little bit closer, and he will need Forrest to give this call. Bolts dropped. Things working out well for SQ. Merc surviving the nitro cell. Now it's Iconic down. On it is Forrest, but his shield doesn't save him. It's an easy pickup for Merc. Janano hits the deck, gets 1 kill, but Sonics have answered back. They find 2 in a row. They will need a 5-1 half to go to OT. A 4-2 half will not get the job done. SSG still has a timeout in back pocket as well.
Are we there yet, Parker? Are we in the Twilight Zone? Are we going to see an attacker-sided consulate go all the way? Man, I think it would be the first one in a long time that I've seen so far this stage. This has been a very, very poignant and suffocating defensive map to witness and competitive in just about every region thus far. But both of these teams demonstrating the ability to execute some attacking rounds onto this map. And I think right there as well, Ashen, unfortunate the smoke wasn't hitting the planter. At the same time, the sprint across was never gonna work out. Iconic has his struggles on that CEO window in terms of covering, but 9 times out of 10, a Pro League player is going to hit that shot from the rappel. I'm very curious how, if Ashen knew the plant was going down and he was able to sprint into action, The players down below for Space Station didn't have that information and couldn't stop the plant from underneath with the verticality. We saw 2 defenders in that post plant down here in Piano. So interesting scenario that Space Station found themselves in. And it looks like J9O, he wants to ramp up some of the aggression, try and put this thing into a coffin early, peeking at the yellow stairs window.
Oh, if you look at that first half, the things that we complimented SSG on, their ability to roam, their entry, their drone work, their full clear of this map. You can't do that on defense, obviously. And if we look at the things we wagged our finger at Sonics over, it was that, well, their roams were unsupported. You're not going to be roaming unsupported on attack. Your entry can be unsupported. And for the most part, we actually did see a few amount of unsupported entries from Sonics. That's their strategy. And on attack, they already look far more comfortable than they ever did on defense. So the greatest strength that SSG had, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh, Ashen, LYNH, baby.
LYNH indeed. The opening pick, again, I want to see Ashen's entry stats after this map, regardless of the outcome. Ambi, though, he heard it, he saw it, he witnessed it happening, and he almost caught Ashen with a mistake there to give them the opening pick once again. Gryxr bringing up the bees upstairs from the Grim, but Adam being dropped now. The repel in response from Merc will trade out faults. Now you've lost the blitz. Gryxr falls as well. It's the diffuser surrendered. At the top of the yellow stairs, the impact comes soaring. Merc, he's the last man to prevent match point, but there it is. Space Station up 6-3. One successful round away from the major in Manchester.
And this is what I said. You cannot have a 4-2 half. You have to do what just happened to you. If it's a 5-1 half from SSG, you have to respond with that. Anything less, and you're done. SQ looking much more confident. That round, well, Ashen, very kind, lets the air out of their tires just a little bit with that run out. And then it looked like immediately Sonics were very quick to try to extract some vengeance onto onto SSG. And it didn't work. The explosive potential that we talked about on Chalet has now shown up on Consulate, by the way, but it's been exclusively in the hands of SSG, barring maybe 1 or 2 rounds from Sonics. 2 that just happened prior to the last. Biggest deficiency that we saw from Sonics through those 2 rounds, they lost. Start of this half, were that they weren't playing as a team and they were playing very similar to SQ, unsupported. And again, on that 1 round, they tried to rotate back to the site and they got caught. If you could be unpredictable, kill drones. Solus is a must pick at this point for the intel that it denies and the intel it gains, as you saw from Ashen in the previous round. If you can be unpredictable and you can support each other, whether it be aided by the pulse, whether it be aided by the goo mine scattered about, and this will be a big advantage for SSG, and they've already got a lot of information off of Fultz's pulse.
Oh yeah, here we go. Forces back up those back server stairs by the soft wall outside of Visa. The cardiac sensor. Ashen, he sees multiple members on the drone. This seems to be the position where the Sonics want to go for their entry for this split bomb site. Now Ashen's copier window, he'll get opened up. I'll have to back away momentarily. As you can see, he was looking to peek. He was looking to get that opener, as he has done so many times in this map, and now he'll be droned out by Merc. Outside on top of this balcony, which rarely gets use. It does have a nice angle towards that copy window. And now for Space Station, they've at least killed a little bit of clock, but SQ all working their way in towards Visa now. Ashen looking to be the Grim Reaper on Sonic's hopes.
He just missed out on the Osa's legs. Rexon will walk away unscathed, but look at how much information Space Station got in that first minute of this round. Both the Pulse and the Solus seem to have information on all 5 Sonics players. That is an incredible use of utility here. And neither of them died either, so they'll be able to keep it up. J9O is the first one to die, and those are 14 kills in the grave. Gryxr traded off by Iconic, and it's a 4v4. SSG knows that just a couple kills will be all it takes. Book their ticket to Manchester.
So yeah, Iconic taking damage off screen. The impacts come out to deny the Osa shields, and Rexon now being chewed apart, has to evacuate the position. Adam is the man carrying the diffuser. There was a lot of work being done downstairs. You can see Rexon was retreating to recover that other Osa shield to bring it downstairs. Ambi, though, has made it into one of the bomb sites. He's made it into Tellers, but he's made it without the diffuser. The Nitro Cell goes soaring from Forest, and it will not claim any lives. The TCSG will ring out, however suppressed it is. Still able to do a hefty amount of damage. Nice shot there from Ambi, and another one follows up from Adam, who's carrying that diffuser. Ashen, though, springs to life. Fultz alone on the bomb site. The last two remaining defenders are separated. Now the descent to the Visa stairs. Ashen trying to catch that off over towards Ambi. Upstairs on the Visa stairs. Fultz trying to hold out down below. They don't know where he is. Fultz hiding in the corner. He gets his second of the game. Can he get his third? No. It's all up to Ashen now in the 1v2. Trying to play from above with the Soulless scanner. So many indicators popping up left, right, and center, but here he comes from up above through the floorboards. Can he not hit the bars? He downs one. It's not the planter. Adam able to stick the plant and rotate away to safety. They're both on about 100 health apiece. Now Ashen needs to go for the rotation down the stairs. Will he hear Adam on the opposite side of this soft wall? Rotation that was fashioned by the defense. The punch trying to bait Adam to move, and he will stand still like a statue. Ashen trying to recover and retreat towards the diffuser, but there is no time remaining. He has to take the engagement. The pre-fire will reveal his location. Adam is playing the clock perfectly, playing Ring Around the Rosie, and now he'll go topside. Force Ashen. He gets the down. Ashen, can he get there in time? No! No way! Ashen near seconds away from the clutch.
That would have been one of the finest clutches in the history of this league, and I can say such a statement based on the way they played it. If Ashen had committed on that first or second step, instead of trying to bait Adam out, that would have been the ball game. Round one by Sonics, but as close as you can humanly get. The craziest thing is, you get a speed buff when you pull out your secondary, but not if it's the SMG-11, not if it's the bearing. Yeah, he probably would have gotten the kill if it had been a pistol, but if he did have a regular pistol as his sidearm, it was even possible. He might have been able to get there in time. Oh my. An exhilarating round. That's what we wanted to see between these teams.
Listen, Ashen is certainly stepping up, and J9O as well. I think he's kind of fallen to the wayside. The rest of the team, there hasn't been a whole lot necessary to do. They have 30 kills between them right now for Space Station Gaming through 10 rounds, heading into round number 11. We needed all 15 on Chalet, and suddenly it looked like Space Station was going to wrap this up in single-digit round count. But here come the Sonics, escaping by the skin of their teeth, especially in that round. If Ashen's SMG-11 shots had just swayed to the right slightly and downed off Adam instead of the cover, that could have been lights out on the season for the Sonics, but they're still in it. They still refuse to die. And now Space Station, they're on their back foot. They're going to go downstairs onto the defense, but you can see the operators they have selected. They want to roam and control as much of the map for the majority of the round.
Vigilance, not an operator that you see every day. He's playing unsupported upstairs. Fultz doesn't have a lot of kills, but the ones he does have, Rob, very high impact, very high value. Rexon the next to take his lumps. There goes J9O. Both of these teams want early action. We're only a minute in. Both have lost players, but Fultz is the gatekeeper at this point. Down goes Merc as well. Rexon in the midst. He's as good as gone. Adam saved the round previously. Can he do it twice in a row? If not, that's it for the Sonics for this stage. So close. They picked up a new roster, a new look with these two new players. Adam has been a standout. Gryxr coming back on has given this team new life. And for all their warts, they've come awfully close. 3 kills elude Adam. Manchester on the line for Space Station. spotting the Hibana down below. Now it's Adam to thread his way through the site, watched by a Valk Cam, continuing to, at this point, just tread water, but the final kill comes in for Space Station. They are Manchester bound. That's
Look
right,
at this
iconic.
celebration.
The King, Rob.
The King. They did indeed LYNH and Space Station.
Well, they let
through
him
the
hang.
they let them hang. They, through the depths of the last chance qualifier, pull themselves all the way to the #1 seed, and in the LCQ, they win the grand final. And now for Space Station, we get the right sunglasses on. No, fault. Okay, you're ruining it. I had a whole thing, but 4 out of 5 got the right pair of sunglasses on. So very well done to the rest of the team other than fault. Space Station, they're able to get away and they're able to take the 2-0 win.
Oh my. Oh my. It could have been over the previous round. It could have been over with that Ashen clutch. And it was a clutch. But just not in the nick of time. So what do? They course correct. And they ensure that it's a smooth landing. Not on the moon, but in England. SSG win 2-0, Rob.
They do indeed win 2-0. And with that, that is the conclusion of our last chance qualifier. To break everything down, we have one more desk segment. That's it for me and Parker, but the desk will see you on the other side of this short break.
And there we go, 2-0 victory in the finals. Space Station Well, they can start getting some plane tickets going over to Manchester. They have officially made it. Big congratulations to them. I mean, Fox, they came out of the gate in this final match, closing it out 2-0. We thought this was one that was going to go the distance, and they proved otherwise.
I mean, we thought it did. Obviously, the momentum, SSG is a momentum-heavy team, and after they got that first map, I mean, it was all them that whole time. It looked like they just not only were strategically step-by-step breaking down Sonics, but individually, everybody on the team was hitting every single shot, always in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, that first map was undoubtedly what a grand finals deserved. It was a banger, 8-7. Anybody could have taken it. This map felt like SSG letting the world know they are the best team out of this LCQ. They will be going for North America to represent our region in Manchester, and I don't think there's a better 4 teams that could be going. SSG really proving that they can bounce back, despite the fact that they had some struggles this stage. They've really turned it around, and they look like a fantastic team right now.
They're proving that they could bounce back and proving the hunger that they had for this as well, Fox. I mean, being able to see the step-ups coming out from key players in these final 2 maps, I think was just absolutely humongous. And it was fantastic scenes to watch, let me tell you.
Yeah, I mean, every player was just multi-kill, was just a highlight reel from every individual player, specifically Ashen, but we'll get into him into a minute. I mean, I think everyone's got something to say about Ashen, but just the confidence level from SSG, specifically something that I noticed was on their top 4 CEO take. Every single time they were always going for that CEO jump in, and there was just nothing Sonics could do to stop them from doing that. So you got to know, like, they really, let their, whatever the back of Forrest's name says, I don't know if I could say it, but they were literally letting it hang. They let their confidence run through, and they just didn't let Sonic stop them at any moment.
Yeah, and I think it's a real testament to this team that anybody can step up at any moment and be the impact player. It's kind of ridiculous. J9O dropped like 15 kills this game, and it felt like he wasn't even worth mentioning just because how much was going on outside the server. He was obviously putting in an incredible amount of work for the squad, but everybody was, right? And we've got them both highlighted here, Ashen and J9O, 14 for J9, 16 for Ashen. Ridiculous impact, constantly getting in aggressive. The opening picks from Ashen as well, 3 and 2, constantly making sure that he was giving that early advantage to Space Station Gaming. I just don't think that there's another team like SSG. I truly believe that this is going to be a squad that, in a matter of time, maybe Manchester, maybe later, will be fighting in the grand finals because they just look so good when the pressure's the highest.
Yeah, and I mean, Fox, you touched on the fact that, we'll dive a little bit deeper into the performance that Ashen had, and this is definitely something we wanted to highlight very specifically on what he was able to step up and achieve here. I mean, Ashen on this team was just a bright spot in general, and I mean, was honestly just blinding in this last match. I mean, whenever you looked, it was 4K after 4K, had Ace stealing away, like, it was incredible.
Yeah, and to be a rookie, I mean, we talk about a rookie at this point. I mean, every single event, every single showing that he's had, he's been phenomenal performance-wise. But Jesse's right. I mean, when backs are against the wall, when the pressure is the heaviest, SSG always seems to prevail, specifically Ashen, when they really just let him off the leash and say, hey, you're shooting, you're cranking, you go do what you need to do best. And he's just always making sure that he's not only getting those kills, but still maintaining the bigger picture. He's one of the few rookies that has ever touched the game that is able to maintain that. He doesn't let it get to his ego. He doesn't let anything affect him outside of just wanting to win and wanting to be better. And that's something that I think every single player could just look at and just try to take something from that to be as good as Ashen, not only in game, but out of game too.
Honestly, the fact that still considered a rookie, I think is just absolutely crazy because I'm not seeing that when I'm seeing him hit the field, that is for sure. But I want to talk about this whole team now too, because with that, the rookie and the rest of the squad, Space Station, going on to Manchester. Jesse, I mean, we have to see that they're fixing some of these mistakes that we got to see throughout stage 1. They're looking strong, so I'm actually really excited to see them go on and be that final representative.
100%. I think the confidence was the biggest thing that was able to shine through in this LCQ. Space Station, there were moments where they didn't feel confident. It didn't look like they really had control of their own game, but by the end of it, they were fully confident in themselves and their teammates, and you saw that reflected in the play, and you see it reflected in the scoreboard.
100%. But of course, we've talked so much about him, so we have to go talk to him and bring up our interview with Ashen. First off, just a huge congratulations. Sunglasses on, the whole team's celebrating. The vibes are immaculate. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling great, you know. Energy's pumped. Took 2 of these tonight, so you know, had to crank. So you know, yeah, morale's high. You know, was qualified. We worked on a lot of our issues. And, you know, we came in, we just cranked, and you know, made the ultimate goal. And now it's just we got to keep going on the next steps. Keep the train on the tracks.
I mean, you're definitely not a stranger to this path of having to qualify for a major through a last chance qualifier. Got to see that last time around with Atlanta. Besides the double energy drink, what's the secret to keeping that energy up and that momentum to be able to take such a strong win?
You know, just the team, you know, we're very tight bonded. You know, we all love each other in game, out of game, all that type of stuff. So, you know, we have a very close bond with each other, you know, with the backing of our coaches too, with Call Out and Alo, with our performance protocol, just, you know, being able to maintain the pressure, which is something I think we do really good with, that a lot of other teams don't even they don't really know how to deal with. You know, that just kind of keeps us calm, keeps us in it. And, you know, we always knew backs against the wall, we can always come back. You know, we've done it in events before, and we've done it even this LCQ down 2-6 the other day against Makers. So, you know, we're always in it no matter what.
It's definitely not fun when you're in a position when you're back against the wall here, but looking at the last chance qualifier and Space Station's run through this, do you feel like this maybe was a little bit of a blessing in disguise, an opportunity to fix a couple of the mistakes that you've gotten to see through stage 1 here?
Yeah, for sure. You know, during the season and playoffs, you know, those first 3 games where we were on a streak, and then, you know, some of our issues started to come out, and, you know, it was loss after loss, and, you know, every loss is a learn. You know, we're finding something out differently about each loss, and just going into playoffs, and how that's when I feel the pressure really got to us, and, you know, we just dialed in on the routine, you know, dialing on the pressure. We just, you know, we had some great practice going into it. So yeah, I think it was a blessing. It was definitely a blessing in disguise to have us go to this LCQ, and it just gave us so much time to work out our problems, and, you know, we're looking pretty good right now. So.
Definitely glad to hear, and super excited to see Space Station moving on to the major. One final question, more so just asking if you have anything that you want to say to the fans out there, the people that have supported you and the team as you've gone on through for this run.
Yeah, you know, obviously to our fans, you know, it's a little rocky road following us sometimes. You know, we can give you some heart attacks, but we love all you. Thanks for sticking with it. Yeah, to the haters, just cry. Just keep crying.
Hopefully we can keep making them cry when we see you in Manchester. Ashton, congratulations once again. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your night, okay?
Thank you. Yep, you too.
You. All right, back over to the desk. I love those words at the end, Jesse, like to the haters cry. That is a statement. And I mean, if anyone's going to back it up, I'd believe it'd be Ashton, honestly.
You expect nothing less from Ashton and the SSG boys, honestly. It's their moment. They've gotten the victory. The haters will cry, and their fans, I'm sure, will be celebrating. Fantastic performance through, and always good to hear from Ashton. I love this team just because they're not only extremely talented in the server, but outside of it, always characters, always great personalities, bringing that energy. And I'm excited for Manchester because there aren't very many teams that can get as loud and as exciting behind the camera, right, when you're seeing them live in the in-person environment. There's not very many teams that can be as entertaining as these guys, so it should be good to see them on land.
I'm surprised he even brought up the haters, because usually SSG is known for not really looking at any of the negative connotations, not looking at anything that's bad. They're just always focused on the positive, keeping a positive mental attitude and not letting any of that stuff get to them.
Hey, I love the speak your truth, you know, say it all, do not let anything go to waste. And I mean, going through this LCQ, I mean, Space Station, they definitely came out with something to prove here. And I'm happy to see that they were able to fix some things. I think this is just a really strong performance. And I think something that was really important that we touched on at the very beginning of the LCQ is if we wanted to see a team succeed at Manchester, we needed Fox to see a strong run through this bracket to even kick that off.
I mean, I completely agree. SSG was the only team that looked as strong as they did. All of the other Pro League teams and the T2 teams looked like one game was harder than the other, but SSG through and through, their hardest game, no offense, but their hardest game was their first game against Makers. In my opinion, that looked like the toughest game, and then everything forward was just them slowly getting that groove and getting their momentum going, and they were righting a lot of wrongs that they had in the start of the season. And I really do think the best of threes is where they fully were able to encompass what SSG is really about. And obviously we know from time and time again, the last 2 events, that they do really well when it comes to main stage, and they actually have that crowd behind them as well. So I'm excited to see, hopefully they make it to main stage. I would love to see them against the European crowd this time. It would be amazing to see.
It'll be so much fun. Final thoughts for the day, Jesse, any?
Yeah, I mean, just congratulations to Space Station. Obviously looking really good right now. And of course, we had a lot of great teams bow out today. Oxygen, Luminosity, Sonics. I think all those teams should be looking forward to the offseason. Some of them may need to make changes. Some of them, I hope that they don't. Sonics in particular, I want to see that team sticking together, working on their issues, coming back for stage 2, because that's a team that with enough time, I think will be a really, really good roster. But all in all, it was an extremely fun LCQ. Sierra, it was amazing working with you. Fox as well. I know it's late where you're at, but obviously always a pleasure sharing the desk with you. And yeah, it's been a really enjoyable tournament so far, and I'm glad to have been here.
It has been such an incredible time. I'm so happy I got to join. And we'll wrap this up so Fox gets some sleep, because I know it's late where you are. But I have to say huge congratulations once again to Space Station. And with that, that's it for us here at the North American League. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in Manchester.